Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's City Council meeting, 9 a.m. on Tuesday, July the 14th. Yeah, we're going to have a morning meeting, so good morning to everybody. Yes, good morning. First order of business is to go in camera. So we're looking for a resolution to go in camera. Council Newestag, seconded by Councilor Strange. If there's no discussion of the motion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor. And we're unanimous. We're now going to go in camera. We're going to resume back in open session after we're done in camera, approximately not before 11 a.m. We'll see you then. Everyone, welcome back. We just concluded our in-camera meeting of City Council today on Tuesday, July the 14th. It's now 12:35 in the afternoon, and we're now ready to restart our meeting in open session. So first order of business is the singing of O Canada, and we do have our singer here today, Everly Meir. I get it right? All right, Everly Meir. So let me introduce you, Everly, so you can come to the mic and check, make sure the button is pushed. And you can lower that stand. There's a button that you can, this whole stand will go to the height that you want it to. Not sure, you see it there? So whatever you're comfortable with, there you go. It's kind of fancy. Yeah, see that? Fancy around here. So Everly recently graduated grade 8 with honors and received an Arts Award. For the past 4 years, Everly has been a student at the Niagara Institute of Music. She loves to sing. She also plays guitar. She's taken both vocal and guitar lessons. And aside from music, she's a level 3 cheerleader with Scorpions Niagara. She's looking forward to starting high school this fall at St. Paul, where she plans to continue her involvement in the arts. And this is her first time singing the national anthem at an event like this, and she's excited to be here. So if you can, I'd ask everyone to please stand for the singing of the national anthem, done by Everly. Everly, whenever you're ready.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we'll stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we'll stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we'll stand on guard for thee.
Oh, wow. Everly, you did a terrific job. I know it's difficult in front of a big group of people and everyone at home watching. I just want to say you knocked it out of the park. You did great. And good luck with all your future arts.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mom. No, it looks easy, but she makes it look easy. It's not easy. With the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Michelle Elise Burnett, who is Bear Clan, Thunderbird Clan, and Métis, to join us to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Hi, Ani, bonjour. Nawi kapo Nadijnakas, Makwadodam, Nimkidodam, Nagardonjaba, Mix European Anishinaabe Kwayandao. My spirit name is She Who Is in the Center. My French-English name is Michelle Elise Burnett. I am an artist, curator, producer, and storyteller of mixed Indigenous and European ancestry with Nipissing Algonquin roots. In my teachings, we are reminded that every decision that we make, we must consider the impacts it will have on the next 7 generations. We strive for Mino Bimatsawin, to live a good life, one that seeks balance with all life forces, and a life that truly matters. It means leading from the heart, seeing, listening, feeling, speaking, and acting with good intentions, and never for self-serving reasons. Ichi-Manitou, the Creator, gave all creation gifts to share with one another, and with those gifts come responsibilities. The first is gratitude. Let's give gratitude for the life-sustaining gifts that Mother Earth provides. She is our greatest teacher, demonstrating generosity each day, without ever asking anything in return. We as human beings must learn from our older and wiser relatives. We must remember that our very existence is supported by their gifts. And by thanking each life-sustaining force, one becomes tied to each of the forces of the natural world. It also reminds us that what is done to one part of the web of life has repercussions on all life forms, including ourselves. When we carry this understanding into our workplace, our homes, and our daily choices, we are actively caring for the next 7 generations with love, generosity, and gratitude. Chi-miigwech.
Grateful for the land that we share together. Okay, I am looking for an adoption of the minutes from our June 23rd meeting. Motion by Councillor Baldinelli, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Any disclosures of a pecuniary interest of council? Councillor Patel?
I don't have a number and I will write it down. It's for the Grassy Brook Road area because my spouse's employments are on the same area of the road, so that it will be covered.
Okay, so you'll write down your pecuniary interest on the form and we'll submit that to the clerk. And I'm going to go next to you, clerk, before we do. I know we've had some people that have been waiting, so I'm going to go to you, clerk, before we do the mayor's reports and announcements. I know everybody's very excited about their favorite part, but we'll do that part after.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. We do have a request to move a couple of items forward on the agenda. They both appear under item 13, notice of motion. If we could get a motion from council to move items 13.2 first, and then 13.1 forward. We'll start with 13.2, and then I think we have the CEO talk about 13.1.
Okay, 13.2. Okay, sorry. Yes, Councillor, okay, you make the motion, Councillor
Motion
Lococo?
forward, yes.
Okay, and second by Councillor Newestag. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Okay, so Mr. Clerk, did you want to walk us into it? If you would, please.
Yeah, so there is a notice of motion, we're talking about 13.2 by Councillor Lococo, so I'll have her introduce the motion. There may be a desire to, again, through the procedural bylaw, waive those procedures, have that motion considered this evening, but I'll let the councillor introduce it first.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Mayor, I met with several residents in the Thundering Water subdivision regarding the noise in their neighborhood. And I've talked with staff and I've talked with our CAO, Mr. Burgess, for a way for us to find a resolution between the industrial property, Washington Mills, and the residents there. Councillor Newestag and I met with Mr. McKinney, the plant manager, and we also have Dominic Vecchio here as well from Washington Mills. So we're all working towards a resolution. Mr. Burgess assisted me in the wording in this motion. So the motion is, whereas the residents from Thundering Water subdivision are concerned about the loud, low-frequency noise, especially during the nighttime hours, the noise is affecting the quiet enjoyment of their home. Be it resolved that the city staff work with the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, Washington Mills, and the residents in the Thundering Water subdivision to work on a path forward regarding the noise and to balance the interest of all parties. And I would put a motion forward to waive the procedural bylaw that we could discuss it now, please.
Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Newestag, that we waive the procedural bylaw. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous again, so you're good to go.
Great, thank you. I just basically outlined it. I think it's really important that we do balance the needs of keeping Washington Mills here. They do have a lot of families that are employed there, so there's that perspective. But the other perspective is the residents that live near there. We have approved development that's close to there, so we want to ensure that everyone can have the enjoyment of their homes and yet still have the industrial. So the idea behind this is to have some communication between all parties. There is one thing I thought of after I wrote this. I was wondering if Councillor Newestag and I could be part of this process, because we had a couple of ideas about how to move forward.
Okay, great. So I know that I think next step would be, okay, any other comments or questions of council at this point? Or we do have a guest here in the gallery. So invite you forward if you'd like to. Just come to the mic and then make sure that it's on.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I didn't see Mr. McKinney here. I just saw Mr. Vecchio.
Oh, yeah, no problem. So if you just introduce yourself, who you are, that'd be great.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt McKinney. I'm the plant manager of Washington Mills EMC, located, of course, here in the city of Niagara Falls. I've also brought along with myself the president of our local USW 4151, Wayne Thompson. And speaking on the motion and Washington Mills, I want you to be aware of the current situation. We've been working with the Ministry of the Environment, the MECP, on an existing ECA to get it up to date. There was a long history behind it. It's very intertwined with Salit Steel as well. I'm sure you know their story. If not, familiarize yourself with it, please. So we are working very closely with the ministry. We've developed a timeline to correct issues they have based on our classification, which had changed unexpectedly to us. So we continue to move forward with that in direct communication with them. I worry that if council becomes involved, it may create many communication channels that may confuse the issue, and we're answering to different people, and this may create issues with my leadership in the U.S. We're the only Canadian facility of our company currently. We produce a specialized product, but we are not open to be, there is always a possibility we could be moved to the United States if too many issues come up. And I just want to make the council aware of that fact. It's what I deal with every day in dealing with leadership. So I just want you to be aware of that going forward. We don't want to go down the road of Salit because the ending is far worse in terms of jobs. And I brought Wayne here to talk about a little bit about Washington Mills and the people who work there and depend on it.
Hi, my name's Wayne Thompson. I'm the president of United Steelworkers Local
Wayne
415. Not obviously, not that Wayne
Well known
Thompson.
in these chambers, yeah.
Yes. So I represent about 100 unionized members there and their families that live in the community and support the community. We donate to local charities all the time. It's not only our facility that's a concern. It's a concern when you're approving housing developments that you consider the surrounding area. I mean, our industry, our plant has been there. It's actually one of the first plants in North America to run on hydroelectric power. And it's been around for a long time. And there's lots of good high-paying jobs there. There's many salaried people as well as the unionized staff there. And I don't know how long Thundering Waters has been there, but to build a housing development like that close to our industry and Salit's, it seems, in hindsight, reckless in the fact that the homework wasn't done on the sound. We don't make a lot of noise, but we do have a little bit of a roar. But it's just a concern to all the members who live and work in this community that these problems are arising. And again, it's an international company. They have a plant in Norway, a plant in England, 4 or 5 plants in the United States, and we're the sole plant in Canada, and we'd like to see it stay there. We're losing jobs throughout the country, with the border and the tariffs and stuff like that. We're still rolling along. We hired 4 or 5 people in the last few months, and it's a good business to work at, and we have a good relationship. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Appreciate that. So if I can go back to you, Matt.
Certainly.
So so you saw the notice of motion, which is now a motion, I guess. So what is your desire, or what's the best possible outcome from your perspective?
I believe what makes sense logically is that you follow up with the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change and Provincial Parks for the status of the project. They have the timeline. They know what we're working on. And they can explain the history as well. It's a little bit complicated about how our classification changed at Washington Mills unexpectedly.
Okay.
So I'm very much into simple communication channels.
Okay, and just because I've got Serge Felicetti, Director of Economic Development, who's going to weigh in, and then if there's any questions or comments of council, we'll go to you then. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, Your Worship. In speaking with Matt, I think he was a bit more blunt with me. And basically what his desire, what he explained to me, is let us continue with the MOE. That's the agency that deals with these particular items, and we've got a course of action that they've agreed to, and they've got set timelines. So that's what they're there for. And then, as he said, the more people you get around a table and you have community, it just complicates things, creates issues. And I think the last thing we want to see, and he's alluded it to me as well, is anything happening with that plant. That plant, 150 jobs there, it's critical. It's been there since 1915. And so that's what the MOE does. When there's an issue, they get in touch with the plant and they work it out. And if you try to force things a little quicker, you're moving expenses quicker, and that's when it goes back to head office in Boston and says, listen, we agreed to something with the MOE, And that's what we want to stick to. So I think what I've heard from him is, listen, let's continue our course. Forget this and let's move on with what we're doing right now.
Okay.
That's exactly correct. This was unexpected. This motion was unexpected, but as Serge said, the best method is to deal with the MECP, who we're dealing with directly, and keep it simple. They provide the updates, and they can provide the history on it as well.
So in other words, they came in, they identified the issue, they came up with a solution, you're in the midst of doing it.
Right.
It just takes time.
The truth is, we're in contact with Salit Steel constantly, obviously, since they're our neighbor. We were covered under their classification, and then the ministry changed that on us at the beginning of this year and said, you're now a different classification where your noise levels must be less. So we've had to react to that. And we're looking at a significant capital outlay, approximately $100,000. And the ministry understands that, and the ministry understands the position that they put us in. So moving forward, they've given us a timeline to make the corrective actions. We have to get approval for the money. This is obviously going to turn a red light on at our head office in Massachusetts with the president, and I'm going to have to answer for it with her. So they've given us time to defer some of those costs over the period of months of the project. So
Thank
that's where we stand.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to the council now for any questions. I got Councillor Patel and then Lococo. Or, oh my gosh. Newestag and Lococo. Wow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to thank you for the meeting yesterday. It was a great informative meeting. I feel for what you have to go through, and especially this change of class at the last minute. And I feel very confident as a councillor that everything is being done as it should. I heard very loud and clear yesterday that things take time. It is a process, and for us to be patient with it. And I had the utmost confidence that you're going to follow through with it. I heard, especially Mr. Vecchio, having concern for the residents, but everything is a process. So we don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize any job, let alone 150 good paying jobs. So whatever we need to help support you to see it through and not ruffle any feathers in Boston, we don't want to do that. So I would like to do whatever it takes to have you continue with what you need to do. And I'm sorry that you have to go through these things with the ministry. It's very unfortunate that all of a sudden your classes change under your nose. So, and I thank you very much. I get the sense that you really care about our community and our residents, and you're doing everything you can to support us. So I just want to give you my 2 cents. I feel confident that you're doing what we need to be done.
Thank you. I try and be a great advocate for the Canadian business of Washington Mills. It's a difficult business environment with the tariffs of the U.S. administration, with our electricity costs, when that's our main input into our furnace business. But I always advocate for us to keep jobs in Canada. And I'll fight, and I'll keep fighting. And I don't want to have to fight everyone in Ontario as well as my leadership. So we are on the same page.
And we don't want you to fight us, and we do not want any jobs going south of the border. So whatever we need to do, we're here for, or at least I'm here for you. Thank you.
So thank you for that. And remind council, this is time for questions. So Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to the speaker. Mr. McKinney, how long would it take to mitigate the noise that we're looking at? You know, we're all concerned about jobs. We don't want the jobs to leave. We're concerned about the residents. How long are we taking? I know that you said we need to be patient and go through, but what kind of timeline are we looking at?
The timeline proposed to the ministry will be, it'll be 30 months.
Okay, thank you. So 30 months, is there any way that we can speed up that process? Because 30 months for residents who are hearing the noise constantly, we don't want to jeopardize the jobs. I want to make sure that's understood. But 30 months to come to some sort of resolution is a long time. What can we do to speed up the process?
With the capital and engineering involved, there is a critical path that cannot be shrunk in any particular way. It's a matter of us getting financing, achieving financing to move forward with it. That's part of the critical path as well.
So just so I understand, part of the critical path is the financing, $100,000. So if you had the $100,000, wherever it came from, I'm not going to go into that, but if you had the $100,000, what kind of timeline would we be looking at if that was not a factor on the path?
I'd have to confirm with my engineering team, but you would probably still be in the area of 24 months
So still
for the
2
engineering
years.
projects, yeah.
That's a long time to come to a resolution, and this is where council is conflicted about approving development so close to already existing areas, and we have these two competing interests, and we have to satisfy both our residents and our industry. We don't want to harm the industry, but I don't know if waiting 2 years to fix a problem is sufficient. Is there any way that we can speed up that process so it's not 2 years?
Not
There's
beyond what
nothing.
I've said.
Nothing. Okay, thank you.
Do we have any, Councillor Carey?
Could you explain to us how or why,
Microphone, Councillor Carey.
how or why the ministry changed your classification?
I could only speculate on that, to be honest with you. I'll tell you the history. Salit Steel was given a Class 4 based on a direct communication they had with the Ford government. We then spoke to our local officer with the Ministry of Environment, MECP. She confirmed for us that we were covered under the same classification as Salit, which allowed us to have higher noise emissions at those receptors. And just this January, we found out the ministry said, no, that's not the case, despite the fact we had it in writing from them, that we used it in our past ECA submission. And it's important that the council understands, too, what brought this to fruition at the beginning of the year was we were doing an ECA renewal for our business, and then the ministry made us aware that we were going to be subject to Class 2 lower noise emission levels. They gave no explanation, really. Do you recall? No. They would not. They just said they were sorry. They understood that there'd been a mistake on their part, and they understood it would take us capital investment to make the corrections. And some of the projects that had occurred and were creating some of the low-frequency noise were done when we were under that Class 4 designation, along with Salit Steel. And then they reneged on it, of course, at the beginning of the year, and they were willing to extend some timelines to help us out potentially because of that.
Well, I don't know, and I understand how the ministry would come into one of our industries and downgrade their classification without the city being involved. So, I mean, were we notified, were we told that this was gonna happen?
You go to Mr. Phelps. No, we were
But I think it's worth some investigation between either your mayor, yourself, mayor, or Serge, or our CAO, to find out if the ministry, how they decide to do this, and how they do this without telling us, because you know it's gonna cause a problem. We just went through all this with Meyer Salit. So for them to come in and lower their classification and put them in this position, I mean, I would not be surprised if they said, well, we can't meet this new classification, we're out of here, without us even having an opportunity. I thought maybe it happened, something that happened here, that they heard some rumblings at here, whatever, and downgraded them, but I think we need to get to the bottom of it and make sure they don't do it again to some of our other industries without us at least having the opportunity to get involved and help. This is bullshit for them to come in and do this to our industry.
Yep. That's the headline. Where's the media? That's right, yes. Thank you for that colorful speech. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think this is the frustrations that a lot of the industry are going through, especially with our, we have our provincial official plan where they're allowed a certain distance to build beside an industry where, we personally don't want it, but if we vote against it, it gets built anyways because they go to the tribunal. I know we have our official plan coming up. Do we take comments from industries like Washington Mills, which I think we should be, and maybe make sure that we're not impeding on their industry and having a problem like this in the future?
Go ahead, yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So yes, you can comment on the official plan. We did in our draft recommend a minimum separation distance of 300 meters, which is beyond the provincial requirements but we said for all classes, so that they could do additional work. But we do have to rely on the provincial guidance documents. But I will caution, like even even the subdivision that we have before us, Thundering Waters, had clauses in it. I know we've talked about clauses. We've talked, obviously, we've heard tonight about Class 4 designations on Salit Steel. All of those things don't necessarily stop what's happening here. So even with the warning clause, which is very specific, when they moved in, all agreements of purchase and sale let the owners of this subdivision area know that there's going to be noise. But even at that, they still have to deal with the MECP. So, regardless of what we do on our end, other than not allowing development near them, again, we follow
So even with the buyer
guidance.
beware, all that sort of stuff, it doesn't, but I just think their input, maybe from some of the union workers or something, maybe we get input because we do have an official plan come up. We have a meeting on July 28th about it as well, so we would welcome all the comments from industries like yours to try to make sure we're not impeding on your industry.
And I will mention, we do have an open house this coming Thursday.
There you go. Okay. We're going to promote it. So.
Okay, do we have any? Okay, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things about the clause that was given to me from one of the residents, it says occasional noise. And the thought is, since then, 2014, when the clause was implemented, to now, that the noise level has increased. Now, I have talked with Washington Mills, and they said they haven't changed it. But from the residents' point of view, it's completely different, especially on the weekend. And I guess part of that is the price of electricity. So that's, and then the other point I had was the warning clause, the electricity, and, the way the motion is written, I can understand Mr. McKinney, too many cooks in the kitchen. I would like to leave the motion as is. I think it's important that we still include the residents. Not that the residents are talking with the MOE or Washington Mills, but that we have communication with the residents. I think that's important as well. So I just want to leave that there.
Okay, and we'll maybe need to speak to I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Felicetti, 1 second. I've got Councillor Newstag, then I'm going to go to Mr. Felicetti. Councillor Newstag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't know where this question would go, but to Councillor Lococo's point that the residents were aware that there would be occasional noise, but that came from the developer. So where's the developer in all of this? Like, we have industry, we have council, we have residents, but the developer who set the stage here with this occasional noise, where are they and where is their accountability in all of this? It's very unfair that it's this triangle over here and the developer is not here. The developer should hold some responsibility. Maybe they should be the one paying for this $100,000. They made the money off this development and put everybody else in this terrible situation. I know I'm just going around. There's no real
venting.
answer, but I'm venting on this
What
one.
is it with this end of the table? Venting in a big way. Okay.
Business owners.
Thank you, Mr. Felicetti.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. In terms of the residents, I think, as we heard...
You can move that over, like it's got a cord. Like
heard from the...
just to make it
it's all tied up. It's okay.
okay. Maybe our
As
IT
we
guys.
heard from the plant manager, what we could do is, if we allow them to continue their course, let them continue the dialogue with the MOE. We have a good relationship with Matt and the staff. We'll be that liaison, and we can share information back. But I think let them continue on. We can share it with but let them deal with the MOE, and he'll keep us appraised of what's happening, and we can share it.
So maybe we should
So that it just allow them.
change the motion, the notice maybe, because what they're saying is they don't want us involved directly. So the city can still be a conduit for the residents as we are now, but not be a part and parcel to what's going on, because we don't have a say anyway. So they're saying too many cooks in the kitchen. So I guess you have to put your motion on the floor anyway, right? You've
Okay.
gotta see if you have a
I
second.
do understand, and when speaking to our CAO, and the reason why we put this motion together was that it gave our staff authority to speak with the MOE, that it was a council direction. I have all the information from Washington Mills, but from a responsibility perspective, I think it would behoove us to contact the ministry. If we don't want the residents contacting the ministry. They can do that on their own outside of this anyway, but not part of this motion. But I think it's our responsibility not just to allow a company to deal with it, we need to go to the MOE. And a few minutes ago, Mr. McKinney said if we just dealt with the MOE, maybe that would be something. So as long as we're talking with the MOE, I'm okay.
Well, I'm just wondering if, so maybe we change this resolution that, and it shouldn't be specific to Washington Mills. I've already reached out to the MOE before when we had this issue come up with other factories in Niagara Falls, Palfinger and Oleo and some of the other ones that we've been dealing with, to ask them to strengthen the protection around our industry, because you have neighbors move in after the fact, 100 years after the fact, and then they force industry to shut down, right? And as it's been said before, you know, you need a job to get a house, you don't need a house to get a job, and so I like that philosophy. So I'm wondering if you want to rework, either table it or rework it, because we got to put it on the floor now. You have to get a.
I like that idea, but there's specific issues with Washington Mills and about the classification, class 4 down to class 2, the decibel levels. I would really like this motion just to say Washington Mills to deal with that.
Do you have a seconder for your motion?
I'll put it out on the floor.
Do we have a seconder for the current notice of motion, which is now motion?
I can remove residents, but that it's Washington Mills, city staff, and the MOE.
Okay, well, I don't know if there's any, it doesn't look like we're getting any takers on this, Counselor.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Clerk, what do we do then at this point? Does that end the discussion, or what do we?
Unless there's another motion being proposed by council, that would end the
Well,
discussion.
why don't we put something that we ask staff to, without being specific, to connect, and myself, to reach with the Ministry of Environment around classification changes and around strengthening the protection around. Is Councillor Carey?
Your Worship, I think that's a problem, because I think what happens is the message gets misconstrued. And like the last motion that we put on the floor here, it got misconstrued however, and it looked like that we were against the industry. I think that if we leave it up to yourself and the CEO to do what you've always done, the ministry is very capable of handling complaints with the industry. I think the ministry screwed up by downgrading their classification, but I don't think we should have a motion come from this council. It just looks like we're against the industry and we want the ministry to do something about it. I think we should leave it with nothing. It's my personal.
Thank you.
Could I
Other
just-
feedback or anything?
Could I provide one more, just a
Yes.
little bit of information as well, just to clarify what the councillor said? We run 24/7 on our electric arc furnaces. The one particular furnace that generates a lot of the lower tonal levels, that's a 5-day a week. It runs 24/7. It runs through the weekend, yes, but into the week as well. And as for the noise levels, we executed 2 dust collector projects on site when we were classified as a class 4, and the ministry was aware of this, and we did not mitigate the sound based on what our classification was at that given time. And now that we're class 2 again, the project is about mitigating that noise. So probably the noise was a little bit higher, or is a little bit higher, because at the time, we were still within our classification, but now they've changed to class 2. So that may explain the higher noise levels that residents may have noted. It was because the ministry had us at a certain class that it was fine in that class. Now that they've changed us, we do have to mitigate that noise, and that's what the capital project is going forward for us as a business.
So you used to be a class,
We were a class 4 based on SALIT.
right?
And that's what the ministry had given us in writing. And we did projects based on that, which allowed us higher noise emission levels. And then the ministry came back in January of this year and said, oh, no, you're a class 2 now, even though they gave it to us in writing that we were a class 4, and you need to mitigate. So we've been working with them, and they admit there's an error of some kind. I don't know what the root cause was. They won't disclose that to me. But we're now moving forward with this project to mitigate the noise of these new dust collectors we've installed, as well as some other items as well, to get within the class 2 levels.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. And the only thing I'm going to say is that Washington Mills has come here today, respectfully ask council to stay out of it. So that's my opinion, Your Worship. I don't think that I'm going to vote for any motion. I'm just simply going to stay out of it as has been requested.
Councillor Carrier.
Your Worship, the other thing is, so the ministry comes in and changes them from class 4 to class 2. So if other jobs in their corporation comes up that would require them to be class 4 in order to get those jobs and do them in Niagara, if they're stuck with this class 2 classification, they can't take those jobs. So that's a problem for the ministry to do that. This area was our heavy industrial area, class 4 industrial. So they could take on jobs, and if they happen to lose a job and work on a different job that's a little bit quieter, they come along and take away their class 4. Now they have a chance to bid on another job. They can't even take it. Now they got to get rid of people. Instead of them looking to hire another 200 people, they're going to have to get rid of some of the people they have, which is just asinine.
You've got some language today, potty mouth. Yes, thank you, Phil. Thank you for your passion. Did you want to close this out, Councillor Lococo? And then we'll move on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These are conflicting, competing interests, and unfortunately, the residents are not feeling that this is addressed then. I understand Washington Mills not wanting to have everybody in the kitchen. I understand the Minister of Environment has made some sort of error and changed it back. But at the end of the day, we represent all residents, all businesses. What are we supposed to tell the residents that are having issues? I was there at 9 o'clock at night. I heard noise. I don't live in there. They explained to me that the noise goes right through the walls, through the windows. What are we supposed to tell the residents? That we're just going to wait and let the company deal with the MOE? I don't think that that's enough. I think we have a responsibility. We approved that development close to Washington Mills. Washington Mills was here first. That's not their fault. That's our fault. And I think there could be a win-win that we could deal with the Ministry of Environment and try to satisfy the residents. I don't think by not doing anything is the answer. Just my opinion.
I'm going to ask our CAO is going to weigh in, and I don't disagree with you, but I think they've made it clear there's nothing our council can do to speed this up. It's going to be between 24 and 30 months. So whether we form a committee, we don't form a committee, it doesn't change the problem. It's going to be there for 24 to 30 months. So it's going forward, and I think that our CAO pointed out, we already have a motion on the books to work with the ministry around industry. So it's already out there. We don't need to do that again. But our CAO wanted to weigh in and give comment.
Not so much comment. I just, and I'm not this smart, so this was, Ms. Dolch pointed out some technical items with regards to class 4 noise areas. After council has dealt with this, if it was council's desire, the staff may want to bring back a report on maybe a few options that, because I'm feeling from this that there is a sense to support the industry. Council's on the record for supporting the industry, that we may be able to bring back some technical strategies to support the industry in this matter. And if council directs, I can take it as staff direction, not an official motion, and we can look to bring a report back at the next council meeting or a future council meeting.
Or we can make a motion, and if you are supportive of that, I'll go to you first, Councillor Coco. You heard what the CAO said, and then I come to you, Councillor Newestag.
What would the motion be? That there was already a motion to support industry. I get that. We've had discussions about classifications. Who tells us what class? We've had all of those. What would this motion be?
I think staff would like to take it away. There may be some to deal with Councillor Carrio's question with regards to why it moved from a class 4 to class 2. Are there other things that staff could do to protect the original rating of the class 4 designation, and the original clauses that were in those purchase and sale agreements that was there. So I don't want to, this is information that is just here. I don't want to speak prematurely on it, so I would prefer that staff, if it's council's desire to take a look at other measures that we can do to protect the employment aspects at Washington Mills, that staff take that away and present options to council on that.
Okay, thank you. I'm not opposed to that. I'll put that motion forward, but I'm still upset that we are not able to address the residents' concerns. I think that it is our responsibility to do that, but I will support that motion.
Okay, are you going to second that, Councillor Newestag? Okay, so before I call the vote, you've got a comment, and I'm going to call the vote. We're going to be done with this discussion.
What is the motion?
Do you want to, Mr. CAO, can you mention it one for the third time, please, just if you could?
Either direction, or a motion that staff go away and bring a report back on ways to protect the industry classification, the original industry classification for Washington Mills.
Can't that just be direction?
It can be.
Could, but then
It's
you'll
a-
have a paper trail.
Then we have motion. Just quickly, and I'm seconding that, but back to Councillor Lococo's, I think there's two separate issues here. I think we've handled industry, and I think it's good we stay out of your business. It's being handled. But the point of the residents, is there anything that we can look in terms of mitigating it, that the city plant some trees over there? Like I know when we were dealing with Corey, we talked about a bunch of berms of trees. Is there anything that can protect the residents, leaving Washington Mills out of it, and we as a city look at different ways to build whatever? I don't know how you mitigate noise, but we can get trees up a lot faster, and if there's anything we can do for the residents in that regard, maybe we can look at it. So if we can add something to that motion directing staff to look at what we can do to mitigate the noise for the
You
residents.
can, if the mover's okay with it, you can add that to mitigate
Yes, please.
measures, okay? So we'll add that to the motion. Okay, folks, so you heard the motion, we got it now? Okay, you're being funny. We added mitigating measures to the motion that the CAO just read to you 3 minutes ago. Like trees, berms, whatever, like, it'll be in the report, like what other things we can do to help separate residents and business. Yes?
Through you, is putting this motion forward opening up that can of worms? That
No, it's not specific to them. It's just staff coming back with, it's not specific to the ministry issue that they're doing. Well, I want to confirm that.
And that's why I'm saying, can it
Make sure
just be
it's not.
direction to staff? Do we have to actually make a motion, or can it just be direction to staff?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I said before, it can be direction of staff. I think there's some options that would specifically apply to Washington Mills that we could maybe look for consideration on to restore their classification to a class 4. And then that would, I think, be helpful to the goal that council seems to want to achieve. So I'll take it either as direction or...
Okay, are you good with it being direction, Councilor Lococo?
Sure, will that also include the mitigation for the residents? Is that direction to staff? Thank you.
Okay, so that'll be direction. Thank you, folks. Thank you for being here from Washington Mills. We appreciate your time.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you to council. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, next up.
Next, we're going to go to 13.1, maybe not specifically the notice of motion, but since that topic is on the agenda, I know we had an opportunity to meet in camera on a property matter that's related. So I think at this time, we would look to the CEO to introduce that topic, and then we'll go with the will of council.
Okay, Mr. CEO.
Thank you. As the clerk said, council did meet earlier in camera to discuss a lease extension, which will be subject to ratification, a motion on ratification later in the agenda. Out of that meeting, without getting into the specifics of the discussion, a number of issues were raised, and it's council's. What came out of the discussion is that. And I can summarize as follows, that there is strong support for the Niagara Military Museum and for the effective preservation of the Armory building. However, there is also a balanced approach that a fulsome plan needs to be developed, and council will invest resources in developing the plan to develop something that residents, all residents can respect and appreciate. And lastly, I think it should be pointed out that from the City of Niagara Falls' point of view, we have been a supporter of this building and of the Niagara Falls Military Museum for more than 2 decades, I believe. We are the only municipality supporting this regional asset, and I think we have the track record of continuous support of the asset. So what council wants to do is make sure that the plan is really good going forward so that it can survive another few decades into the future. So that was a summary of the discussion. We didn't want to take away from the motion that will be coming forward, but just so people don't have to necessarily hang on for a few more hours, we can update council on that and the public.
Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. CAO, for putting that forward. I did put this notice of motion on the agenda to move forward the path and the process of what the Armory Steering Committee wanted to see. Councillor Patel and myself sit on the Armory Steering Committee. They have a whole group of people that have been part of the user groups that are on the committee, and they're working very hard to come to a plan about what to do with the museum and the Armory. Further to what the CAO said, that there's a plan moving forward and we have city support. I am confident that the city could work on this plan together with the Armory and the steering committee. Yes, I did want a 20-year lease. That's why the notice of motion is in there, and so did the steering committee. Feeling confident that we can move forward to secure the building, the best use of the building, the least impact to the taxpayer, and wait for the consultation of the building condition assessment and the museum report. I think those two things will help us make better decisions. The Armory Steering Committee has been doing a wonderful job. They've put a lot of hard work into what they've done, and now with the assistance of the city and our resources, I think we can move that a little bit forward. I don't want to breach in camera, so can we talk about what the lease is, or is that later?
I'll go to the clerk to get some insight.
Yes, ratification was to take place later in the agenda, but ratification would be stated that it is a one-year lease.
So the one-year lease was through a lot of discussions about what we could do in the year. Realistically, with the election coming up, there's not going to be anything done till January anyway. We need those building condition assessments. We need the museum report to best determine what can be done and who to involve and how we can move forward. It is very fiscally responsible of us to wait until we have the information, and I know that's not what the steering committee wants to hear. But as a taxpayer and as a councillor, without the information, I don't think we should be making that decision without that information. And you will be getting a lot more support in moving towards. So it's here on record. You will get that support, and I trust in our staff that they will work together to get that plan, and we'll move forward that way.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Clerk, now procedurally, what do we do?
Well, at this point, I don't believe the councillor is bringing forward her motion. So I believe that topic is now finished.
So back to the regular agenda?
Yes, your favorite part.
My favorite part or everybody's favorite part?
Oh, no, that's the mayor's remarks.
Everyone's favorite part. All right. So then we'll go to, and gentlemen, thank you for being here. We'll go to item 6, mayor's reports and announcements. We start off with obituaries. We'd like to offer our sympathy to the families of Gail Lee, mother of Captain Tim Lee of our fire services, Mary Louise Leitch, mother of Brad Leitch of our fire services, and retired platoon chief George Ed Ellis. So we offer our condolences to their families. On a lighter note, birthdays, Eric Nickel, Monday, July the 27th, and he's right beside me. Oh, I was looking around, and here he was. Yeah, Eric, all right. Also, special happy anniversary for Councillor Peter Angelo and his wife Anita. Do we have a picture, Heather? No? Wow.
That's good.
No, we'll get it. Can we get it later in the agenda? Maybe we can get it from Angelica. That'd be great. Happy anniversary, 25 years of wedded bliss. Congratulations. And also, we wish you 25 more. And beyond, and beyond. Special events, recreation, culture, and facilities. Barbecue took place at the Gale Center. Thank you to our star-studded team at Parks, Recreation, and Culture, Ms. Moldenhauer. They brought us events like Canada Day, tree planting, sports and culture, Wall of Fame, and so much more. They take great pride in caring for our parks, fields, and facilities. The community appreciates you, and we celebrate you. And here we've got Rob McDonald coming in too. He was part of the barbecue as well. He was the champ of the cornhole, so it was a good day. High school graduations. Oh, you got the pictures up there. Okay, there's the, okay, I'm sorry. There's their pictures as everybody was hanging out, barbecuing, playing a little bit of games, having a bite to eat, some hot dogs and hamburgers, and it was a good day. Good day. High school graduations, had the pleasure of attending St. Paul Grad, the Niagara Falls Convention Center. Congratulations to all the graduates in elementary and from all 5 of our high schools. Mass Niagara Cricket League had their Season 6 opening. They had the event at Our Lady of the Scapular Hall. It was a kickoff of their 2026 Cricket League season with their teams. It's great to bring communities together. Congratulations, and I was joined by Councillor Patel that day. Gord Singleton, we had the Ride for Gord at Fireman's Park. Niagara Falls, of course, is forever proud of Gord's legacy. Former Niagara Falls Athlete of the Century. He was a world champion cyclist, and he set 3 world records in one day in 1980. And last year, of course, we opened up Whirlpool Road and named it Gord Singleton Way. And this year, we celebrated his legacy with the Ride for Gord. Yes, Councillor? Can we make it bigger? What are we looking at here? I can't even see. Oh yeah, can we maximize the page? Maybe? Hard to see. Yeah, they're kind of small. There we go. Well, that's a little better. There was Gord, setting his 3 world records one day. Amazing athlete. And volunteer for many years on the Arts and Culture, or the Sports Wall of Fame. Sports Wall of Fame. Serbian Day picnic took place at the Serbian grounds on Montrose Road. It was a great day of culture, food, music, and community, and Slivovitz and Shavapi. This year they hosted the Prince of Serbia. I was also joined by Councillors Newestag, Patel, and Lakoko. And there they were performing their traditional Serbian dances on the stage in the Grand Pavilion. Canada Day took place at Fireman's Park. It was another amazing year. It was hot as heck. We welcomed the Harriet Tubman statue, celebrated with Canadian flags, and the Canadian soccer team. Thank you to the hardworking team, all the volunteers, for making it a great success. I was joined by Councillors Newestag, Patel, Strange, Lakoko, and Baldinelli. And there's a mini version of the cake that we gave everybody slices to. Is there a reason it keeps going small pictures? Can we not keep it big? Just so everybody can see what the pictures are? Yeah, thank you. I never tried the cake. Thank you. Solidarity with Kashechewan on the front steps of City Hall. We welcome Chief Wesley and members of the Kashechewan Nation on the front steps of City Hall. We heard messages from community members. There was traditional singing and dancing, and I was able to offer an apology to the community. Our intentions were to gain support for families and for the community, and they were good intentions, but comments can often be misinterpreted. That's why the importance of open dialogue and communication cannot be understated. And what I said was I was sorry for the comments that were used that caused hurt within the Kashechewan First Nation and the broader Indigenous community. I apologized and I took responsibility for that as the leader of the city, as I stand by our positive intentions of the report and no disrespect was intended. The chief had asked me for one thing in particular, and it was to ask the federal government, the provincial government, to move Kashechewan Nation to higher ground. He said, we're on floodplain. He said, if you're talking to the Prime Minister, please advocate for us to move to higher ground. So I told him that I would. I'm also asking for council support for a motion that we write a letter to the Prime Minister, the Premier, and both federal and provincial ministers responsible to ask them to consider Kashechewan Nation's request. So I would motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Lakoko. Can I call that vote? All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that. It's unanimous, Mr. Clerk. I met with Chief Wesley prior to the march. He also gave me some suggestions for the wording of the apology. He accepted it. He's a gracious man, very nice. And his bigger thing was, he said, we don't want to be here. He goes, I want to be eating, he likes goose, Canadian goose. I said, we have a lot around here. Take some with you. And he said, that's what he wants and that's what he misses. And that's what they hope to do. Out of 1,700 of his nation, 1,100 are here in the city. So they're starting to go back now that the water's receded. But anyway, I did, and I am going to be seeing him again. I think it's next week, and meeting some more of his community members. So we look forward to ongoing positive relations. And I know Councilor Lococo was there as well. So I just want to, I know everybody's aware of what happened. I just wanted to update it here as part of my notes. Also, we had a welcome dinner for the incoming family medicine resident physicians at Ravine Vineyard. I can tell you it was a successful doctor recruitment in Niagara. It was a pleasure to welcome these potential doctors. Look forward to many years with their resident physicians. Look forward to many years spent in our community. And for 2026, so far, we've incentivized 6 family doctors to locate to Niagara Falls, and there's more announcements coming. And they made it quite clear, the incentive, the $100,000 that we put out there, they've taken note, and we've had a lot of doctors come to Niagara Falls. So we're closing in on our target. We're not there yet, but we're closing in. Heartland Forest had their family night at Heartland Forest. Great community event for families and children. There were carnival games, train rides, all sorts of great things. Niagara Falls Fury basketball year-end barbecue at Fireman's Park. This was the Niagara Falls Red Raiders. They've been renamed the Fury. They had their basketball association's new logo. It was a fun barbecue. 600 members make up. They celebrate 600 members made up by the volunteers, players, and their families. All my 3 kids all participated in basketball. It's a great program. Grand opening of Houck Park Hitting Tunnel, long-awaited legacy project from the 2022 Canada Summer Games. So we had contributions from the GNBA, the City of Niagara Falls, and the Canada Games. Together, it was $250,000. No, I'm sorry, it was it was $450,000 to build this. 1, 2, 3, 4, $500,000. It was $500,000. I was joined by Councillors Newestag, Patel, Strange, and Lococo. So you can see the batting cage and the pitching tunnel with actual clay. So it'll mimic the actual games the players will be utilizing. A lot of great OBA, Ontario Baseball Association champs, have come out of Niagara Falls, and now we're going to have much better player development. We had our 100th anniversary of Canada's Legions. Congratulations to our local Legion branch 479 on Spring Street. They hosted their barbecue in honor of 100 years of service. I was joined by Councillors Newestag, Patel, Strange, and Lococo. The Niagara Ukrainian Family Festival took place at Fireman's Park this past weekend. 2-day festival with food, music, dancing, culture, and community. It was a very good turnout for our Ukrainian community, especially during a horrible war that's taking place. I was joined by Councillors Newestag, Patel, Strange, and Lococo. We had the festival opening night, One for the Pot. So my kids, my daughter Olivia's in town right now from out west, and she drew the short straw, so she had to go with me that night. So anyway, it was great to hang out and watch some of Canada's finest actors and singers here at Shaw Festival. Club Italia had their picnic on Sunday. It was a great community event celebrating all things Italian. They had a car show, soccer games, spaghetti eating, potato sack races, and much more. I was joined by Councillors Newestag, Patel, and Lococo. Now, occasionally I can't be at all the events, so I asked Council to represent me. And in this case here, Councillor Strange represented, and I always ask them to send in pictures. Thank you for sending in pictures. Councillor Strange represented the city at the 10th business anniversary of Kitty Sports Academy. Looks like you're joined by some other councillors. With my glasses on here. Councillor Lococo and Councillor Newestag as well. Great. Councillor Lococo represented the city at the Indigenous Survivors and Blanket Ceremony. Okay. All right. Great. Thank you for sending in the pictures. And Councillor Patel represented the city at the Koken Distillery Grand Launch and the Melna Da celebration of culture, community, and women's empowerment. And again, thank you for sending in the pictures. Business milestones and events. We had the opening of Fallsview Casinos Privé, and it's a high-end area that we cut the ribbon on. Panera Bread. We finally have our first one in Niagara Falls, grand opening at Lundy's Lane, attached to Pizza Hut. So a lot of neat offerings there, a very popular place to eat. McLeod Medical Center had their grand opening in the Service Canada Plaza, where we've announced more doctors coming into our community. I was joined by Councillor Patel. And Whirlpool Golf Course celebrated their 75th anniversary. Congratulations to the Parks Commission. And we did have a flag raising. Nikola Tesla had flag raising, and I was joined by Councillor Newestag, Lococo, and Patel as we celebrated Tesla Festival, which took place this weekend. So coming up Monday, August the 3rd is Civic Holiday, and our next council meeting will be Tuesday, August the 11th. And that concludes the mayor's announcements and remarks. So now, Mr. Clerk, where on the agenda do we go?
Number 7.
Okay, deputations, presentations, and appointments. Okay, first up, we have 7.1, Chippewa Willoughby Community Center Project. And I believe we're going to be getting an update. And to lead the update, is it going to be Rob McDonald? All right. Rob, Mr. McDonald, step right up. We're very excited to hear about what's happening in Chippewa. Major investment that'll service our community.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor Diodati, members of council, and staff and community members. My name is Rob McDonald, and I'm the Senior Manager of Arenas and Athletic Fields for the City of Niagara Falls. I'm joined with our project team. Travis Jeffrey is our Senior Manager of Facilities, and he's one of the project leads with myself. So we're here to present the Chippewa Willoughby Community Center project. We've been working on this for approximately a year and a half, and we're really excited to be back in front of council. As everyone knows, the Chippewa Arena is 53 years old, beyond useful life, and a lot of components in the facility. So we are excited to bring back. We have a great plan, community center plan that we'll be showing to you in just a moment here. So just a quick agenda. I'm going to run through sort of what we've been doing in the last year or so as staff, and also what we've heard from the community during our community engagement. I'm going to turn it over to our design build team, who are going to review the site context, where the community center fits on the property, looking at some opportunities and constraints, and then also we'll share our preferred design, and then go over budget and schedule. So we wanted to share some project milestones. As I mentioned, we've been working on this for approximately a year and a half. And back in 2025, we conducted a feasibility study. You know, when you're working on a large project like this, we hired someone to help us create feasibility study. We had hosted an open house, 2 open houses. We also had a kickoff meeting with stakeholders, so that we invited all of our key user groups, council, the library board, and other community members. And then we launched a online survey with a Let's Talk page, which allowed community members to view 3 different options, vote, and then do a Q&A with staff to sort of get some information and understand the project. Also in 2025, we met with the city's recreation committee to present sort of the findings, and then also reported to council 3 times in 2025. We then hired Collier's project leaders to help us with project management for the center, and at that point we developed RFP and legal documents to go and hire a design builder. So in 2026 we did that. We have Ball Construction and Perkins & Will Architects with us here today. We also, another key step is we did a lot of due diligence work, geotechnical, archaeological, building assessments, 3D scans, a lot of things that are take a lot of time and funds, and those are, items that need to be done before a major renovation or new construction project. We, along the way, continued to speak with our user groups and develop some different options, and we're presenting the preferred option to you today. So just quickly, what we heard, and this goes back to 2025, when we did the public engagement, the highlights of what we heard from the community is there was a strong preference for option number one. At the time, we had different options. It's essentially the one that we're bringing forward to you today, is the larger facility with a new arena, new modern library, gymnasium, and then a conversion of the existing arena into indoor turf. The community also wanted enhanced ice facilities. As I mentioned, we're 53 years old in Chippewa, so it's due in time and due for a nice upgraded facility. Indoor recreation, court and multi-sport use. This is a sort of a key one for us because we have a lot of user groups that summer user groups, soccer, basketball, baseball, cricket, track, that most sports are now being sort of offered and trained year round. So we do a good job of offering some indoor, sort of outdoor locations for baseball, soccer, but a lot of these groups are having to travel outside of the city to practice indoor throughout the winter. We also heard that the community wanted a new library and community hub. As we know, the library had to close their site in Chippewa and are currently renting at a smaller location. So a nice new modern accessible library is what we heard as well. We also heard that child and family-friendly activities were a priority. Expanded accessibility and parking. Again, a 53-year-old facility, those are definitely lacking on that site. And then financial feasibility. Residents wanted to know where their taxes were going and some transparency with that. I'm going to turn it over to our design build team, Ball Construction and Perkins and Will, we've been working with them for now 6 months, and everything's going quite well. They're a great team. We have a great team that's put together. They have worked on many similar projects, 3 in the region that we're aware of. The Meridian Center in St. Catharines, where the Ice Dogs play. The Meridian Center in Pelham as well, and then the West Lincoln Community Center in Smithville. So we're real happy to have them on board, and I'm going to pass it over to them to walk through some more of the design.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully I'm not tasked with having to use this remote control because I will not know how to use it. Anyways, Jay Homewood from Ball Construction. We've been around in business building in Ontario since 1923. We've built many recreation complexes and specialize in hockey arenas. I'm a director of pre-construction at Ball. And joining me as well is our architectural team partner, Christina Grimes from Perkins and Will. She's our senior project architect on the Chippewa project. So I'd like to pass it over to Christina, who can talk a bit more about the site context and the specifics around the design.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome.
So we'll start with the site context. So here's the site context map. It's kind of showing the wider area in and around the site of the existing arena, which is that region highlighted in red at the corner of Sodom Road and Weinbrenner there. So it's a really well kind of connected site for a community and recreation hub. It sits right next to Patrick Cummings Park, which has a nice mix of both play and sports programming, including kind of both soccer and baseball diamonds, which you can see at the eastern edge of the site there. Lots of existing housing around the site, both to at the north edge, both to the west, and then new housing being proposed as part of a master plan development to the south. So that's the housing that's kind of colored in gray just below the site. So it's not housing that necessarily exists today, but certainly context we want to be mindful of as we get more into the design of the community center. So kind of zooming in on the site itself, we want to start kind of identifying what are the design opportunities for the new community center and what are some site constraints we want to be mindful of. So beginning with street presence and access, the existing arena, which you can see is the gray hatched building there, is actually pulled off of Sodom Road, and that accommodates kind of parking in front. So we see with the design of the new community center kind of an opportunity here to have much stronger street presence along Sodom Road. Sodom Road is the location for vehicle access into the site. So there's 2 access points from the road into the existing parking lot. And then kind of the predominant bicycle and pedestrian pathways are branching off to the north off of Weinbrenner Road into the park there on the diagram. And looking at housing adjacency, so arena mechanical equipment, they can be a bit noisy. They can often be a little disruptive to our neighbors. And so when we're looking at where does the new community center go on this site, we want to be respectful to these housing adjacencies. So we've got housing right on the site at the northwest corner there. And then we also have that new housing being proposed to the south edge of the site. So mentioned earlier, so Patrick Cummings Park is already kind of a vibrant community hub. It has lots of play, sport, and gathering amenities on site, plenty of open green space, a splash pad, a playground, basketball court, 2 soccer fields, and 6 baseball diamonds. All these kind of amenities are currently underserved by the parking lot. So the existing parking lot has about 130 spaces. It's currently under capacity for the park and building amenities. So in the development of the new community center, there will be kind of an enhanced parking lot that will be built to have that capacity to kind of serve both those indoor as well as the outdoor programs on site. So next few slides, we'll kind of get into what our proposed design is for the new community center. So this is an aerial view of the site, and the existing arena, Chippewa Memorial Arena, is the building highlighted in red. The view's taken from that northwest corner at Weinbrenner Road and Sodom Road, and just kind of looking over the site to the southeast. In the community center development, it's important that we're trying to maintain ice usage on site during construction. So this project will actually have 2 phases to construction. So phase 1 is kind of highlighted in red here. It's a program expansion that will include the construction of a new arena, a single gymnasium, a library, a community hub space, and kind of supportive change spaces for the arena and those other programs. It's and that's located right on Sodom Road there, kind of giving a new streetscape identity, a new character to Sodom Road, and really providing easy access and navigation for anyone coming to the site, whether arriving by bike, on foot, transit, or car. The new design has a high roof space, so that's for the 2-story spaces, the gym and the arena. And then a low roof area that would have the change room spaces, the library, the community room, which is closer to the existing arena. And because we want to ensure that the existing arena can maintain its operations during this construction, we're maintaining kind of a 6-meter clearance between those 2 structures. So phase 2, we look at kind of constructing a connection between the 2 buildings, which you can see highlighted in red here. We're calling this a breezeway as it has kind of a lighter, more elegant expression to it between the 2 large programmatic volumes on either side. The breezeway gets wrapped with an overhang there, providing a covered entry for anyone visiting the facility and kind of having that front porch feel to it. So a little bit more of a welcoming entry into this large facility. And then once the existing arena is renovated and kind of transformed into a field house program, everything gets kind of wrapped in a consistent cladding. So the new and the old buildings feel like one, are unified and kind of really feel like one facility altogether. The The color, the cladding articulation, still very much in progress. This is something that will be continued to develop and evolve as the design phase continues over time. But we are trying to identify, opportunities for signage and public art. Arenas can be very opaque buildings, not a lot of glazing. And so we want to find moments to really animate the facade, the building, at those opaque moments. And so we've identified a few of them in these images, and you'll see that in the renderings as well. I'll pass it over to Jay to talk about the site plan and floor plan.
So just a quick overview of this site. We thought it's nice to kind of have this overhead look at it. So the intent here is a majority of the parking, the main flow of parking would be coming from the south side of the building off of Sodom. So that would be your primary entrance. And that would be not just one lane, but you're going to have one lane in, 2 lanes out. So you're going to be able to really deal with that traffic flow, whether it's turning right or left onto Sodom. The main parking lot, so majority of the parking is on the south side of the facility, but it would wrap around the back as well. So it gives lots of parking opportunities for the adjacent park. And then also a smaller parking area and drop-off zone on the north, which was, as I'll show on the next slide here, which is closer to the library. And then there would be a secondary entrance on and off of Weinbrenner on the north side of the site there as well. So here's a bit of an overview of the floor plan as it stands right now. Kind of that larger area that's purple, that's called Fieldhouse, that's the existing arena. So the intent is to transform that existing arena into an artificial turf fieldhouse for doing multiple sports, whether it be soccer, lacrosse, baseball, lots of different opportunities for doing different programming within there. Kind of the 2 white bars, there's one that's kind of going north-south and one that's going east-west. Those would be the main corridors that kind of connect all the different spaces. Up on the upper part, you've got a new library, community library. Beside that is a gymnasium. That's a high school-sized gymnasium that could accommodate basketball, volleyball, and a lot of people like pickleball, so there's that opportunity as well. Then below that is a new NHL-sized ice rink with viewing on the one side that would be able to accommodate approximately 300 spectators. There's six change rooms there, 2 that would be barrier-free, so completely designed for any kind of, could be for doing sledge hockey or any kind of assisted devices. And the building is completely designed for universal standards as well. On the lower end there within the arena, you've kind of got Junior C facility for their change room, dedicated change room for them, and office space. Then the back of house, the refrigeration rooms, the mechanical rooms, and all those spaces. Also just up, just below the library is a nice sized community hub. And then below the field house, that's a bit more of a dry change spaces for using the field house with some individual washrooms. Yeah.
Okay, back to me for a couple of visuals of what the building looks like from the exterior. So this is a view of the north entry. Here you can see a colorful mural we have there. So that is kind of an opportunity we've located for potential public art. It is an existing kind of opaque wall, and so can there be a mural or something giving it a bit of character, showcasing the city's culture, character, and giving a nice kind of vibrant entryway for everyone arriving to the facility. This is a view from Sodom Road, so looking at the northwest corner of the building. That glazed corner there are views into the gymnasium program. The main entries to the building are kind of in the north-south corridor in that central breezeway I was discussing earlier, but there is a secondary entry right off of Sodom Road, which you can see in this image here, kind of welcoming anyone coming by foot or by transit along the road. And then a third image, again, looking at the north entry, but really kind of the view from the park area. So the north entry is more pedestrian friendly. It will allow kind of easy navigation, really easy access for anyone arriving from or leaving to the park space. As Jay noticed on the site plan, there is some parking, but it's quite reduced, with more of the spaces located around the south entry, which will be the predominant entry for anyone arriving to the facility by car. I think we'll pass it back to the city to discuss funding.
Thank you. Over here.
Ms. Clark?
Okay. Could I just ask you to advance to the, yes, thank you. Perfect. So we're going to talk about the funding. So the net impact to the taxpayer in terms of what we propose would hit our levy budget over the next few years is approximately 42 million. We could see that decrease at the bottom there all the way down to 34 million. It's a long-term project, so of course there's going to be some unknowns. So with the total project cost projected to be around 59 million, we've confirmed 17.3 million in non-debt funding sources. These are locked in, we have these. So the sale proceeds from Chippewa Town Hall and the former Chippewa Library. The staff have been diligent at putting away money into reserves, knowing this project was coming, so you're seeing 6.3 million in reserves available. And of course we have our $10 million grant from the government. So that's the 17.3 million. Where the forecasted reserves come into play is we're hoping that if we have an opportunity to put away future surpluses, capital surpluses, projects close under budget, whatever, we can put those into reserves and dedicate them to this larger project in order to bring the impact to the taxpayer down and bring that debenture cost down. So with a debenture of 42 million, you're looking at an impact to the taxpayer of about $4 a month or $48 for the year. If the debenture got to as low as 34 million, you're looking at an impact of about $3.20 a month there, or $38 for the year. Now, staff do not recommend putting this all just into 1 year because it's a longer term project. It will take us to 2029 to complete. We would recommend phasing this impact in, so that impact's about a 3% impact overall when you consider the capital financing as well as the operating impact noted in the report. That's going to come on into play in 2029. So that 3% impact, if we're phasing that in over 4 years, it'd be about 0.75% a year. So just about $12 for the year or $1 a month. That would be our recommended funding strategy for council. I think I'm passing it back over to the presenters.
I guess it's back to me again. So just a quick look at the overall project budget. So it's kind of broken down into two main categories. So the first is the design and construction costs. So this would be everything that, as us as the design builder, that would be included. So everything from the initial day one design right up to the handing over the keys. So the overall design and construction of it, and that's about 54.3 million. There's also another just under 5.2 million in owner's expenses. And that could be anything from the furniture, fixtures, any kind of equipment that would be used to operate the facility. Also, any of the due diligence reports and work that was done in order to get us to where we are now. So that's where the total project costs are at the 59.5 million. In terms of the project schedule, so right now you can see where we're at here with the summer of 26 with this update here at the council. The intent is to have the final project proposal with our overall guaranteed maximum price in the fall of 2026. Then we'd be finishing the design, the overall design, to get to permits and to start construction, which would happen spring of 27. The one important thing to note, I don't think we've touched on much in this presentation, is the intent is to keep the existing hockey arena operational during construction of the new. So we're going to be doing a little bit of work beforehand, a little bit of early work to make some modifications in order to facilitate that operations of the hockey arena. So there is no loss of that facility during construction. We would be doing some temporary closures through the summer when it's not hockey season in order for us to do some of the tie-ins and some of the future work. So the intent is to have the new construction, so that would be the library, the gymnasium, the hockey arena, the community hub, that done at the spring of 2029. At that point, we would close the existing facility, and that's where we would do the work of renovations to construct the field house.
Thank you, Jay. Now that council's seen the preferred option, we just wanted to highlight a few key points as to why we are recommending this preferred option. This project does deliver on all key user group priorities and reflects community input. We've been at this for a while, and we've been listening to the community and to the user groups. This is the desired project, and I think the one thing we often talk about is the example of the McBain Community Center and how successful that facility is. You know, it always was when the YMCA was involved, and now that the city's taken over, it's even the facilities. It's grown, it's busy. It's such a great use of recreation, library, and other types of services. So we do see this as a similar type of project, and we're quite excited about it. As Jay mentioned, this option does avoid closure of the arena for 2 years. We certainly, as the operators of the arena, we don't want to close for 2 years. We have lots of tournaments as well. If you do close and user groups go elsewhere, we could accommodate a bit at the Gale Center, but not a lot. User groups, quite likely they don't return. They find a new space and then end up staying there a lot of times. This also delivers the full program, so all the key amenities that the community asked for at a lower cost than was originally brought to council. Last year we had a high-level estimate of between $65 and $75 million that was presented. This project, without owner's expenses, is being presented at $52 million. This also maintains access to the full $10 million provincial grant, the way this is designed. And then finally, it does reduce environmental impact. So the existing arena, we are keeping the steel structure, so that is less that's going to the landfill, and also less that we have to purchase to build the new facility. So that is the end of our presentation, and we're here to answer any questions.
Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one design question, and then I have some other questions on the report later. Are we going through the report after this, or is this all combined now?
Well, right now it's just on the presentation.
Okay, so a design question.
Yeah.
On the floor plan, if we could go to the floor plan, the very last page. Perfect. At the bottom it says WC on the legend, the darker gray. What does WC mean? Does that mean washrooms? Yes. Okay, so now I found the washrooms. Okay, thank you. I couldn't find the washrooms. Are they underneath the community hub?
Yes, they are.
Okay, what are they called? Thank you. That's all I have for design.
Water closet.
Oh.
Wow, see? Toilet, yeah. Councillor Patel?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. Does this design have a potential of expanding it if we have to extend it in the future?
I'll start, and then I can ask Jay to also speak to it. We are, there's not a lot of space to expand to the building that you see, just with all the parking and the required parking. There is space to add additional, I just pulled up the other floor plan, there is land around the facility, like off of the entrance onto Weinbrenner, but on the actual facility itself, there is not, like it's possible, but with all the parking that we have, there's not a whole lot of space to add on.
Thank you. That was a question I got from one of the residents who's, I think he was in the planning, and he says your design looks like a modular design, so he was wondering if we can add a space if we require maybe a swimming pool or maybe senior's place. That was the question I got.
Yeah, I would say for a larger facility like a swimming pool, there wouldn't be space if we had to add on for, another, one of the things in the early design was a daycare, which isn't part of this, but something of, 2,000-3,000 square feet, I'm sure that could be added onto this facility.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of council? So one question I had was in regard to food service. If we wanted to bring in a food truck or something like that, where would they bring it? Where would they plug it in? And would it be a covered area if we did that?
Yeah, so we haven't, we're not at that far down the design, but what we have decided inside the facilities not to have a formal concession with hood vents. We do have a viewing area with vending, which is just outside the field house, sort of the white box area. But we do plan on looking at spaces sort of on the north and south side with proper hookups and to look at where we could accommodate food trucks. We have a lot of events that take place in the park. A lot of our larger user groups like to have food trucks at their events. So as you mentioned, there's one way around, not having the concession, a full concession, is during a large special events we can bring in food trucks or other types of vending and cooking.
Great, thank you. All right, so if there's no further questions on the facility, Mr. Clerk, do we just receive this presentation? Okay, look for a motion received. Councillor Patel, Councillor Strange, all those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously received. And then now we are moving to the report section. And I don't know, Rob, if you want to introduce that, or if, who would be the one to do that?
Rob has volunteered.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, excellent, thank you. Love the enthusiasm.
So yes, thank you very much.
So that is 7.2.
So thank you again for allowing us to present the report in front of you. Again, is I think our fourth report to council. So we've highlighted the project timelines and a lot of the funding. We do have 5 recommendations that we've included here. So we are happy to. The team is here, and we also have other staff here that are happy to answer any questions about the actual report.
Okay, do we have questions on the report? Okay, can we first, yes, Councillor Lococo, you want to?
Thank you. On number 3, the recommendation number 3, a couple of residents got in touch with me about the wording on that. The total anticipated debenture requirement to 34 million to 38 million. If we're reducing it, isn't it from 38 to 34? It looks like it's going the other way. I think the wording is just a little off.
Ms. Claire?
Yeah, through the mayor. So the debenture right now with the confirmed sources would be about 42 million. We had put in our notes, we were hoping to reserve another 5 to 8 million. So that's where the math is working there. So 42 minus 5 would be the 38 million. 42 minus 8 would be the 34
Oh, I
million.
see. It's a range from
Right.
34
Yes.
to, okay, got it. Thank you. So that was that. And then, not a question, I'll do comments later. That was all the questions.
Any other questions or comments of Councillor Newestag? And then Patel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone for the great presentation. It's always great to see this. I think it's going to be the project of our lifetime here on council. It's a really amazing one. A couple questions. One, you said that you want to provide 4 updates to City Council. Is there an opportunity, should something go astray, some unexpected, that we're not waiting for the update, that it would be brought to council, so we're not waiting for this update?
Sure.
Okay.
Through the mayor, yes, of course. If there's something that's, which I hope there wouldn't be, and we don't expect there to be, but of course we will report back to council as soon as possible if anything major changed in the project.
Okay, maybe we can just add that to it, to that number for fourth recommendation. Secondly, I know we were very grateful to receive $10 million from the province for this project. Any chance that the federal government, are there any funds coming from the federal government or that we can access?
Through the mayor, yes, we did make application to Community Build Strong Fund. We applied a few weeks ago, and you were able to apply up to 40% of the project costs. So we did apply for 21.7 million. We're hopeful. We have a great package, a great project. With that particular fund, you couldn't have broken ground by July 15th, but you have to break ground by the end of the year. So as we mentioned, there's a lot of due diligence work that happened that you need to happen before you can get a shovel in the ground. So, we feel like our project is very well positioned for that fund. We just have to wait and see. We hope to get additional funding. That's our goal.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So that would, what's the likelihood if you were to call it out of 1 to 10? Sorry.
Well, through the mayor, I mean,
You're political on us.
I couldn't give an answer, but as I mentioned, because of the timelines, because of where we are in our project and the team we have with us already, I think we're in a pretty good position. But
so we could see almost this project coming in half for what we're looking at.
Through the mayor, if we were to, we applied for a certain amount. We hope if we are successful that we'll get that amount. It could be a different amount as well. But
that's fabulous. When would we hear if we were to receive anything?
Through the mayor, it's sort of a direct delivery that's going on right now. So some municipalities they're hearing sort of they're up until now they haven't been announcing. They're not waiting to announce. They're offering and announcing to individual municipalities. So we're hopeful within the next month that we would hear either way.
Okay, and one last question. Looking at the labor costs, our labor obviously are going to go up, and you've outlined it here. How many new jobs will be created with this project?
Through the mayor, so on the city side, currently we operate Chippewa Arena with 2 full-time employees. The change here will be increasing that to 6, so 4 additional unionized staff to operate on the operations side, 2 customer service representatives, so also on the union side working the front desk, customer service, and then 1 additional non-union supervisor.
So 6 in total.
So 7 in total.
7 total. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. And then Carrier and Strange.
There was the one question, actually I put in the wrong section, was about the design. It says the design was stress tested. What does that mean?
Through the mayor, with Christina mentioned some of the test fits. So stress tested meaning they looked at the project, the facility on the site, where it fit on the site, in coordination with the other park amenities, the street access, the neighbors. So that's sort of the test fit that happened with the project.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, it says that the report will be coming 4 times in the next 3 years. The report comes to the council. So what will the report be reporting? Is that everything that, how far we are in the budget, our contingency, how far we are? Will that report everything?
Yes, through the mayor, we'll provide a full update as to project status, with schedule, and also all the financial information as well.
And one request I have through you, Mr. Mayor, is we'll be able to make, I would say, our communication team make videos or pictures periodically to inform people how far we are on this project, because this is one of the biggest projects we will approve as a council. So,
yes.
And people are very involved in this, so if people can see it, then they can get excited for it too.
Sure. Through the mayor, we are working with the project team to have if this is approved, to have a construction camera on site, and then our communications team is fully on board. They've sort of already lining up things that if things get approved, that we get started with a lot of photos, videos, hopefully groundbreaking soon with everyone here, that type of thing. So we'll certainly have a lot of great feedback and be highlighting this project to the community as much as we can.
Thank you. And through Mr. Mayor, I have one question for Mr. Cielo. I know we didn't use the DC reserves, and I think that was a good conservative approach we took, but when the province and federal made the announcement that if we reduce DC charges, then they will be giving us grants or we'll be getting some kind of funding. Will we be able to use some of the funding to fund this project or no?
Through the mayor, no, the funding that they would, we have to submit specific projects that their funding would cover, and those projects have been submitted as part of our application. This was not one of the projects because it has to be tied specifically to housing creation. This is a replacement of an existing one, so it's not actually tied to housing enabled infrastructure. And yes, we are conservative here with it. There may be some DCs collected on that, and that'll just put us in a better positive position, but we didn't want to address the DC issue because of all the things that are up in the air.
So another question I had through that is, through you, Mr. Mayor, is any funding that we're looking into sponsorship or potential reserve funding, anything that falls short, will we be just taking debt or debentures for that funding?
Well, we hope, so we have received, and we do mention it there slightly, we have received an analysis on what we think we can get in sponsorship funding, and we would have to execute on that. That sponsorship funding is usually over a 10-year period. So if it's a $1 million naming right, it's $100,000 a year for 10 years. Again, we didn't factor that in at this current one, but that would just help, again, offset the cost. And as the one direction says, is that each year when we have a surplus, we want it, as staff will recommend, to use some of those surpluses over the next couple of years to reduce this thing to potentially the $34 to $38 million range at that point in time. So that would be $5 million less on the debenture. There is no plan to use any other existing reserves than what's already been identified, because that's what we've saved.
Okay, thank you. And the grant from provincial government, do we already have it in our hand?
No, we do not. But you know, once we build it, then we'll get that, and that'll come off of it. They want to see it built before they give us the money.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Terrio, Strange, Alden. Thank you, Worship. After seeing the funding model, and most of it's going to be paid for by local people, I'm hoping that we give the local business people, industries, suppliers, a really good opportunity to do work on this project, which usually opens the door for lots of sponsorships. About that? Huh?
So there's a Build Ontario requirement for this project, and we'll be having a Build Ontario framework design when we go to tender that out, because it was provincial funding of the $10 million. So there's a priority for all the suppliers to be either Ontario suppliers or Canadian suppliers.
Yeah, more local the better, and also. 40's coming from the locals, 10's coming from the province. Yep, should be a lot local. And Councillor Carrier mentioned sponsorship. Have we looked at naming and sponsorship as part of the budgeting, or that'll be kind of added afterwards?
So we have we've had a third party sort of provide a valuation of what they feel we could get for naming in this facility. I think it's listed in the report that approximately $2 million is what they feel we can get over a 10-year period. That wasn't factored into the numbers, but it was provided. So, you know, once if there's an approval, then we can look at, you know, the next step in a capital campaign.
So if Councillor Carrier wanted to call it the Carrier Center, I mean, it'd be $2 million. Okay, thank you for that.
10 years.
Yeah, it's a good deal. It's not that much. $500,000 a year. Councillor Strange, and then Baldinelli.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at the recommendation. I'm just wondering if, with recommendation number 4, with the council delegate authority to the CAO, if we could actually add the mayor's Jim Diodati to that as well. I know you've had a big part of this. You're heavily involved with getting the $10 million grant, so I think it's just good to have some political eyes with our CAO as well. And I know you've had a lot, especially with the grant, so I'd like to
So
add
you
that.
moving then the recommendations with that added in?
Exactly,
You're saying?
yeah.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Kira. Okay, we got that. Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Baldinelli.
Thanks, Rob. That was a great presentation. I just have a couple questions on the design. For the, between the gym and the arena, is that going to be similar to the Gale Center where you have the glass so you can view it from the white open area?
Through the mayor, yes, it is. So viewing into the rink and into the gymnasium.
With seating?
It's with seating and glass looking into both areas.
Okay, thank you. And with the field house as well, is that the vending area? Is that a viewable glass? Like, will you be able to view that area as well? I don't know, maybe by the wet change room and the dry change room?
Through the mayor, yes, there are a few areas that you will be able to see into the field house.
Perfect.
It won't be the same amount of glazing as you would see inside the rink or the gymnasium, but definitely we're going to provide viewing into the field house plus some spectator seating indoors as well.
So on the gym part of it, is it going to be, will there be seating indoors similar to like a high school where you fold out the benches and fold them out? Okay.
Yes,
I don't see it, so I'm just asking.
Yeah, through the mayor, the gymnasium will have seating. It's sort of like just like a high school gymnasium.
Right.
Not as high. We may have 2-3 rows of seating, but definitely enough seating. We've met with the user groups, and basketball would be a large user in this facility. So we spoke to each group and sort of asked, what do you need? We want to build a nice facility, nothing over the top, fairly basic, but what do you need in a facility? And so this gym it'll be a nice size high school gymnasium.
And just one last question on the percentage of usage for tournaments in all aspects, including the facility and the fields. Do you roughly know what percentage usage would be for tournaments based on what we have with the Gale Center and overflow, plus the fields like we used to have at Optimus Park, all that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any kind of idea, top of your head, 5-10%?
Through the mayor, that's a tough one. We do have, so as an example, we have 10 tournaments that take place out of Chippewa Arena. We have north of 40 at the Gale Center. A lot of the tournaments at the Gale Center, fill the 4 pads. But if we have a nice new facility, they're going to expand to 5 pads. Chippewa Arena is pretty limiting, especially for a tournament. A lot of our user groups don't want to send people from out of town out to Chippewa Arena in its current state. Right. Again, the locals do love the facility, but adding a 5th sheet, NHL size, with all the nice accessible amenities would certainly increase the amount of tournaments out there.
One last question.
Of course.
I'm interested is for the design aspect. Is there any in this facility, any in-floor heating anywhere? Is it all just?
No, currently there is not.
Was that ever thought of for efficiency?
No, not for this one. In terms of efficiency, we're looking at a hybrid type of system that introduces some heat pumps and things like that. But no, we haven't explored in-floor radiant heating on this one.
Is that worth exploring?
It's something, we can definitely look at. Yep, through the design development for sure.
Just last longer.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is that for outside you're talking about?
No, in your flooring. I mean, radiant heat is the most efficient way.
Oh,
to
I
heat.
see.
So instead of having something low in air, it radiates up and.
Because we've got the radiant in the outside sidewalks at the Gale Center. Are we looking at that incorporated into?
Yes, at the main entrances.
Oh, great. Okay.
You might as well do it inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something we can explore.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, no question through you. Great presentation. Councillor Carrier mentioned naming rights and sponsorship. James Cameron, I know the cute sign when you enter Chippewa mentions the home of James Cameron, but once it looks like this will pass tonight, I'd love to see staff or yourself reach out to him and his team before this gets a shovel in the ground, because I think there's a huge opportunity there to celebrate James Cameron and at the same time celebrate his ties to Chippewa. I think this is a perfect opportunity for it. So I just wanted to throw that idea out there as well.
Unless Councillor Carrier gets to it first, and then
well, you can have he can have the library. You can have the library.
Oh yeah. Any other questions or comments of council? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Carrier, that we approve the recommendations with an amendment to recommendation number 4. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Great presentation. Thank you very much. It's exciting times. Chippewa's going to get a $60 million arena for $8 when we're done with all these grants. That's great. Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone that was here for the presentation. Thank you. You guys can stick around. There's a whole other meeting going to happen. Feel free. Start the car. Okay, 7.3 is the Niagara chapter of the Order of Demole, Ontario. And we've got some presenters here who are going to address council. So yeah, if you'd like to come to the mic and introduce yourself. gentlemen, and we're all ears.
Thank you. Oops. So, how do I put this up?
Oh, there's a button on the right side.
Oh, thank you. Oh, there we go. Wow, it's the future. There we go. Oh.
Your camera.
All right. All right, there we go. This is a lot more comfortable. All right. So to Mayor Jim Diodati, members of the City Council, and all guests and people who are present, good afternoon. My name is Alejandro Espiritu. My nickname is Ali. To my right is Brother Adrian Mendoza. He is the senior counselor or the vice president of our chapter. And to my left is Brother Ian Diag Jr., who is one of our members. I am 20 years old and the current sitting master counselor or president of the Niagara chapter of DMLA. Our chapter was newly installed last year, which means I'm currently serving as one of the officers of our second term, and I am speaking at this very moment to introduce to all of you what the Order of DMLA is and our goals and plans for the future. To begin, DMLA is a youth-led organization composed of males aged 12 to 21 who focus on building leadership, civic responsibility, and community involvement among young men. We do so by volunteering in community service and outreach projects, as well as planning and organizing activities, both for fundraising purposes and the enjoyment of our community. Our main goal is to ensure that our men have good core values and principles, serves their community wholeheartedly, and give great importance to their families. In line with this, we have obligatory days, which are mandatory annual observances that we as members are required to participate in. They help instill our core values, one of which is patriotism, into our lives. One obligatory day that we observed is named My Government Day, an observation that allows our members to learn more about the functions, history, and civic duties of our government. As a chapter, we have decided to celebrate our first My Government Day by attending the council meeting today and observing discussions of matters concerning the falls. For the few hours that we have been here, we are certainly impressed and in awe, and coming here has made us all the more proud that we have very capable leaders like you who care for the betterment of our community. With that being said, we would like to express our gratitude to all of you for allowing us to witness today's meeting, and that we are very honored to be here. We would like to extend our thanks as well to Manager Carrie Campbell and Executive Assistant Emily Trapea for helping us with the technicalities and arranging for our attendance. We wouldn't have been here without their help. And now, without further ado, I would like to share me and my brethren's plans for the summer. Currently, as we speak, a few of our members are attending the annual Masonic Communications, a 2-day convention at Richmond Hill, promoting our chapter and DMLA as a whole, while keeping in touch with other fellow chapters and orders. Sometime after, we will actually be taking our leave to join them for the night and the next day. Afterwards, in the next few weeks, from August 1 to 2, we will take part in the Filipino Extravaganza at Fireman's Park, as we will be having our own booth and helping out as volunteers. Furthermore, in the last Saturday of August, or precisely August 29th, we will be officially hosting our first fundraiser of the year through a pickleball tournament. So I would like to ask everyone to continue spreading the word, and if you have any local businesses that are hopefully be able to sponsor us, I would love to have their contact info. And if the city council has any community events that needs volunteers and helpers, me and my brethren, the Niagara chapter, would very much be happy to help and take part in it, so as long as we can talk about it in our meeting. And speaking of meetings, as a matter of fact, on July 18th, which is this Saturday, and August 15th, which is the third Saturday, we have our stated meetings every third Saturday of the month, and those 2 dates are when our meetings will be. So we are always welcome to, much like how this council meeting is open, we're very welcome to invite other people to join in and see how our meetings work. And so yes, I would like to thank everyone for allowing us to be here. And that's it from us. If you have any questions or comments, you may do so, and we'd be happy to answer them to our best.
Thank you very much, Charlie. That was a great presentation. Do we have any questions of City Council? Well, I'm glad that you're engaged in the community. I know we're going to see you at the Extravaganza Festival for Filipino friends at Fireman's Park. That'll be a lot of fun.
Thank you.
And it's in giving you receive. So by volunteering, it's giving back to your community, and you end up fulfilling yourself. So we appreciate all that you're doing. You're a cause for good, and we look forward to seeing you around the community more, participating in many more events. So reach out for anything we can do to help you as well.
All right. Thank you so much, Mayor.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. And don't feel bad, you do not have to stick around here any longer. You've put in your duty. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day, everyone.
Thank you. Do we need to receive that? No? Okay. How's that? But he had a little twitch. He's got to get rid of the twitch. Okay, next up, 7.4, Carmen Jandu, Senior Associate Studio Manager, is going to address council on behalf of the QEW properties here seeking support. And you can lower that if you like.
Has to go down.
On the right side. On the right side.
This is it?
No. On the actual podium, it'll lower it.
So
yes.
much.
Is that better, KJ? Is that better?
Yeah. I noticed that when they lifted it, I was like, well, that's going to have to go back down.
Yeah, no problem. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. My name is Carmen Jandu. I am a land use planner with Arcadis based in Hamilton. I'm here appearing before you on behalf of QEW Mount Properties, Inc., who are my clients. They are the owners of approximately 34 acres of land at 0 Mewburn Road, located east of QEW and north of Mountain Road. We're here today on a specific request. We wanted to advise council firstly that my client wishes to submit an urban amendment application to redesignate their lands from escarpment rural to a designation that would permit urban development. The coordinated land use planning review is a legislative process that's held every 10 years and held by the province. This upcoming review period was first initiated in 2015. The next review period is anticipated to be announced in 2017. The review period is the only time where the province is going to be able to evaluate existing land use planning policy to ensure that they remain appropriate to today, balancing environmental, growth management, and agriculture and economic objectives. We are of the opinion that working collaboratively with the municipality is very important to any planning application. As a part of a future application package, we hope to include a resolution from council that is going to simply acknowledge that you are aware the application is coming from our client and to support the province in evaluating or considering an urban amendment application by our clients. Importantly, we are not seeking we're not seeking any development approval from council today. The resolution we're requesting is simply that the application, that the city confirm to the province that they're acknowledging the application and they have no objection to the application being submitted. To orient the council on where these lands are located, I'm just going to direct you to the screen. These lands are uniquely positioned in an area that's evolving in the city. Immediately surrounding the site is the Fireman's Park, which we heard a lot about the events that were happening there. We have existing residential to the south, the new Northwest Secondary Plan that's just at the west. We're right beside the QEW corridor, and we have some lands that are owned by the municipality shown in red on this plan, as well as existing trailer residential just shown in blue on this plan. Next slide, please. If you can go to the next slide. Thank you. This slide shows an overlay of the planned endorsed park improvements that's happening at Fireman's Park. It's planned to become a recreational trail and open space system. My client envisions their lands, which are identified as their subject lands, as a recreational focused community destination that would complement all the uses that are happening at Fireman's Park. There's commercially zoned lands already existing to the south. We have the QEW, and this whole quadrant of the city has already been kind of identified as a recreational focused area of the city with the new golf course that's being developed just west of this site as well. The vision would provide a year-round recreational opportunity. It would provide tourism uses, retail services, employment opportunities, and community amenities that would support the city's growth objectives. This is an opportunity to create the gateway at this location that will strengthen Niagara Falls. We believe there's a compelling planning rationale in considering these lands as well. The draft city official plan identifies this area as a strategic growth area and corridor intended to accommodate future population and employment growth. The planned mixed-use center already exists immediately to the south, and the subject lands are adjacent to existing and planned urban uses. As a result, the lands represent a very logical extension to the city and urban structure and an opportunity to support the broader vision for the city. This is exactly the type of strategic question that the Provincial Coordinated Land Use Planning Review is designed to evaluate. And to be clear, Council today is not being asked to approve a development proposal. Rather, we are requesting that Council provide a resolution acknowledging my client's intent to submit the urban amendment application and that they have no objection to the province considering these lands in the forthcoming review process. I'd like to reiterate that the future development proposal would remain subject to the requirements of the Planning Act, municipal planning approvals, technical studies, agency review, public consultation, and the council's decision-making authority will be intact. Nothing that prejudices those decisions. In closing, we believe these lands warrant consideration through the province's upcoming review process. We appreciate your time today for listening to our request, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jandu. We've got Councillor Lococo first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To our speaker, thank you so much for attending. I'm a little confused with this because we just have maps and I didn't know exactly what you were doing until you spoke to it, so I was a little confused about the process. I'm just wondering about if we can hear from our planning staff about this process and should we not refer this to our staff? I'm not comfortable making a decision because I don't really know what we're doing here. I would refer to our staff.
Yeah, we can get Ms. Dolch to weigh in. Ms. Dolch.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So, from what I understand, Ms. Jandu's asking is again, it's an NEC process, a Niagara Escarpment. It's a provincial body, so it overrides any of our planning authorities in the city. So, again, the NEC is a separate entity. Even with our new draft official plan, we are recommending that there's no underlying designation in the city of Niagara Falls and that it remains solely with the NEC because they do have overriding jurisdiction over anything we do.
Okay, thank you. So that being said, would our staff recommend us acknowledging with no objections?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to the councillor. Entirely up to you, but again, we don't have jurisdiction. So again, they're asking for you to consider that they go to the Escarpment Commission and ask for an urban area here. It's really ultimately up to the Escarpment Commission, not up to the municipality. Obviously you've heard their arguments that it's close to the rest of the urban center, but it is just outside our boundary at this point.
Yes, it is outside the urban boundary. I'll put a motion forward for our staff to write a recommendation. I don't feel comfortable in acknowledging and saying
But
there's no
I don't think she
objection.
has a recommendation. I think that's what she said. I don't know. Like what would
That would be the report. I would rather see that come from our planning department than council.
Do you want to first hear from everybody
Sure,
just
yes.
before we
Thank you.
figure that out? Maybe you just get a little insight. Do we have any other questions either for Ms. Jandu or comments? Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and perhaps through you to the presenter. Is there a resolution that you're looking for us to pass today? Like, is there something formalized? Is it just a motion? And would it be the motion that's in our agenda? That's just the one question that I have. Like, the only thing that I can see is it says they are seeking council support for the submission and consideration of an urban amendment application through the next coordinated provincial review of the Niagara Escarpment Plan.
Yes.
So is that in essence what you're looking for? You're looking for just a motion to approve that wording?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we understand, just to give you some background on why the request has come to council today, we understand that the next coordinated review, which is due to be announced in 2017, is going, Sorry, 27, sorry, I'm back in the past. Sorry, 2017 when was the last review was ended, 2027 is when we anticipate the next review to come. These are 10-year reviews, so this is the only opportunity we have. We understand from dialogue with the Niagara Escarpment Commission that they're hoping to decrease the length of the process, because the first process was 2 years, and they're going to establish kind of an eligibility requirement. So then they want to know, like, okay, are these lands eligible for consideration? What we're asking for you today, and I don't have a resolution, I apologize, written up for this, is really just for the council to acknowledge that they're aware of our intent to put in the application, but you're not making a decision on the development process. It is that we're just putting in an application. This application, as a part of the coordinated review, will be circulated to the municipality as a part of that process as well. And it's just really our first step into the gateway so that we would show eligibility for these lands to be considered in a future application.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. If I still have the floor, then
Yes.
through you to the presenter. So instead of saying then that you're looking for council to support, would it be okay to say that council does not object to the submission of an application?
I think that would
be
be
difficult. It is difficult for us, to have that word support in there with not being able to hear from our staff what their opinions on it. And I understand it's a little bit outside of their area because it falls under the Niagara Escarpment Commission. But I think it would be easier for council to understand if we were in a position where we didn't object to the submission being made by your client.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and that's an excellent suggestion, Councillor. Having that correspondence, just that the municipality doesn't object to the application, would also be similarly acceptable. And really, we're trying to be proactive with the application. We want to work with the municipality in a potentially new community, a community-centered recreational facility that we hope to have, draw regional and local residents and visitors to. So in that collaboration, this is the reason why we're here proactively asking, advising council about our application and hoping to work with staff and council with respect to, what the future land use is this? What's the appropriate land use, and is this an appropriate location for a settlement? So a very long way of saying that an acknowledgement that the application has been brought forward to council and that the council doesn't object is also acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carrier.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, Kira, I couldn't hear exactly what you were saying, but did you not say we're not supporting any other applications at this time? Did you say, what did you say to Lori? That we're not?
Thank you, Your Worship, and who knows what I just said, but no, I'm joking. No, and generally what our comment is that this isn't an NEC area. It's outside of our jurisdiction.
Right.
The NEC makes decisions on the applications in this area, not us. In our new official plan, we are not designating underneath these lands. It's entirely up to the NEC to make a decision on any application within the NEC area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing no more, Councillor Pietrangelo, did you want to put that forward?
Yeah, Your Worship, I mean, if it's a motion that you're looking for, I would just simply make a motion saying that council are aware and are not opposed to the submission and consideration of an urban amendment application, and then the rest of the wording is there.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Okay. Moving along. We're doing okay. Actually, we're early now.
Your Worship, next on the agenda would be the planning public meetings, but we advertised for those to start at 3 p.m. So I would suggest that we move to reports. We do have Mr. Joel Miller, consultant from K-Smart Engineering, to present to council about the municipal drain overview. And it might be a good idea to do items 9.1 and 9.2 before we move on to the planning matters.
Okay, yes, Councillor Lococo?
Sorry, I just sent you a message.
Me?
Yes, two residents that are involved in these reports are unable to be here, and they asked to defer it again. I know it got deferred twice because Councillor Carrio wasn't here, but they're unable to be here. There was Cliff Ballinger, Darcy Venus, and a gentleman named Chris who can't be here. And
I think they're gonna be okay with the direction, what I'm hearing. So, well, we'll have to, since Councillor Carrio lives out there and understands it, and,
Well, there's a couple of people that texted that they can't, texted me that they couldn't be here. They just did not ask for it to be put off. Are you talking about the drainage?
yeah.
yeah,
I mean, I'm sure.
like Cliff Ballinger?
Cliff
And
Ballinger.
Darcy couldn't be here.
Darcy couldn't be here.
No,
and
he
a
can't be here, so if
person,
they,
Chris.
I'm sure they won't mind.
Yeah.
I'm
that's
sure
what
that's
I
not gonna
thought.
change
Okay,
Mr. Nichols'
that's what
mind.
he texted me, so. I'm
Okay,
just telling you.
okay.
This meeting's a half marathon, but August 11th's a full marathon.
Yeah, exactly. You're
Can't
right.
be any worse than today.
Oh, yeah, hold your breath on that one.
So did you want to go ahead and introduce this then, Mr. Clerk, or just? Eric? Okay, okay. So we'll
Yeah.
go to our General Manager of Municipal Works.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've invited our drainage engineer, Joel Miller from KSmart, to come and give council a brief overview of municipal drains. This is in response to Councillor Carrio's motion. It also is timely due to the active work at the Union Marsh drain. Just for clarification, the city's role in municipal drains is to be the custodian or administrator. We do not have a drainage engineer on staff. We have a drainage superintendent. And so we rely on these drainage experts, which are hired at the request of the drain holders or the drainage landowners within the drain. So he's here representing them more than he's representing anyone else. And I'd ask him to come up, and he has a slideshow that we can put up on the projector for you, and then we have a few financial considerations at the end of the slideshow that our treasurer will speak about.
Okay, thank you.
We probably could do that, Your Worship, if we wanted to stall off having a decision till the next meeting, we could hear all the information.
Oh, or you could just do it all here. So-
Okay.
Vic, can you come down? Okay. All right, so we're going to call up Joel Miller. Is Joel here? Okay, yeah, welcome. If you want to introduce yourself, Councilor Pietrangelo is going to chair this part of the meeting for the next little bit.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council for this opportunity to just share briefly an overview of the Drainage Act, municipal drains that are, as Eric mentioned, under your custody or under your stewardship. And I'll aim to keep my comments as direct and to the point as possible, and then have some time for discussion and questions at the end. And am I the clicker slide advancing person here, or is there someone else doing that? Okay, very good. So that opening slide just provides an overview of where municipal drains throughout the province of Ontario are located. And in total, there's almost over 51,000 kilometers of these things throughout the province. So it's a system that's been built up over quite some time, and it's quite extensive. And roughly 20% of the total length of the road network in Ontario in terms of overall comparison. So what we want to cover today, a bit of background related to the Drainage Act, and again, this all arises from the discussion here that was had here at Council in March. A quick overview of the drains that are part of the City of Niagara Falls stewardship, an explanation of what the typical process is for municipal drain maintenance, and then a bit of commentary related to cost recovery, and then some time for questions. All right. So this term municipal drain is one that's often used to refer to drainage works that are built under the Drainage Act. So it would exclude private drainage schemes, but it is a handy term that's different from storm sewer, for example, which we're all aware of as being oftentimes under streets. But a municipal drain can be anything from a pipe to a creek to a dug ditch through a farm field. The legislation dates back to the mid-1800s, and the Drainage Act is a framework that looks after this infrastructure from A to Z, so to speak. So from when a project is started, because someone needs improved drainage, through the entirety of its life cycle and beyond. And there's cost recovery mechanisms all the way along provided under the Drainage Act just to illustrate, because I think oftentimes when we talk about the Drainage Act or municipal drains, folks have a preconceived idea in their mind of what that may or may not entail. These are 4 example municipal drain projects that have been worked on by our company in the last number of years, 2 to 3 years. So everything from a stream bank stabilization project in an agricultural area in the top left near Kincardine, Regional Waterloo urban storm sewer construction, also under the Drainage Act, interestingly. Swim ponds, and then installation of a pipe drain through a farm field near Stratford in the bottom right. So all sorts of things can be built under the Drainage Act as it relates to drainage. In terms of the drains that are here in the city of Niagara Falls under your jurisdiction, there are 5, and they're listed there, along with a term that we often will use, the governing report year. So when was there most recently an engineer's report prepared for this municipal drain, which then that engineer's report is adopted by bylaw and becomes the framework that governs the maintenance and function of that system going forward throughout its life. The length and the total hectares as well are all shown there. And there are a couple of municipal drains, especially in the north part of the municipality, that drain north into Niagara-on-the-Lake. So there's always, gravity is not a respecter of municipal boundaries necessarily, right? So we have water coming into the city of Niagara Falls and water leaving as well. So again, a bit more information related to current activity on these 5 municipal drains. The red text refers to drainage work recently completed through a recent engineer's report for Boyers Creek and the Young Drain. And then the 3 rows that use black text, Union Marsh, Tea Creek, and St. John's Marsh Drain, either don't have any maintenance work going, or they have recently completed or have ongoing maintenance activities. And the location of these catchments are shown with those shaded areas in the map. So the base map there was prepared by staff, and I've added some arrows and those catchment different colored polygons to illustrate the land area that these systems serve. And we'll talk more about that shortly in a couple of slides. And then the shaded area would be your urban boundary in the center. So outside the urban boundary, what you can see is that roughly half of the remaining land area outside of the urban boundary sits in a municipal drain watershed. The other half does not sit in a municipal drain watershed. So on now to the typical process for drain maintenance. So if we don't maintain things, why build them? That's always a challenge with infrastructure, right? So since municipal drains are a user pay system, and the average landowner within that catchment has agency to ensure that it be maintained and function the way it needs to function, there is a mechanism in the Drainage Act where any landowner, whether they live in the watershed or not, whether they're assessed on it or not, or council, at council's initiative, can just decide this is a drain that hasn't been maintained in quite some time and needs to be looked after, right? So that first bullet is quite significant when it comes to how maintenance is initiated. That being said, quite a bit of the time, maintenance is only undertaken in response to landowner requests. Municipality has a duty to get going within 45 days. Doesn't mean maintenance has to be done within 45 days, but action needs to have started within 45 days under the Drainage Act. And the key thing that happens when a project gets started is you look at your governing report and you say, is this governing report and the assessments in it close enough to the circumstances that existed at the time the governing report was prepared for it to be used to bill out the costs now? Or have we had eight new subdivisions and all kinds of land severances and land use changes have transpired in the time since that report was first prepared till present day? And if so, then perhaps a new report ought to be put together before maintenance is undertaken. And then in terms of construction, it's the standard stuff. Figure out what you got to do, get the agency approvals you need, and do the work. And then at the end of a maintenance project under the Drainage Act, there are, through the bylaw and the engineer's report, mechanisms for cost recovery of those costs that are fronted by the municipality. So you add up all your costs, you pull out your levy bylaw, and you send bills to landowners. And for certain Agricultural properties, there may be grant that's available through the province, and that can be applied for separately. So circling back to sort of what brings me here today was that conversation that happened there in late March that asked for a review of fee structure options pertaining to rural ditching and drainage on private property. And I think one of the key points I'd like to raise or just point out this afternoon is that each drain report for the 5 municipal drains under your jurisdiction already has that fee structure. So that's a built-in requirement of the Drainage Act, and that fee structure already exists through those bylaws. So that's, I guess, one aspect of that conversation. The fee structure already exists. And another thing I'll just mention, when we are talking about drain maintenance, we are on this little flow chart, we are living in the box on the right-hand side of the slide. So we're doing maintenance under Section 74 of the Act. There have been many things earlier in the process that have already transpired. There was already an engineer's report put together. Through that process, under the Drainage Act, all landowners have already had an opportunity to file appeals and ask for changes to the contents of that report. Council has already adopted the report through a bylaw, and the thing actually got built under that governing report. So there's lots of steps that have already transpired before we get to a maintenance project. And so it's important to keep that context in mind when we're thinking about cost recovery and appeals and input from landowners. So in terms of cost recovery alternatives, like I've said a few times, we typically will assess maintenance cost through the bylaw that was established through the process of the Drainage Act. And it's a user pay system that's built in as a public-private partnership long before the acronym came to be, so to speak. Roads, railroads, utilities, public lands, nonprofit lands, for-profit lands, private, residential, all of these types of properties are served. There are a number of municipalities here in recent years, this business of stormwater utilities being a mechanism to provide a way to raise funds to look after stormwater infrastructure in a sustainable way. Stormwater utilities are sometimes used. They're not, as I understand it, not used here in the city of Niagara Falls, but they do exist as an option. There are municipalities that have stormwater utilities that side by side with that stormwater utility, within their jurisdiction, they have a whack of municipal drains as well. And there's no intrinsic conflict between the two of them. There has been some input clarification, I guess, from the minister in April of 2026, prohibiting application of stormwater fees to agricultural and managed forest lands. But the application of the Drainage Act voluntarily limited to areas outside the urban boundary. So there's a bit of a, so these are just options when it comes to cost recovery when municipal drain maintenance needs to happen. You assess them for the Drainage Act. Perhaps you have a stormwater utility and there's a bit of a blended approach. Or this other alternative that's been discussed, which would be selective cost recovery or no cost recovery. So it's highly unusual for there not to be any kind of cost recovery or assessments to landowners. There was a question back in March, if I go to the next slide here, related to who are the numbers of folks that would be affected by this question of drain maintenance cost recovery and assessments based on the existing bylaws. So again, if we just look at land area, I was not in a position to be able to quantify the number of residents affected, but from a land area standpoint, 41% of the city is within the urban boundary, leaving that roughly 60% of the land area being outside the urban boundary. And of that, basically, it's 28% of the land within the city is within a municipal drain catchment. So you're serving, a sizable chunk of the city of Niagara Falls finds itself within the catchment of a municipal drain. And then in the rural area, roughly half of your rural landowners are not serviced by municipal drains. So I think it's quite important to ponder the fairness question to all ratepayers across the municipality when thinking about implementing cost recovery approaches that are different from what's laid out in the Drainage Act. So I trust what I've shown there in terms of those percentages is fairly straightforward. Again, in your rural areas, half are already assessed into a municipal drain and half are not. Doesn't mean they never would be. In that 31% of the rural area that's not within a municipal drain watershed, there could be a new petition for a new municipal drain that comes in the door tomorrow or next month or next year. And instead of having 5 municipal drains under your jurisdiction, if we have this conversation in a few years, you could have 8 or you could have 10. It just is all a function of landowner interest and initiative and the way those systems are built over time. So from a cost recovery, additional considerations, a few questions that I've put together. If the city pays for drain maintenance, then there would be a bit of an interesting question to pose, which would be why not pay for construction of new municipal drains? Both of these activities provide improved drainage infrastructure, whether you're maintaining what you have or building something new. And then you end up in a bit of a real quandary over what types of new municipal drains would the city underwrite. If a farmer whose field tends to flood comes forward and says, I need a new municipal drain, would that be eligible for reimbursement? Or if a developer says, I need a sufficient outlet and a legal outlet across a couple downstream properties to get to a large receiving water course for my swim pond to flow to, would that be the type of project that the city would want to be involved in? That's not something I've seen anywhere. So in any case, these are just a few questions that I put together for consideration when it comes to fairness, consistency of application, and then there's, I suppose, the relative weight of, I understand that there's precedent here in the city of Niagara Falls for covering the cost of landowner assessments under drain reports. That is ultimately council's option, so to speak. It's been done in the past. My role here today is to provide information as to what typical practice is. And one of the important considerations I think that ought to be part of the conversation is what's the relative weight of precedent and informal policy versus statute law and municipal bylaws. That'd be something for you to think about. And there was, I guess, in November of 2024, an item, council approval funding by external contributions from benefiting property owners in the watershed, including the city. And I believe that was a report that was in relation to the ongoing Union Marsh drain maintenance project. And then the other thing I will say is, if any particular drain's assessment schedule needs to be updated for whatever the reasons may be, council has the option at any time to initiate an updated governing report for that drain. So if there's a prevailing sentiment that the governing report for a municipal drain is out of date or has errors that need to be corrected, it would be council's option to initiate an update to that report at any time. And the qualifying comments I'll make in that regard would be that new report is going to be subject to a few things. Under Section 11 of the Drainage Act, the engineers are required to exercise independent judgment. So the 5 drains that you have on the books right now arose through reports where an engineer used their unbiased third-party view with experience as drainage engineers to assess those costs. There is that component of independent judgment that's a duty of the engineer. There's the Standard Drainage Act process where everyone involved has an opportunity to appeal, including the city. And, as I've written here, an almost 0% chance of universal happiness, because these projects are built in relationally intensive projects. There are folks involved, it's private land involved. We are following gravity. And if gravity wants to run across private land, in most circumstances, we are following the water the way it often has gone for centuries and longer. And so we are interfacing with lots of private landowners, and everyone has different ideas. And so a new engineer's report wouldn't necessarily be a guarantee that everyone will come out the other end of that process equally happy.
No one's happy.
Exactly. And I often tell folks, as I'm working on active reports, so in contrast to the Union Marsh project now, which is a maintenance project, just basically cleaning the drain out to the way it was designed and building it out with the existing assessment schedules in the governing bylaw. But when I'm doing reports for new drains or improving new drains, I say to folks in the room, at the end of this meeting, I will have done my job if you are all equally unhappy with my decisions, because it's important for there to be fairness. And obviously, I try to make everyone happy, but that just doesn't work the way human relations are what they are. So in any case, with that, I'll wrap up my comments. And if there are any questions about what I've said, I'll do the best I can to entertain those.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Miller. Let me see if there's any questions of council. Any questions of the speaker, Councillor Baldinelli?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, or through you, Mr. Council.
Okay.
Are landowners provided any options versus the city hiring a contractor to do any of the work, instead of letting it go to the point where it did, where it has gone?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I'm comparing it, if I live in a residential area, I pay for my water, wastewater, or wastewater, you would call it, right? And then the house next door pays the same rate, and then the house next door pays the same rate, and then the other guy who has, 3 hectares and has 1 or 2 houses on it pays the same rate.
Mm-hmm.
So with this, the cost for larger properties increases dramatically. Now, and then obviously there's profitability built into the contractor doing the work.
Mm-hmm.
So is there any way going forward or even now providing options for the landowners to actually maintain it or do the work themselves, some of it a lot nicer than what's done now,
mm-hmm.
so that they can reduce the cost to them? Like, if it's costing one person $8,000 and another person $500, the $8,000 probably would only cost him a couple grand to do the work.
Mm-hmm.
Like, had we ever considered providing those options to them? That's my question.
Excellent. No, that's a very good question. And what I would say is, in this particular case, the scope of the maintenance project had been put together through a review of the condition of the drain by a different firm, and whether there were options presented to landowners as to whether or not they could maintain their portion of the drain themselves and then receive some kind of credit for doing that work. To my knowledge, that was not done. For a project of this scale, that would be highly unusual, simply because what I will say is I am aware of some smaller, very rural municipalities that will allow landowners to be engaged in cleaning out the drain on their own property in a way to save cost. You end up it becomes a challenge because it's a gravity-driven system. And so if a landowner in the middle of the system cleans out the ditch perfectly, the downstream folks say, well, we want the same monetary discount, so we'll do it ourselves, but they don't meet the design grade in the report, well, then the system won't work. And so we generally look at doing the clean out in a holistic way, top to bottom. Your question, though, is a good one. I think where it becomes complicated is on the implementation side, and it's a good question. To answer the question, in this case, there were not options provided.
So what I'm saying is today, and all councillors have been involved, the homeowners or owners of the areas have contacted us, and we've gone down and looked at everything.
Yeah.
And they are all one. So my understanding is, and then they have all the knowledge and equipment to be able to do something like that. So I'm thinking maybe, that option should have been provided. They probably can do a better job. Maybe not in all areas, but if they work together as one, they can save a lot of costs and get, what they'll do is continuously maintain it, so it never ever gets out of, not 20 years from now, not 15 years from now, the continuation. Therefore, it runs as designed. Like nature's nature's nature, right?
Yeah, this is true.
And so, like I think my understanding is that some downstream user was not part of the actual drain, made the initial complaint, and it all worked backwards. I'm not sure exactly how it all initiated.
Yeah.
But I think consultation in the future for all the other drains is to maybe, start now and consult with say, this is eventually going to have to happen.
Yep.
What do you guys think about it? Do you want to do maintenance?
Yep.
Maybe some of the larger areas that you need specialized equipment. Okay.
Yep.
We contract it out, but something like that. So that way we don't have everybody coming and fighting. Just my opinion.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the other sort of component of sort of implementing that approach to a drain maintenance project would involve the procurement bylaw that you have, right? And what are the requirements of that as it relates to municipal infrastructure under the municipality's jurisdiction, and then costs being incurred by land, that you can imagine Mr. Hatfield is running the excavator to clean out the property on his, the drain on his property. Is any portion of his cost going to be assessed to Mrs. McCoy, who's upstream of him? And if you have the Hatfields and the McCoys in the watershed, it can also be challenging. But certainly, no, I hear exactly what you're saying. And related to the person who initially requested this, as I put in one of my slides, under the Drainage Act, any person can request for drain maintenance to be initiated. Yep, but great points.
Okay, just on that issue, Councillor, I have Mr. Burgess that wants to comment, and then I think there's a couple more slides that staff are going to present.
Yeah, Mr. Miller has far more expertise on this, but there is the potential for private drain agreements which operate outside a municipal drain agreement. And I think there is a process that if everyone was consenting to it, you can convert it back. You can unwind the municipal drain, and I'm not going to, this is outside my knowledge. The challenge always is, though, your group today may all be good, but then there's sales of properties. And then does the new owner maintain, and does the new owner ask to go back to a municipal drain agreement? And so that's always a challenge. But I did work in Norfolk that we would a lot of times encourage private drain agreements, especially between agricultural organizations or large farms, because they were able to manage it more efficiently and and they didn't like the government bureaucracy. So a lot of times if you can get enough of them to agree to it, we kept it as a private drain agreement. But just in case if I did anything wrong, Mr. Miller, you can correct me on that, but that is something we can look at if there was a consensus among the property owners. And as the road manager, you have to always remember, as the road authority, we're always assessed a portion of all these drains because we always drain into it. And generally, we just consent to what goes there. So, and if there was a private drain agreement, we could participate in a private drain agreement and pay our allocated portion of that also.
Yep. Nothing further.
Okay, I'm going to go to Ms. Clark right now. I think there's a couple more slides that are part of the presentation. Then I'll come back to council and ask if there's any more questions.
Thank you. Can I just ask you to advance the slides, or Sam, can you advance the slides, please? Thank you. So, as Mr. Miller pointed out, council asked staff to look at the fee structure, and before we consider any decisions that might not follow the recommendations of the Drainage Act, we just wanted to make sure that we considered some of the financial considerations. We want to ensure council has all the additional information necessary to make the decision, and staff's main concern is taxpayer fairness, and specifically fairness to taxpayers within the urban service area. If you could go to the next slide, please. So we touched on this in the budget, especially because we had such a focus in this year's budget on increasing maintenance related to storm management and sidewalks. So we have an urban service area levy. It has 3 areas in it. Stormwater management, the remaining transit costs, which are minimal, and sidewalks. These costs are only levied on taxpayers within the urban service area. They are not levied on rural taxpayers. This has been forever. Since I've been here, we've had this levy. I think it goes back to 1960. If we can go to the next slide, please. So we'll see that in the rural area, or outside the USA, so USA is urban service area, in that column you can see the total city levy taxes for the average taxpayer. There's almost $72 less than within the urban service area, and that's because you're not paying for those storm sidewalks and that little remainder of transit in the rural area. The storm costs specifically on the previous slide, they relate, actually it wasn't on the slide, but it's in the report, in the memo at the back. It was about $23 of that $71 relates to the storm costs. So we just wanted to point out, if we're going to make a decision not to follow the Drainage Act and assess these on the properties, that's fine, but perhaps the most fair decision is not to levy it on all taxpayers, because the rural service area has never ever paid for the urban's drainage. So why would the urban payers pay for the rural drainage? Perhaps we should be looking at creating a rural levy. And if we did that, we've done the math on that. If you had $1 million rural levy, which wouldn't be constant, I guess you would have $1 million this year or next year to cover these costs. Perhaps it would go back to zero the following year until there are more costs. If you had $1 million for the rural service area, it'd be about $361 on the average assessed home on their taxes for that year. But like I said, it would be a levy that would fluctuate on an as-needed basis. So that's our main concern is the taxpayer fairness, that we hopefully don't make a decision that makes the urban taxpayers pay for the rural drainage. That's all we wanted to add.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Clark. Any questions of Ms. Clark? Okay. So seeing none, Mr. Clerk, next direction here.
As your worship, there was a report also with that, MW 202613. I believe it was just to receive for information, so you could get a motion there.
Okay, so we can get a motion, Councillor Newesteg, second by Councillor Strange, that we receive the overview presentation. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Keep walking me, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, and then I think it would be appropriate just to finish off with 9.2 before we move on to planning matters.
Okay. So there's a recommendation that we receive 9.2 report. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Newesteg. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous as well.
Your worship.
Yes. Councillor Peter.
Just a question, was council ever going to get into the discussion of who's going to actually pay for the drain?
So
was that part of one of the reports that just went through?
Yeah. Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. As you've already made a decision to have those costs levied to the taxpayer, our recommendation is that these reports are received for information. So the default position is that we follow the Drainage Act and that the costs get levied to the taxpayer. If you want to make a different motion, that's it's not, staff aren't going to put that forward because we feel the best recommendation is to stick with the Drainage Act assessment process.
Okay. I've always been opposed to that process, Your Worship, so maybe I can just be opposed to the motion.
Okay, so which is the motion that we, pardon me?
The motion is to leave it alone, I guess. If we just receive the file, it's not to change what we have. Right?
And that would mean that the individual landowner can.
That's what they're saying.
Maybe I can help clarify.
Yeah, could you?
Yeah, sorry, if council wanted to reverse, like the challenge for staff is council already decided on it. Staff can never suggest to council to reconsider a prior decision. So if council wanted to reconsider a prior decision, there's a reconsideration process that you would have to follow for that. Staff can't put council change your mind on this in a report. It's but that's why a councillor needs to rise on that if they want to change their previous decision. They have to invoke the reconsideration process, and that's not a staff process to do. That's a council process to do. Just so that I think there's some confusion there. I'm just trying to give some advice.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I mean, I was opposed at the very beginning, so it's not me that can make a motion to reconsider. So I understand that, so I will just simply vote against the report. If someone else wants to stand up and motion that we reconsider, I'll definitely support that. But I can't be the one because I was originally opposed. That's all.
Okay. Did you want to speak? Councillor Carrier.
Your Worship, it becomes difficult because of what we've just seen from the presentation. I don't agree, I'm like Councillor Pietrangelo, I don't agree with it either, but I don't know how to fix it. I don't know whether we say if we reallocate the cost, it's not fair then to the people in the urban area. So I don't know what would be better. I obviously am not, there's a lot of people that are unhappy with the way it is. I'm not sure I know exactly how to fix it and make it better.
Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is very complex. So specifically for the Union Marsh drain, when the application was put in under the Drainage Act, like Councillor Baldinelli said, that there was the whole drainage, someone put in a request at one end and there was no issues at the other end. So when the drainage application went forward, they put the work from point A to point B and there was a cost to it. The people at one end said, the drain doesn't need fixing. Why are you going to touch it? A, for cost, and B, why bother doing the work? So then the discussion said, well, we don't need it. Okay, we'll remove it. But then the cost didn't change. They still had to pay the same amount that they were paying before, so that didn't make sense. This is very confusing. So if you remove work out of that whole drainage, why would it not change? So that was part of it. And then I just want to read you one of the texts that that Darcy sent, and I'm trying to wrap my head around this. He said, the most important point is the total amount that residents, not the total of projects themselves, would have been responsible for over the last 85 years or so. I think it's such a trivial amount for the city in comparison to our individual assessments. Does that make sense?
I think he's saying the amount in the big scheme of our budget, it's not big for the drainage, but yet here we pay for sewers, there they pay for drains.
But for 85 years, they haven't paid, so now they need work, so they're saying to pay. So I'm just trying to bring forward what he's suggesting.
Our CAO would like to comment.
Thank you.
Yeah, so for the other 85 years for the urban taxpayers, they've been paying $27 a month or whatever the drainage amount is. And so yes, they haven't paid, but everyone else pays kind of on a monthly or annual basis for the overall system. And there is ways to do it under the Drainage Act requires for payments to be made when the work is done, because there is no mechanism to do kind of a monthly draw. We could potentially take a look at that, but that's how the Drainage Act works. And there is an assessment to the landowners, no different than, and there's an assessment to urban, even in a rural setting, urban taxpayers are still paying for it because we are the urban have to pay for the road authority portion of it. So there's always been payments. And if you wanted to go the other way and be like urban taxpayers, you would set an amount that says, okay, well, over the next 20 years, we're going to spend $20 million, so we're going to go raise $1 million a year to pay for drainage issues in the rural area. And that is one alternative to do it outside the Drainage Act. It doesn't necessarily stop the use of the Drainage Act, just to be clear, because anyone can petition. It's a provincial act. Anyone can petition a new drain. That's where staff get concerned. If council takes a position where we're just going to pay for municipal drains, you have unlimited exposure at that point in time because anyone can petition. And I know I live in a condo, and even though it's in the urban area, I can, in theory, still petition under the Drainage Act, even in an urban area. And we've just got assessed for $100,000 for drainage improvement on our properties. And I might say, hey, listen, I want a municipal drain person to come in, and we actually have an engineer report on the drainage who's assessing the cost to each of the condo owners. But what would stop me from doing that, going forward? Because yes, instead of me paying for my portion in my property, I'd love to spread it over the taxpayers also. To say, well, we've never paid for it, well, I would say, well, yes, you've been lucky you haven't paid for it. Everyone else has been paying for it for 85 years. So it might, it might not sound great, but there's an equitability or fairness to the taxpayer in that. And as I said, from staff's point of view, council can decide what they want to do. We just think the people who benefit from the services should also have to pay for those services, and those costs shouldn't just transfer to people who don't have any benefit from it. So if council wants to take a stand that says, okay, we don't really like the Drainage Act and how it's been allocated, we'll figure out a different way to allocate it, that's fine. If council wants to say, we'll eat this one, and now there's been a bit of a tradition, that's council's direction. We can eat the cost. But it doesn't go away. Every taxpayer is going to get hit with that cost. And so, you can divide up the cost any way you want. Staff will take the direction. Staff's only concern is, fairness and long-term exposure of the decisions that are made. There's a reason why, the Drainage Act has been around for 100 and some odd years. It's worked in every other municipality in Ontario. People might not like it, but no one's found a better way to do it. And that's the reality. And it's no different than no one likes the assessment of taxes and water and sewer bills. It's the best thing we've got. And no one comes up and gives me a high five for the assessment of my taxes or water charges, but that's how we live with it. So, like I said, staff is only here to say we'll work with council how you think it's best to deal with this, and kind of go forward. We're just concerned with we don't want to take off too big of a bill, and everyone's sitting here 3 or 4 years from now saying, hey, what did we get into here? So that's the challenge, and we'll take whatever direction is possible.
Okay, thank you. And just to recap so I understand, the Provincial Drainage Act, people can still apply for it no matter how the city decides to deal with it, whether who's paying for it, partial payment, rural, urban, or whatever. Are there any other municipalities that have come up with a different model? I know you said that everybody's on the Drainage Act, but has anybody else come up with something different?
Mr. Miller's probably better. My experience with significant municipal drains is we encouraged people to move to private drain agreements, and that seemed to work better. Property owners with a good engineer figured out their own solutions, and they controlled the process, which is what they liked. And so that would be, and to be quite honest, when some people come to talk to me about it, that's what I try to encourage, because I, like Mr. Miller, say you can go the Drainage Act route, but you're not guaranteed you're going to be happy with it, and I could almost guarantee people are not going to be happy with it. I don't give the 0%. I kind of try to modify it. Hopefully Mr. Miller can make some people happy, but I don't think there has been a better solution. And like I said, if there was a better solution, the Drainage Act would have changed and other people would have adopted it. But I don't know if Mr. Miller, your experience has been any other.
Have any agricultural organizations or any bodies approached the provincial government from changing this? Is this something that's on the table and maybe they will, or is it never going to happen, or what's going on?
Like I said, from a agricultural community that Norfolk was, it's the most diversified agricultural area in Ontario. A slight plug out to the folks in Norfolk County. They're very, it's usually the farmers there are very knowledgeable of the Drainage Act. They've lobbied for certain particular changes in the Drainage Act, but they use it with their knowledge when they apply, when they don't apply, when they seek for a private agreement. They may sometimes withdraw their petition once they get the drainage report and go figure out a different way. So the agricultural community generally are pretty good experts in the Drainage Act when they're knowledgeable, because they must drain their land and they try to figure out a way to do it most effectively. So that lobbying authority through has asked for changes in the past, and they look for different solutions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Carrio and then Baldinelli.
A lot of the people that did call me, they complained about not having any participation, or they said that they didn't initiate it, they don't know who initiated it. The next thing you know, there's a drain going in and they're going to pay for it. So I don't know, Eric, if there's anything that you could say to that. And then, is it mostly the people that are near the outlet that really don't want it, don't care, because their property's going to drain anyway? It's the people that are back up further that are having the problems, that usually are flooded, and the people that are close to the outlet, they really don't want to fix it, they don't want to pay for it.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, to answer those questions, just to start in the last one, you can imagine if you're the furthest upstream from the outlet, you need to rely on your neighbors the most. And we have over 230 properties in this drain, so we can't navigate private drain agreements between 230 property owners. Even when we were successful in determining that the upper reach, so south of the QEW could go without maintenance for a number of extra years, those properties still need to rely on the rest of that channel all the way as it meandered toward Legends Golf Course and eventually the Niagara River. And so there, you know, if you're upstream of that, the furthest upstream you are, you have the most at stake because you need to rely on so many people downstream. So it may seem like the work is minor because your channel is the smallest, but you actually need, you know, you have the most at stake, and there's a lot of cost, because the alternative, if that drain isn't there, is what? Is to capture it and pump it, is to dig a new channel. So it becomes a very complicated way of trying to assess, you know, fairness and equity and who's paying for all of these things.
You done, Councillor?
Okay,
Councillor Baldinelli.
I just have one question. What happens, can you be on one property be on two municipal drains? And if that is the case, then what happens?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. As Mr. Miller suggested, gravity and the lay of the land is really what this is all about.
Right.
So if your property drains to one drain, the portion of your property that drains will be affected. So in some sense, using something like a tax roll is a very bad way to calculate the assessment for contribution to drainage. And that's why, you know, the Drainage Act has been around for so long, as Mr. Burgess mentions, because it is actually addressing the physical contributions towards drainage. I did want to go back to the earlier question about, you know, maintenance and who required maintenance. You know, this was raised to the city's attention over 5 years ago as a drain that needed maintenance, because the last maintenance was done 20 years ago. And so it was already something that the city was preparing to move forward to a maintenance project. We did receive a request by someone, it doesn't matter who that person is, but it validated the fact that we needed to do another assessment and get on with the initial request to do maintenance. We have a legislated responsibility within the Drainage Act to pursue that maintenance, regardless of who's asking for it and where it's needed.
So do we, one question is, do we have an idea on how often certain drains have to be assessed?
Yeah, great question, Councillor. No, we own 16% of the land within this drain, so we know our drains and we can maintain them in a state of good repair. What we can't do is control what 230 landowners are doing. And so when we get a sense that there's some folks who are dealing with some problems, some blockages, you know, that's an appropriate time to do a cursory inspection, and then we can start to triage and do deeper inspections as need be.
So, you know, I'm looking at this and saying, okay, we have our services and we pay for them monthly through our bills or whatever frequency it is. And I'm thinking, you know, if you have one time, do we give them options on payment plans going into the future? So, you know, they get hit with $7,000 now, and, you know, we're not going to be doing this again for 15 years when we do a reevaluation. So we spread out those payments over the time with interest going forward. I don't know if we do that, but if we do that going forward, therefore, they continuously pay for a service that they've received and going into the future, and then when it comes down to the next assessment when work required, and then it goes forward. We pay monthly, they would pay monthly. It might alleviate a lot of the problem and the stress over the one-time payments. Just a suggestion. Thanks.
Are there any more questions or suggestions of council, or can we move to the next item? Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for your indulgence. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Okay, next up on the agenda, we do have a number of planning public meetings to consider, and I might ask our general manager of planning if there is the order that we should follow. I do know that we have some consultants with us, and there might be a suggestion to go a little out of order based on the agenda, so perhaps ask our planner, our GM of Planning and Building.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Mr. Mattson. So we would like to move up item number 8.4, the Community Improvement Plan, first on the agenda for the public meetings, and then we can follow the remainder of the agenda if that's possible.
I'll ask the city clerk to please introduce the next item on the agenda.
Okay, so as mentioned there, we're going to move to item 8.4. So a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed community improvement plan under Section 28 of the Planning Act. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the community improvement plan may apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the community improvement plan to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll now call on Kayleen Gortz, Senior Manager of Long Range Planning Initiatives, to provide an overview and explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed CIP. Where art thou? Oh, up from up there. Okay. Do you have a microphone? Do we have the handheld mic? Here, you know, this will make it easier. Maybe. Are you moving? Oh, you're going there. Okay. All right. What's that? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and members of Council. Today I have with me our consultant from TWC, Tim Welch Consulting, along with Chloe Simpson from Landwise, and Tim will provide a presentation and overview of the proposed community improvement plan.
Welcome.
All right, good afternoon, members of council and members of the public. My name is Chloe Simpson. I'm a registered professional planner at Landwise. And Shannon Mackay, partner and principal planner at Landwise, has been working in partnership with Tim Welch Consulting to prepare the Niagara Falls Housing Community Improvement Plan, which is before you today. Following the approval of the city's comprehensive community improvement plan earlier this year, our team has continued to work with staff on this housing-focused component of the plan. We would like to thank staff for their collaboration throughout the development of this plan. Their input has been instrumental to ensure the proposed programs will be responsive to local housing needs and aligned with the city's broader objectives. We would also like to thank our colleagues at Tim Welch Consulting for their subject matter expertise and partnership throughout this process, which has played a key role in developing programs that will be both effective and practical. With that, I will turn it over to Tim Welch, who will present the proposed Housing Community Improvement Plan programs.
Thanks very much, Chloe. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. We have a lot of information in our presentation this morning. We do also, or this afternoon, I should say, and do recognize there's a lot of agenda items on council. So I'll try to cover, focus on some of the main highlights. And first, I will make sure my slides are indeed moving forward. Excellent. So just to recap, I think as members of council are aware of a community improvement plan under the Planning Act, the province does allow municipalities to consider and pass community improvement plans to have a number of goals, everything from revitalizing neighborhoods, attracting businesses and jobs. And today we're talking about the goal of certainly creating more housing. It's the key. The question of where it would apply within the city is aligns totally with the city's urban boundaries. There's a variety of types of incentives allowed under community improvement plans. I'll talk in a few minutes about the details of some of the ones that are being brought forward at the recommendation for council's consideration, but it can be everything from loans and grants to deferrals, grants to offset increases in property taxes when new development occurs. That we've had a fulsome process in terms of there was work all of last year to update the general community improvement plan. It was decided that at a certain point last year that given that the region of Niagara was bringing in its incentive program for new affordable housing, it made sense to work to try to align some of the programs that make it somewhat easier for nonprofit and private sector developers to access. So that the general CIP was passed by council at the beginning of the year, and there are no appeals, and that CIP is in effect as of February. For the process for the new housing CIP, we've had a number of consultations, both individual, getting a public housing forum in late winter, as well as electronic comments and submissions, and some detailed discussions with a variety of stakeholders. So the question we often get, if I can use strong language, what the heck do we mean by affordable housing, comes up at almost every meeting we're at. And there's language of attainable, affordable, market housing, high-end luxury housing. What the focus is to try and have incentives that help a ranges of affordability from those who are quite modest, might be working full-time at minimum wage and might be able to afford some of the affordable rents that are reported each year by CMHC. But it's also recognized there's a need for more moderate rent or market rent housing. And that was also the same approach taken by the Region of Niagara. So we've got 3 different definitions in the CIP of affordable, attainable, and market level housing. So we've got different incentives to support different types, ranges of affordability. There's a bulletin provided each year by the province setting out definitions for each municipality. So something just came out actually at the beginning of July, set the average affordable rents and affordable ownership prices for Niagara Falls, as well as the other 443 municipalities in the province. So at a high level, I'll talk in a little more detail. We've got proposing incentives for homeowners to help them through the creation of additional dwelling unit. We've got proposing fee waivers of municipal fees for new nonprofit and co-op housing, as well as capital grants for nonprofit and co-op housing. That there's also incentives for a wider range of rental housing, both tax increment grant, or TIG is the acronym, to help provide some additional financial incentive for new rental housing with wider ranges of rents. And then finally also a development charge waiver for a range of rental housing. That there are in the recommendation in terms of a number of administrative procedures, provisions I should say. Obviously, one of the goals, there's a significant public investment going into the encouragement of housing to have an agreement that's enforceable with the City of Niagara Falls. We're looking to see often for both nonprofit and private developers to make new rental housing work certainly is to stack a variety of programs, both some of the CIP incentives the city would have, as well as incentives from the region or federal or provincial governments. We wanted to have some flexibility to encourage creative collaborations between nonprofit and private sector. And there's also, obviously the goal is to get the housing going. So there's certainly timelines set out in the proposal for project completion. But certainly work started before the application to approve is not going to be eligible for those financial incentives. There is generally, for most of the programs, there is will be on a first come, first served basis. And there are caps and limits that in the proposal, there's certain amounts of funding allocated by the city. There's not unlimited property tax base, of course, so that there are some caps proposed in that, as well as annual reporting to council to keep council fully informed of what's happening in terms of the incentives. So at a high level, the first of the 5 programs is for someone adding a separate dwelling unit, a rental dwelling unit in their home. This is really more, there's lots of people doing this and investors doing this on their own, but this is trying to support people who may be able to buy and make it work with mortgage payments if they had some rental income coming in. So that's a fairly straightforward grant. It's being recommended on a modest basis initially of a $200,000 budget towards that, with up to a maximum of $20,000 per new rental unit created, and that can be no more than 50% of the cost of creating that unit, whether it's a legal basement apartment or another accessory dwelling unit. And it also must be a person's principal residence. It's also an important part of this. The second program is under the proposed CIP is for a waiver of municipal fees for new nonprofit and cooperative housing, those are the proponents who are more likely to have more deeply affordable rents. And so there's a little bit of extra incentives being proposed for that. This is for purpose-built rental units, also applications on a first-come, first-served basis. And that can be very helpful in terms of some of the initial stages when nonprofits are looking to create new affordable housing. On the budget, we're recommending at this point a maximum amount of $300,000 per year. And as stated, also this will have an agreement. We'll be looking at affordability of at least 25 years. Typically, nonprofits provide affordable housing in perpetuity. In terms of that's typically their mandate. But there would need to be an agreement signed with the city on that. There's also within this an annual program that will provide some capital grants of up to $10,000 per unit for new nonprofit and affordable housing to help lower the rents that would need to be charged. It's also really important that I think to have this in the program for those groups who are looking to create that affordable rents, to be able to show the federal government, for example, that has a program that wants to see some other contributions. It shows good efforts by the City of Niagara Falls to put some capital towards our developments, and that can hopefully help leverage significant federal dollars to come in the community to create that affordable housing. Similarly to the other programs that are looking at, this will be into a long-term operating agreement to ensure those levels of affordability. The fourth one that's being recommended is for purpose-built rental housing to have a tax increment grant program. Property taxes are a significant operating cost for any new rental housing. What's being recommended is a 5-year offsetting grant for an increase in the property taxes that occurs because there is a new build on that property. So this would be certainly for private sector as well as for nonprofit operators. We're looking to, the city certainly can try and encourage some larger, relatively speaking, larger scale development to have a minimum of 30 units in the private sector, a minimum of 12 units in nonprofit, because there might be some more niche nonprofit developments going forward that the city would want to encourage, I should say. And then also, again, this would be an operating agreement to make sure that those levels of affordability and attainability, and there's a lot of text on this slide I appreciate, but on the far right hand, or my right hand at least, the slide in terms of incentives, we've got a little bit deeper incentives for the affordable rental, so a grant equal to 100% of the increase in city property taxes for the affordable rental, a little bit less, 90% for attainable. That's roughly 120% of average market rent, and then 80% if you're looking up to market rent. And then finally, in terms of the fifth part of the community improvement plan is a development charge waiver for purpose-built rental housing. Again, those are significant costs and can help in terms of making the project work financially. We've got the same minimums of at least 30 units. We're looking to have the levels of affordability that are committed to kept for at least 10 years, and that again is enforced through an agreement that will be registered on title with the city. So this is certainly to try and encourage some larger rental developments to move forward. There is currently proposed to be $1 million allocated towards that. That figure may change. There has been recent movement in the last number of months between the province and the federal government looking to provide some offsetting grants if development charges are lowered. So that's something that still need to be worked through on a staff basis on that. So a lot of information and details in terms of the program, but the goal overall obviously is to create more housing with a particular emphasis on creating rental housing that can be some affordable, important to have workforce housing, certainly for the city's workforce. And that, so maybe at this point, we'll, just to mention in terms of next steps, following, if council indeed approves this, a notice will be made that provides for the statutory 20-day appeal period. And then if that is indeed moving forward, there'll be different marketing materials and outreach materials, updates to the city's website in terms of getting the word out there and hopefully encouraging new housing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Questions of council On the presentation, Councillor Patel.
To you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the presentation. I just thought of one development we approved a while ago. It was infill, and they were adding a few stories on top of the current apartment building already is there. So would that qualify for CIP? If they're adding to a building or addition?
Typically, and I'll look for staff to clarify, but that should be if it's meeting the minimum thresholds of adding 30 units. That should qualify if there are new units, a new building structure being added.
Okay, thank you. And one more question to you, Mr. Mayor, is does CIP only apply to infills?
It would be, as I mentioned, this have everything in the urban area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To our presenter, thank you. I know a lot of work has gone into this for many different consultations with many different groups, and it's really nice to see it all come together, and I think it's going to do some good for our community. There are some challenges, though, so I did have 3 questions. You talk about the agreement would be signed regarding the rental rates or the sale price, and that there would be checkups throughout. I guess my question is, will there be annual checkups throughout the process to ensure that the developer is keeping the rates affordable or attainable or market price or the sale price? What kind of checkups throughout that will be done?
Typically, there will be to have an annual checkup and reporting in terms of making sure that the agreed to rental rates are being adhered to. I don't know if staff want to add further comments on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So we will work into if you do approve this program, we will work it into our processes to make sure that we follow up. And what's going to happen ideally is we're going to build it into our CityView system so that they will have almost a NAG system that would alert them that they have to provide additional information yearly. May take us a little bit of time to build that. In the interim process, we will have to do it a bit manually, checking in with them on the yearly basis till that's up and running.
Thank you. We just want to ensure that taxpayers' money is going for the right reasons and that there's not people trying to go through loopholes. You also mentioned in there that short-term rentals are not allowable in this. And can you explain the reason why they're not allowable in this program through the mayor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that certainly the goal in terms of is to support rental housing, particularly for the workforce and others needing affordable housing in the city, not to. That's the focus of the incentives being provided, and that's why the short-term rentals are excluded.
As it should be, thank you. And my last question, regarding the affordable rates, when we look at recipients of Ontario Works or ODSP or recipients of CPP or Old Age Security, how will this program assist them when we look at an affordable rate and a recipient is not even getting that amount? How will this program assist them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, one, by first creating the units, and the hope is that through some of the rental units that will be created could be enter into, for example, a rent supplement or rent geared to income subsidy with the region of Niagara. The region has typically been looking for landlords, both private and nonprofit, to enter into that because they do have some operating subsidies that will allow a much deeper level of affordability. I do appreciate the income levels for a single senior on a basic pension or someone receiving social assistance is very low. Disability pensions $5.99 a month. It's the maximum shelter allowance. So that needs some additional subsidy. But the goal will be, and I'm sure the region will be looking for new housing to be created to try to enter into some agreements for rent supplements to help meet that need.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Newestay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I have 3 questions. First one's around the ADU. So we have an available budget of $200,000, $20,000 per, so it's basically coming up to 10 a year. So all this work and all we've got really at the end of the day is approving 10 ADUs. Any thought on how did we come up with that?
That part of it is, through you, Mr. Mayor, part of it is trying to have a variety of incentives, trying to create different opportunities for different types of housing to be created. There's also where everyone is aware in terms of limited amounts of funds that can go in terms of the total expenditure. And I think that once this comes into effect, there'll be certainly further reports back from staff to council about how is it going year 1 and 2. It's usually sort of a couple of years into a program before you start to get a full sense of the take-up. And so if there's direction from council to alter that amount of contribution, I'm sure that could be raised at that time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, because I see that as being a quick way to start increasing the supply of rental property. The other ones would be much more cumbersome. You're looking at least minimum of the 12 units, and so by the time they go through all their permits and everything else, it'll take a lot longer, where this would be a fairly easy build. Second part's the ADUs. You're only allowing it with principal residents. Have you given any thought to expanding it? So say somebody has rental properties, they could actually decrease the amount of rent if they had one or a couple of units, add one more. So on that same property, by sharing it over 3, can reduce the cost to make things much more affordable. Just a thought.
No, it's a good thought, Councillor, that through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm certainly aware in some of the discussions we've had that there is, even without financial incentive for, I'll say, investor operators that have added accessory dwelling units. There were, I think, over the last 2 years, over 100 added, and I'll look for staff to confirm that number. So there's already been a very good take-up in terms of those quicker wins.
I'm sorry, you said we've already added 100 in the last?
There's been over, I think, there's been over, but I'll turn over to staff to make sure we've got the right figures.
Mr. Olch?
And thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor, and that's correct. We have added quite a few, almost 100 over the years. And we've been the last 2 years we've been very consistent on ADUs. So obviously the housing market's gone down, but our ADU numbers have gone up drastically. One of the factors in the ADUs and one of the incentives, and speaks to your point directly, is the fact that accessory dwelling units in your standard, there is some questions still about stacked townhouses, but they are exempt from development charges. So we are seeing an uptick because people are trying to monopolize on that. A lot of new builders are doing that as well, adding ADUs to their units. So we are seeing a big uptick in ADUs. This program specifically, though, is for the homeowner and trying to support those people that need to bring aging parents into their home or onto their property and other things. So the program wasn't meant for necessarily investors. Obviously, there's the DC exemption they can take advantage of right now that they'll continue to do so. And we're not seeing a big, like I said, we're seeing an increase in that right now. We're just trying to incentivize some of those homeowners that may not be able to afford some of those accessory dwelling units, which can range. So when you look at an accessory dwelling unit, a cost of a detached, by the time you do servicing and everything else, is going to hit around $300,000 for a unit. Internally, you might hit 80 or 90, but it just helps some of that affordability to let them do some of that work.
Well, thank you for the answer regarding why it's not, why it only is with the owner. But I think this is something maybe we should look at having more of, because I think it would be, if it's this popular already, it might help those that can't do it, and it really is solving a lot of the problems with can be rented. To your point about having elderly parents or children, so I think 10 a year is pretty. We've already done 102 years. It's pretty low. So that would be one point. The second, through you, Mr. Mayor, you say it's a first come first served basis. I don't know whether we should give some priority to whether we're developing things where we're closer to transit, schools, so it makes it much more. Again, adding to that level of affordability, so that transit and transportation getting to where they need to be, maybe even more of an employment area that we can tick those boxes off, making it overall affordable for people. And one other thing, looking at how you're saying affordable units, I didn't see in any of it where anything was geared towards whether we were looking at it being affordable for family units, for senior units, because we just did the number of units, but maybe some thought as to should we look at it and give some affordability to families because they need more than a one bedroom, where a senior could have a one bedroom. Just some thoughts.
If I can, through you, Mr. Mayor, that as you would have seen in again, there was a series of charts, but the affordability levels that are put out by the province do have different levels of affordability for bachelors 1, 2, and 3 units. Hopefully there will be some developers both private and nonprofit, that look about the importance of creating family units, because there's certainly a need for those as well, very much
That's
so.
what we're hearing a lot of. So whether we can incentivize that or just make that a first come, first service, maybe that's one that we can look at.
I would note for the nonprofit and co-op grant program, there's different criterias that would have staff evaluate, and maybe that could be one of the issues to consider if there are some portion of the units to be family-size units.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, if there's no further questions of council, thank you, Mr. Welch. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 28(5) of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody registered?
Thanks, Your Worship. We do have one member of the public that registered to speak to this item, and that is Mr. Burdette.
Okay. Is he here or is he online? Okay. If you'd like to come to the microphone, sir. And if you could introduce yourself and your address, and then you'll have up to 5 minutes.
My name is Jody Burdette. I reside at 4480 Bridge Street. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. I will be brief. The start time caught me somewhat off guard, and attending today required me to leave work, but I wanted to appear personally before council. I do not intend to repeat all of my written submissions. Council has received my original materials, as well as the supplementary submission I provided earlier this morning. Those documents identify the specific provisions that concern me and provide proposed wording that, in my view, would resolve those concerns while still protecting the city's legitimate interests. From a practical perspective, the issues that could form the basis of an appeal are already before council. I have identified the disputed provisions, explained the concerns, and proposed possible solutions. I'm not raising the possibility of an appeal as a threat. I am asking council to take this opportunity to carefully review the concerns and correct the wording now so that an unnecessary dispute or appeal may be avoided. My request is simple, that council consider the issues I have identified and amend the provisions in a fair, objective, and reasonable manner before adopting the final community improvement plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Burdette? Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council on this matter? Okay, seeing none. The public meeting with respect to the proposed community improvement plan is now concluded. What's the will of council? There are 5 recommendations. Motion by Councillor Strange to move the 5 recommendations. Looking for second. Councillor Patel, any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. And I've got one other part to add to it, folks. And I'm going to ask one of you to please bring this forward. So I'll give you a little bit of background. It's an incentive program for downtown conversions. This is regarding repurposing of downtown traditional buildings into residential units. This has been an issue with our downtown committee. I know myself and Councillor Patel have been hearing this loudly. And it's an opportunity, I think, outside of the CIP report where we can work through this. And I'll tell you, there are 5 recommendations here, or there are 5 whereas. So whereas the CIP program does incent the development of purpose-built rental and does encourage more infilling intensification, it does not seem to meet the needs of converting underutilized buildings in the historical commercial areas of Niagara Falls, most notably Queen Street and Main Street, where a number of its buildings sit partially empty. Whereas traditional retail patterns have changed and cost to convert older buildings has elevated, And whereas repurposing these buildings can add valuable housing stock and create a vibrant community, I propose a short-term pilot project of incentives to convert buildings in these formal retail areas into residential units, while keeping a ground-level commercial front and use. The incentives would support adding new residential units to the housing stock and revitalize commercial areas. And that this incentive be temporary in nature, last no longer than 5 years, with a review by council after 3 years of utilization, and where, if there's insufficient applications within 3 years, the program can be canceled by council. And I would ask if Councillor Patel, you'd move that motion? Okay, and let me get a seconder. And seconded by Councillor Newesteg. Of course, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know when we had the CIP information coming to council, I think a year ago, and I think Ms. Dolchin, we met afterwards and we did talk about the downtown, and we didn't want to put in a CIP, and what you brought forward, downtown committee supported that aspect, and they did actually do lots of research, and they're really happy about this, you bringing this forward, and I'm really excited to support this because it's not an entire CIP bylaw. This is on its own different, so that's why I like about this, that we can amend it as it needed. So I'm really happy to support this. I'm really happy to have something special benefiting downtown.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Lococo?
2 questions. What would the budget be? The other ones had a budget outline. How much are you looking to put for a budget?
I'm going to go to our staff. Mr. CAO, do you want to address that?
Yeah, the TIG would be similar to the other TIGs. We wouldn't know the budget to there, and the DCs, we would, when we develop the program. But because of the more limited number of units that can be fit in there, DC waiver today would be $30,000 a unit. So if you had, if you had 10 units, you can do the math on that. It would be the same graduated DC levels that the other program, I assume, the mayor wants, where it goes up to 100%, but luxury units are excluded. So it would depend on the mix of affordable, attainable, or market rate units.
Okay. Thank you.
Am I missing anything?
Thank you. No, and we'll bring something back for council so that you can see the full program, just to make sure we're on the right track on where the mayor wanted to head.
Thank you. I think it's a good idea. I know St. Catharines was doing something like this in their downtown. The question I do have, because downtown Queen Street and Main Street are zoned commercial, they are legally allowed to have vacation rental units. So how are we?
What units?
Vacation rental units, because what happened when we put that through, a lot of the more inexpensive and affordable units that were on Queen Street, people were asked to move, and now they're vacation rental units. So with this TIG, I can see the benefit of it, but how is that going to work in an area that's zoned commercial that allows them to do that?
Yeah, we're going to go back to it here.
Yeah, and Ms. Dolch can correct me. Some of those units would have difficulty because there's under the VRU licensing requirement, there's parking requirements. Most of those units don't have the parking requirements. So they may be operating legally and not licensed. And with our other agreements, there's an agreement that it remain as a rental stock for 10 years. So it would be very similar to all the other things. And if they try to apply for a VRU license or advertise, that's when we'll catch them on the sweep once they start to advertise for it.
Thank you. I assume that we would catch them that way, but it was the commercial zoning that allows them was confusing me.
And with these two areas, most of those buildings do not have sufficient parking, just because of the way the downtowns were developed. So you have to have 2 parking units. I'm looking at two parking units per VRU unit. They would be wholly insufficient for that.
As long as we're monitoring it like the other ones, then I'm fine with it. Thank you.
And Councillor Baldinelli.
So through you, Mayor, so your motion is it a notice of motion or is it a
No,
motion?
it's a motion tagged into what we're doing with the CIPs.
Without a budget?
Pardon me?
Without a budget?
It's going to come back to us, so staff are going to put something together and bring it back to us.
So then how would we go forward it? Amendment
Yeah.
after? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's right, tag along, yeah. Is there any other questions? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for the support on that. Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, please introduce the next item on the agenda.
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw. This is for item 8.1, to permit a 50-story hotel development and 5-story parking structure at 4898 and 4873 Kitchener Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on June 24th, 2026, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment or bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll now call on Mackenzie Cece, Senior Planner, Current Development, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed amendments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application at 4898 and 4873 Kitchener Street. 4898 Kitchener Street, which is located on the south side of Kitchener Street, is approximately 0.15 hectares in size and contains a former church building in Mance. 4873 Kitchener Street is located on the north side of the street and has frontage on Victoria Avenue. The lands are owned by the City of Niagara Falls, are 0.64 hectares in size, and contain a municipal parking lot. Surrounding land uses include Falls Avenue and detached dwellings to the north, surface parking, commercial uses, detached dwellings, and a designated heritage property to the south. To the east are commercial uses on the east side of Victoria Avenue, and to the west are detached dwellings, including several vacation rental units. The subject lands are designated tourist commercial in the city's official plan and are within the Clifton Hill subdistrict of the Central Tourist District. The Clifton Hill subdistrict is intended to function as the commercial entertainment center of the tourist area, accommodating a wide range of commercial and entertainment uses. An official plan amendment is proposed to permit a maximum building height of 50 stories at 4898 Kitchener Street and a maximum height of 5 stories at 4873 Kitchener Street to facilitate the development of a 50-story hotel and an off-site parking structure. 4898 Kitchener Street is zoned Deferred Tourist Commercial Zone, and 4873 Kitchener Street is zoned to Site-Specific Tourist Commercial Zones, Deferred Tourist Commercial Zone, and Site-Specific Parking Zone. A zoning bylaw amendment is proposed to rezone subject properties to Site-Specific Tourist Commercial Zones. Site-specific zoning relief is requested for 4898 Kitchener Street to recognize the existing front yard depth, to increase the maximum lot coverage and maximum height of a building or structure, to reduce the loading area requirements, to secure a roof feature, and to permit off-site required parking at 4873 Kitchener Street. Site-specific zoning relief is also requested for 4873 Kitchener Street to provide for an increase in the maximum height of a building or structure and maximum floor area for each retail store, as well as to reduce the minimum exterior side yard width and to accommodate parking spaces for the proposed development that's proposed at 4898 Kitchener Street. This slide shows a site plan of the proposed hotel at 4898 Kitchener Street. The proposed development will consist of a 4-story podium and one 50-story tower. The proposal includes the adaptive reuse of the existing 1918 church building as a 400-person capacity music venue, and the remainder of the development consists of 409 hotel suites and associated amenities, recording studios, event space, and restaurants, bars, and cafes. This slide shows the site plan for the proposed redevelopment of the city-owned and operated parking lot at 4873 Kitchener Street with a 5-story parking structure containing 531 parking spaces and ground floor commercial uses, as well as 39 surface parking spaces and a landscape public amenity area fronting onto Victoria Avenue. The existing municipal parking lot has 121 parking spaces, which would be retained through the proposed development. This next slide shows conceptual elevations of the proposed hotel development. Here you can see the unique roof feature and vertical banding that will enhance the skyline and provide a symbolic architectural connection to the city identity and natural landscape. And this next slide shows conceptual renderings of the proposed hotel development and the parking structure as well on the right side of the slide. And the bottom right image in particular shows a perspective view from Victoria Avenue of the proposed development, showing the proposed landscaped amenity area as well. A public open house was hosted by the applicant, their planner, and architect on April 27th of this year. The open house was attended by city planning staff and 17 members of the public. And to date, written comments have been received from 7 members of the public, as we did receive another submission yesterday. The following 4 slides summarize key comments and concerns that were raised, along with staff's responses to those matters. So we did receive a comment about the attractive design of the development, and staff note that the proposed design conforms with the Niagara Region's modeled urban design guidelines, the City of Niagara Falls official plan, as well as the Tourism Policy Review Implementation Handbook. With respect to blasting and vibration concerns, staff note that no blasting is proposed, and that we recommend that the applicant completes a pre-condition survey of structures in the surrounding area to provide a baseline. And further, vibration monitoring and mitigation will also be addressed through the submission of a construction management plan at the future site plan control stage. With respect to bird-friendly design, while the city does not currently have bird-friendly design standards, the owner and developer has indicated that they will avoid the use of mirrored glass to minimize bird collisions. With respect to servicing capacity, the existing municipal water and storm services have adequate capacity to accommodate the proposal. And while there are ongoing sanitary sewer capacity issues, the flows generated by the proposed development will not significantly impact the system, and the city is in the process of developing servicing solutions. Further, the existing municipal water main can adequately service the proposed hotel under fire flow conditions. With respect to traffic impacts, regarding those, the traffic impact study found that the surrounding road network is expected to operate at acceptable levels of service. While most intersections will function well overall, some turning movements are expected to experience peak hour congestion, delays, and queue spillback. Potential road improvements were assessed, but were found not to fully address the forecasted constraints, which are expected to occur with or without the proposed development. As a result, no road improvements were recommended. However, staff are recommending a holding provision in the amending bylaw to require the submission of an updated traffic impact study and sensitivity analysis before the development proceeds to reassess traffic distribution alternatives and the need and benefit of any roadway improvements. With respect to pedestrian crossing safety, the installation of a pedestrian crossover on Kitchener Street to connect the proposed hotel with the parking structure is recommended by the traffic impact study, which could consist of regulatory signs, warning signs, and pavement markings, or a raised crosswalk. Regarding noise and dust generated during construction, staff note that the operation of construction equipment is regulated by the city's noise bylaw and is enforced by municipal enforcement services staff. Just dust generated during construction activities will be managed through the implementation of industry best practices. As well, staff will request the submission of a construction management plan at the future site plan control stage. With respect to boundary trees, it's noted that they are not permitted to be removed without written authorization from adjacent property owners. And with respect to the demolition of a dwelling unit, specifically the manse that's on the property, we note that the existing manse building was originally constructed and historically used as a residence associated with the church building. It was not established as housing intended for the general public and has not historically functioned as part of the broader residential housing stock. With respect to the proposed building height transition to adjacent residential uses and shadowing impacts, staff are of the opinion that the proposed development provides an appropriate transition to adjacent residential uses through intentional architectural massing and urban design. The podium, which defines the pedestrian experience and serves as the primary defining element along the public realm, establishes a street wall that respects the scale and character of the adjacent development, while reducing the visual prominence of the tower from the public realm. The adaptive reuse of the former church building further strengthens this transition by conserving a recognizable pedestrian-oriented built form that reinforces the established street wall and contributes to a continuous human-scaled street edge. The proposed development will not result in any adverse microclimatic impacts from sun, shadow, or wind perspectives, especially following the removal of the holding provision requiring the submission of an updated quantitative wind study. And staff note also in recent years that several amendments to the official plan and zoning bylaw have been approved to permit increased heights in the immediate area and towards the periphery of the tourist core. Lastly, with respect to privacy impacts, staff note that guest rooms are occupied on a temporary and transient basis, and hotel guests typically spend limited periods of time within their rooms compared to typical residential uses. As a result, opportunities for sustained overlook of neighboring properties is generally reduced. In summary, staff recommend approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application for the following reasons. The proposed development satisfies matters of provincial interest as outlined in Section 2 of the Planning Act. The proposed development conforms to provincial, regional, and city policies. The proposed development demonstrates an appropriate transition to adjacent residential uses through thoughtful architectural massing and urban design. And the podium establishes a human-scaled street wall that respects the surrounding character, enhances the pedestrian experience, and reduces the perceived prominence of the tower from the public realm. The proposed development will support economic diversification and promote increased opportunities for cross-border tourism while advancing the province's Destination Niagara strategy and the City of Niagara Falls music strategy. The proposed development will not result in any adverse sun or wind impacts following the removal of the holding provision requiring the submission of an updated quantitative wind study. The proposed site-specific amendments to the proposed tourist commercial zone are appropriate and for the area and conform with the intent of the official plan. And the proposed development will address the concerns that have been raised by members of the public through the public process. In conclusion, staff recommend that Council approves the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment subject to the modifications and regulations detailed in report number PBD 2026-30, that Council authorizes the inclusion of a holding provision requiring the submission of an updated quantitative wind study, an updated traffic impact study and sensitivity analysis, as well as entry into a license agreement with the City of Niagara Falls to facilitate the construction of a parking structure and the provision of ongoing maintenance of that structure, as well as to include a sunset clause in the amending bylaw for a period of 4 years, as well as with the possibility of a 2-year extension. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Ceci, Councilor Lococo, Ustad, and Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Ms. Ceci. I know you have a holding provision for the traffic. The line that jumped out to me, it said Victoria will experience very poor operations with long delays. I understand there's a holding provision on there, but I'd like to sort of know what are we going to do about it? That's a huge area, and there's only so many things. You have the 420 coming along there, you have a light. What other things can we do to mitigate some of the issues with the traffic?
Through you to the councillor, I'll pass it over to Mr. Nicol to respond to that.
Okay,
Thank you. Through the mayor, it was really important when we reviewed this proposal that we understood that with the context that's being proposed. Normally with a hotel, we'll see arrivals at a staggered time and departures at a staggered time. So we want to have the applicant submit a revised traffic impact study that takes a look at the patterns for arrival and departure that they anticipate and sort of that worst case scenario. Our challenge is how do we model that against a worst case scenario for the existing traffic, which we know in the tourist core, it's a good problem that we have. It's busy and it can get congested. So staff would like the applicant to resubmit with some different scenarios for updated traffic counts to try to get a better handle on any of the specific concerns that we can attribute to this new application. Is it a turn lane to Kitchener Street or something like that? If we determine that their traffic is marginal in the grand scheme of the numbers of thousands of vehicles that are already coming there, then there would be no additional requirements that they'd have to comply with during site plan application. So that was really the challenge we had with this application, and most applications that will come through in a busy tourist core is attributing those responsibilities to the applicant. What we are working on, however, is a Destination Niagara transportation study. We're working on people mover strategies. That's probably a bad term, but different type of ways to move people in and around the tourist core. And so some of those are the improvements that I think will probably be more impactful than asking the applicant to, say, extend the signal timing for 20 seconds. And so we're going to work collaboratively to try to make sure we can address some of those pre-existing concerns and not unreasonably withhold developments from moving forward because we have a situation that's outside of their control.
Okay, thank you. I notice on this one, the sunset clause was 4 years plus 2 years. That we've been seeing 3 plus 1. Why is this 4 plus 2?
Through you to the counselor. So our standard for commercial developments is the 4 plus
That's the
2.
standard?
The 3 plus 1 is for residential developments.
Okay, thank you. And then my last questions are regarding the parking. Who's going to be paying for this parking structure on city property?
Mr.
CAO? Once this is approved, we'll enter into negotiations, but there's two methods for it. One is a license of the land, where the developer would construct the parking lot. The second method is a co-development agreement, again, where we would contribute the land cost into it and they would contribute the construction cost into it. Both cases, the developer would pay for the construction of the parking garage.
And what kind of revenue would the city see from that?
If under a license agreement, it would be a license fee for that. We would want to replace the revenue that we're losing off of the parking garage and obtain value for the parking, the public parking that would be maintained in there. So that would be part of subject to negotiations moving forward once this is approved, and once they've met the other conditions of the project.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, so without the parking, this development wouldn't be able to proceed. They need that parking in order to proceed. Is that correct?
Through you to the council, that's correct. This is all required parking. They do have a small surplus of 12 spaces, but all of it would support the proposed development just in an off-site fashion.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now. I have a couple comments later. Thank you.
Councilor Lococo, Newstead, and Patel. I'm sorry, no, Newstead now, Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and great presentation. Actually, I just want to continue on with some of the questions regarding the parking lot. What is I guess I'm back to CEO, what is the current annual revenue generated from this parking lot? Or I'm not sure who can answer that. Is this one of our high revenue producing parking lots?
No, it is not a high revenue producing parking lot.
Okay, and during construction, how, is going to be under, not available during construction, will there be alternative places that we will accommodate people who depend on that parking lot?
We don't have a lot of alternative places in that area.
All right. And when the lease rate is developed, is it going to be, how do you determine the lease rate? Is it based on fair market value? Do you go out to, is there a third party determining?
If council remembers, we recently purchased this property from the Ministry of Transportation, so that would be a base value. And I don't want to get into the negotiation techniques publicly because that would be subject to in camera. But yeah, we would look to see either if it's a co-development agreement, which is something a future council will decide, we would look at our contributed value and take a percentage of ownership back from that. If it's a license agreement, we would look at, again, the value of the land as is and take a fee back for it. But if you're putting in a parking garage, that in comparison to the value of the land, the parking garage is going to be significantly more valuable than the actual land contributed to the transaction.
True. And will the residents always be guaranteed access because now it's going to be under the operation of this hotel?
They would maintain a number of day spots, but residents aren't guaranteed access today. Even the permit holders there. There's a number of businesses that buy permits for their employees to park there, but doesn't guarantee them a parking spot. It guarantees them the right to park there, but if they get late and it's a long weekend and the parking lot's jammed, there's no guarantee of parking. But we would keep so many day spots open, and we would look to be able to sell permits to those businesses to maintain a parking space in the garage.
And as we go through an agreement with them, because we've seen in the past developers just stop developing halfway through, or if something like that happens, will we be prepared to finish this garage construction?
No, if I would take security in that case to demolish the building. We don't, if without a 50-story hotel, that parking lot is if you drive by it on any given day, except for maybe 3 days a year, it's empty. I don't need to finish a parking garage there. The only reason that there would be a parking garage there is that. So part of the negotiations would be they would have to post a performance bond or something else that if it didn't get if it got stopped midway through, we could demolish it and go back to a flat space parking lot.
Okay, that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Patel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mackenzie, for your presentation. I just have I have one concern. That letter we got from one of the business owners there, Andrew Vergalito, and he owns the Italian ice cream place there, and his family and him has been there for decades. And one concern he raised was that those business owners were not consulted during this process. So how far does the notification go, and how many people are consulted?
Through you to the councillor, we did our typical 120 meters from the subject property, so they would have been provided notice of the public meeting and of the open house with respect to the proposed development applications.
Okay, so he wasn't opposed to the application. All he was saying, he's worried about the parking management because lots of his customers do park at this parking parking lot. So how would that work? Will we have that dedicated parking spots for the city? Or did you just say it? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, part of it would be, I'm sorry, is it 137?
121.
121. 121, there'd be a minimum of 121 open day spaces available for either city permitting or for just drive-in parking. And then they were providing additional ones for the hotel.
So would the parking prices go up because it's a parking garage now, or will we stay standard city prices?
That's something that we'd have to negotiate. I think it would have to go up because you're moving from open air parking to covered parking. Right. So in most places in the world, covered parking, because you don't get snow or rain or anything on your car, is worth more.
Just two final questions. Have we projected what the tax revenue for the city would be if this hotel gets built? Any idea?
We haven't projected it, but if you look at other hotels and
like the Hilton would be comparable. They're a 58-story.
No, the Hilton is 1,000 rooms plus a lot of restaurants and that kind of stuff. But if you look at other hotels, it wouldn't shock me if the city portion is $250,000, $300,000, or $400,000 a year, total taxes of $800,000 or something like that. Right. But it would depend on. They do an income-based calculation impact on those hotels, so it'd be a far greater than the $0 we're getting today on the property.
Yeah, and number of jobs that would be created. Any idea that what we'd be looking at there?
We've not done an economic impact study. There's two types of jobs. There'd be the construction jobs, and then how many rooms is it? 300 rooms.
409.
409 rooms. So if you look at another 400-room hotel, the type of jobs that are there. The interesting thing with this component too is the music component, which ties to the music city strategy. So there'd be additional kind of activity for that. And then because unlike other ones, because that's generating ongoing activity, they would have something called induced economic impact, where because you're holding a concert there, people go to a restaurant or an ice cream. It doesn't happen on that property, but it happens neighboring. So that's called induced economic impact for that business. Where a hotel with no demand generator has a little bit. It doesn't have that induced economic activity.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay. Since there seem to be no other questions, thank you very much. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered? We do not. Okay, is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this matter? Yeah, if you'd like to come forward to the mic, sir. Just state your name and your address, and then you have up to 5 minutes.
I am a resident at 4899 Kitchener Street. My name is Daryl Robertson. My concerns about this development goes to noise for actual people that live in this neighborhood. There are 9 units in my building alone. Most of us enjoy a nice, peaceful, quiet neighborhood, except for some occasional noise from Clifton Hill. With a music venue directly across the street, with a patio in the front yard directly across from my bedroom window, I will be listening to a lot of noise. I am concerned about that. I'm also concerned about the study of the shade impact on our property because I grow a lot of my food. And there was no shade study done for the parking lot, as what I understand, just for the hotel itself. Other than that, I understand the appeal of the music venue and everything. I just think it could be at a better location. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Were there any questions for Mr. Robertson? Okay, no questions. Thank you. Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Yep, just come forward and again, state your name and address. And you have up to 5 minutes.
My name is Jody Burdett, and I reside at 4480 Bird Street. I have a little bit of a project that I'm trying to keep track of how many tall buildings get completed in Niagara Falls above the grade level. I recall, I think, within the term of this council, it's probably 0, and maybe no tall building has been built within a decade or so. When I went to the open house for the Park Street, I asked the developer what the expected completion date was, and I just tried to get him to commit to a, do you promise that? And he did. So I never went to the open house for this development, and I understand that the applicant is going to be speaking after me. So could I possibly get them to reveal what the completion date is, season and year? And they don't have to promise, but it would help me with my research.
We can definitely ask.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Yes, you can step forward if you state your name and address. And again, you'll have up to 5 minutes. Oh, we got someone beat you here, okay.
Hi, I'm at 5424 2nd Avenue. It's Marie Arnold. And I was concerned about the exterior, the reduced exterior side yard along the same 2nd Avenue boundary. The boundary directly beside my home at 5424 2nd Avenue. They never studied it as an access point, yet now they are asking for less space between their structure and my property. I'm not only asking the city to deny this reduction, I am asking the opposite, an increased landscape buffer permanently registered on title. And then the next one is landscape is the city owns official plans, requires an appropriate transition from commercial development and adjusted residential uses west of Victoria Avenue. A 6-level parking garage with no buffer between a 2-story home is not a transition. It is standard planning practice in Ontario to require landscaped buffers in exactly this situation. Also, city-zone transportation services stated that 2nd Avenue access is not necessary. I welcome that, but a staff comment is not a legal protection. I am requesting that the prohibition of 2nd Avenue access be permanently registered on the title, binding on every future owner of this land. A permanent buffer is the minimum residents of this street are entitled to expect. And I think that's it. I think that's all. Yeah.
Any questions, Ms. Arnold?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. You better hustle down before you get beat to the podium.
Hi, my name is Frank DeLuca. My address is 4341 Kilman Place. If you could indulge me one moment, that the picture of the site plan of the parking garage, if you could put that up there, and then I can speak just to that.
Okay, let's tell you that.
Perfect. Okay. Yes. I only want to focus on 2 points. One is the parking study, and one is a traffic study. And so I just want to talk about the fact is that the possibility of a site plan approval after the fact. I didn't hear anything about a site plan approval. So if anybody could answer that question, I'd really appreciate it.
What question about the site plan?
Basically, you're asking for an official plan amendment, and then you're asking for zoning application. So would a site plan approval come after that, and would it come back to council, or would the staff take care of it?
Yeah, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Speaker. So the site plan approval will follow. Obviously, if it is approved tonight, they will require site plan approval, and it is delegated authority to staff, not to council. So it won't be coming back to council.
Okay, so that's very important. So I wanted to make sure I understood that. That's what I thought it was. Okay, so one of the problems we had with this particular consultation was the BIA was not consulted. The area residents were consulted when the project started, not necessarily after the fact. That's what happened. And so everybody got a glimpse of it once it came to an open house. And after that point, it kind of already been decided exactly what's going to happen. So what I want to bring to you that I brought up at the open house that doesn't seem to have made the list is here is the list of required parking for that site. So it's 400 suites, 400 seat hall, there's a 120 seat cafe, a recording studio, another 10,000 square feet in offices, and then ground floor commercial. If I was to add them up with a very generous aspect, you're looking at 680 parking spots, plus the employees as well. 530, I can't remember what the number was, but that doesn't include the 121 spots that are there. So during the open house, I told them they needed another floor, and I actually said 2 floors, but they decided to add 1 floor, and I thought that was a great idea. So the aspect of it is that you have the city staff and the planner agree. So there's not really an opportunity for anybody to actually talk about it from the planning aspect. So that's why I want to talk about the traffic and the parking in both instances. All we're really looking for is a compromise. And that compromise was expressed already. 2 things. One is the fact is for 3 years, that parking lot will be done. There will be no opportunity there. It'll take them 3 years to build it, which I understand. And so that parking lot will be gone for 3 years. At no time, and I heard it said about 5-10 minutes ago, that parking lot is used. It's not used very good, but if you're talking between 50 and 60 cars, on a weekend it's full, probably 3 or 4 weekends a year, but it's still 50 or 60 cars. That whole area requires those parking spots. You're losing them for 3 years. You have a whole bunch of businesses in that area that actually use that parking lot for the people that are there. Other people need it. There's a number out there. This number is 20. And you have a parking, you have a parkette, I guess you'd call it, on the right side of the property. And all we're asking is that be taken out of the equation, use that for a parking lot, and I don't really care what they do with the rest of the property. They can build it and whatever it is. I'm asking for a dedicated spot once an agreement and once they're ready to build, because 20 spots are required for the area. I'm more than happy to say that Italian Ice Cream would take care of it. They would take care of the 20 spots. Have no impact on the rest of it. The other aspect is, if you
just
take
get
a look at
Can I just get clarification? So you're saying there,
there's a parquet on the right side.
On the
It's
east end.
the green
Yep,
space.
yep.
And they suggested that was a transition for the parking garage. I thought that was kind of funny. 250 feet away from there's a park. 500 feet away from that is another playground. Another 1,500 feet is a sports park. So there's no need for a park in that area. All we're asking is that that area be dedicated to a parking lot for the businesses, and the rest of it, they can do whatever they want with it, and that's, you already planned it, it's already been negotiated, so it's been negotiated to that point. Can't get another planner to decide what the other two are gonna do, because that would be very expensive, and it would be actually useless to do. So the other aspect of this, and I know I'm at 4 minutes, if you can indulge me for one more minute, this is a very important point. It's Kitchener Street. If you've ever turned left off of Kitchener Street, it's ridiculous. If you turn left onto Victoria, I can bring the lady here. I'm sure she is still traumatized by the fact. On that left-hand turn, you're coming off the highway, off the off-ramp. You turn, and that car came there. It hit another car, and it hit one of the workers at Italian Ice Cream, and thank you for that. And it hit her. And so that was a tragic point. It happened about 10 years ago. And that near miss happens every day. So now, 120 cars in that thing. Now you're going to have 500 cars in there. That's multiplied by 5. You're going to have 5 near misses. It's not a spot where you need to put you can't put a signal light there. All we're asking is, the fact is that becomes a one-way street. One-way street from there to Hunter. So that now you get into the parking spots, you still have a lot of problems because all those spots there, those aren't there. You've actually got a parking, you go into the parking garage where the chargers are right now. You have the check-in and check-out for the hotel. It's not there, and you're going to take the street down to one-way anyways. All we're asking is, the fact is, if you did it one way, you had 20 spots in there, I think everyone would be supportive of the fact of this build. That's all we're asking for. Now, just one more point. The fact is that on the south side of the street on Kitchener, none of that is there. So there is a parking for the old Sandstone. That's parking there. You can't put parking spots there. You have I can't remember what the hotel is on Victoria Avenue, but it's not the Continental, but that parking lot, that's not there either. So you'd have to move everything there. I'm not sure if you've ever even talked to the people of the Sandstone to let them know this is happening, and the Country Western Inn, sorry, that's what it was called. That is their parking lot. That parking spot is not there. So all that would have to come to, I'm assuming, a site plan agreement, but that's not going to be done here. So now we're in a situation where we have this situation where basically, once you decide this, then staff decides what the site plan's all about. So that's why we're at this point, and this is why it would be very important to at least come with that compromise. Only asking for that very minor compromise, and I did bring it up, but it didn't show up on there, so that's why I'm bringing it here today.
So the applicant will be up next, so we'll be able to get some insight from them on that one.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yes, step up. If you just, again, state your name and address, and then you have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm Inga Baxter. I live at 4923 Kitchener Street, directly across from the church. I can hardly wait to hear all the music from the patio, but my concern is parking. The city, I have to apply every year for parking permits to have people come and visit me. A little green tag they hang on their thing so they can park on the street. Will the city negotiate so I can get a parking space in the parking garage so I can have company? Because the street, oh, it's gone. Okay. I agree it'll have to go one way because there won't be parking in front of my house anymore if there's this increased parking. And if you look at the design, they've got bump outs and valet parking, and I mean, there just isn't room. It's a regular, ordinary street. My other concern is the heavy equipment that will be needed to build this thing. I mean, there's going to be a crane, there's going to be diggers, there's going to be who knows what. The property itself is that little triangle, and the rest of the property is the parking lot for the Country Inn and Suites, or whatever the heck the name is, down at the end of the street. So there's got to be a camper for the head office with the guy with the blueprints. Where are they all going to be? And all the workers got to park someplace. And there just isn't enough room. I think that about covers it.
I don't know, do we have an answer, Mr. Nicol, about the parking that she's asking about for people who have to get permits? Who would know that? Would you know, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't actually have the answer right now, but I'm going to assume that they would make a request to the city to utilize our parking lot for some of that staging area during the period of construction. That would be my assumption, but we would get all those details at the site plan stage, similar to the construction management plan, how it's all going to lay out, where construction vehicles will enter and exit, and those kinds of things.
Okay, all right, yes.
One more thing. The city is happily going to resurface all of Kitchener Street. I would suggest you wait until the decision is made, because those heavy transport trucks could kill the road and you'd have to resurface it again.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have anyone else other than the applicant? Okay, seeing none. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. My name's Rocky Vaca. I'm a partner at the law firm Sullivan Manny, and I appear on behalf of the applicant company and its principal, Michele Di Martino. With me, I have Aaron Butler, who's our land use planner from NPG Planning Solutions. Also have Matthew Smid, who's the project architect at the end of the row. Both Aaron and Matthew will be taking you through a PowerPoint presentation shortly. Also present and available to answer any questions is Scott Catan of Paradigm, who's a traffic impact and parking study consultant, and Denise Horn, who's a heritage planner from MPG. Before I get to my planned comments, I just want to address some of the comments you've heard. There's still a lot of hurdles to cross before this project proceeds. There's going to be an H put on it until certain studies are completed. There's discussion about making Kitchener Street one way, other ideas. That's all going to come out of these studies. So that H is not going to be lifted until everyone is convinced here at the city that we've dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's, quite frankly. From that, there may be recommendations of, only right turning lanes, only left turning lanes, Kitchener being one way. So a lot of this is premature for us to discuss. We have no idea where it's headed. The idea of removing the parkette for parking for the city permanently, again, that's something that needs to be discussed further. During construction, that can be used as temporary parking and reserved until construction is completed. But again, premature to make those decisions tonight. We are nowhere near that point. To begin, I have to confess that this application has special meaning to me. I grew up in this neighborhood. My mother still lives in the neighborhood on the other side of the 420. I remember playing ball hockey at the parking lot at the Memorial Arena. I remember going to Japino's to buy popsicles and candy. The reality is they're gone. The arena's gone. Japino's is gone. This neighborhood isn't what it used to be, unfortunately. And it's sad for me to see that. This development will truly be a catalyst for greater revitalization of this historical neighborhood. The Music City Hotel is a dream of Michele. Michele has over 30 years of hospitality experience across Southern Ontario. He has been critical to the success of a number of high-profile music and entertainment venues, many of which hosted iconic bands and acts on their way to prominence. His vision for the Music City Hotel is to create a cultural world-class landmark. Michele's vision is very timely as it number one, advances the objectives of the Niagara Falls Music City Strategy endorsed by Council several years ago by supporting year-round music tourism and creating employment opportunities. And secondly, it supports the vision of the Destination Niagara Strategy, which was announced by the province December of last year, which looks to attract additional hotels and entertainment options. Before I call up Aaron and Matthew to give their presentation, I want to thank planning staff for their collaborative approach. I want to thank your CAO in the discussions relating to the parking garage. I think everyone has worked very hard to get to this point, and again, we're only halfway down the road. There's still a lot more work to be done before this project is fully approved and receives site plan approval. I do want to confirm that we have read the recommendations in the planning staff and support the recommendations as is. I will be back to give some concluding remarks and to answer any questions, but right now I'll pass it off to Aaron and Matthew.
Thank you, Rocky. Thank you for having us here tonight. My name is Aaron Butler. I'm a registered professional planner and managing partner at NPG Planning Solutions, just down the street from this development, actually, at 4999 Victoria Avenue. I will definitely not cover everything that Ms. Cece covered. I'll try my best to move through things. You have a busy agenda. But I do want to spend a little bit of time on this slide just in terms of context. So the sites are located in a tourist commercial area, specifically the Clifton Hill subdistrict, which is shown in red here. The entire area that's in red there permits tourism and commercial uses such as hotels, retail, restaurants, theaters, museums, parking lots, among many other things, and including other attractions. There's a number of existing hotels and motels nearby, Casino Niagara, the attractions on Clifton Hill, Victoria Avenue, Niagara River Parkway, Queen Victoria Park, the Falls. And I'm just showing you this just to express to you the kind of broad area that the tourist district actually covers in this vicinity. It's not just Clifton Hill or Niagara Parkway or even Victoria Avenue. It's actually the neighborhood behind it as well, which is envisioned for long-term tourism uses. The sites have really good access to Falls Avenue, which connects to the provincial highway system. And Victoria Avenue at Falls Avenue is a key entryway into the Clifton Hill area. Immediately east of the subject lands, the city's official plan already permits up to 30 stories for development. And one block west of Kitchener on Walnut is a site approved for 2 towers, hotel, 35 and 36 stories. I'm going to breeze through a couple of these slides that Ms. Cece's already touched on, but just noting here 4898 Kitchener Street, the triangular property with the church, and 4873 Kitchener Street, the city's parking lot. So critical to the applications and the proposed development is cultural heritage. A cultural heritage evaluation report was completed by NPG Planning for 4898 Kitchener Street, the church property, and that concluded that the primary heritage value in that property was in the original church building. There is an addition to the rear, I'll say, to the east side of the church building, a later addition, as well as the manse or the dwelling that's on the property, which is also later. Those two structures, the addition and the manse, were found not to have that heritage value, but the church did. And again, that is key to this development application. As you'll see, the entire hotel model and music venue model revolve around adaptively reusing this church. And I just want to point out, just everyone take a look at while I'm on the slide, the picture in the bottom right in that vantage point, which we'll come back to. So the vantage point for Kitchener and Hunter, which shows the kind of the form of the building with the tower on the left. These are a few of the heritage attributes that are on the building, including the form of the building, as well as that rose petal window, which you can see inside of the auditorium and from the outside right now. And in the interior, some of you've most likely been in the space. I know Councillor Lococo as a Heritage Committee member. This auditorium, this amphitheater, is really key. It was designed initially for music, for hosting music sessions, and that gives this property and this development a really unique opportunity to reuse that space as a music venue, and it's a really interesting reuse of the space. So as I said, first and foremost, with the proposal, the most important thing is conserving that 1918 church building. It's integral to the development. The reuse of the church, in particular the amphitheater, as an intimate music venue for about 400 people. The 50-story hotel adjacent to the church with 409 rooms. The photo on the top left shows that same vantage point that I pointed out earlier, which maintains the views of the original heritage building on the corner, on the gore there, ensuring that those Gothic influences of the building are maintained. Rocky mentioned the city's music city strategy. The hotel would be in the uses supportive of the music venue, and the music industry at large support that vision. And those include recording spaces, office space, space for artists, space for musicians. And the Music City strategy also calls for the reuse of underutilized spaces and underutilized buildings in the city. And we think this is a really great example of an underutilized space in the city that was designed with music in mind. And we think this is a perfect reuse of the building. On this slide, I'll just point out that the location of the hotel, which is on the right-hand side of the screen, is sort of behind the church on the flat wall of the original church. And the original church views to it are maintained from Hunter and from Kitchener. And that scale, the current scale of the church, is maintained in relation to the residential neighborhood to the west. I will call up Matthew now, who is going to spend a couple of slides just expressing the architectural vision of the proposal.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Matthew Schmid. I'm a local architect. My practice is located on Main Street here in Niagara Falls. So I'll just quickly dive into a quick discussion on the design of the hotel. The design of the hotel really started with a desire to create a strong connection between the new building and the existing church. And there was two main ways that we went about doing that. The first was to establish some strong horizontal alignments between the existing heritage church and the hotel. And you can see the top of the lower wall of the church aligns with the third floor terrace. So that first level of a setback in the building is constant across both the church and the hotel. And then the top or roof of the church aligns with the top of the hotel podium. And the podium is really important because that's what relates to the church and also the surrounding context. And it really is the majority of what you experience when you approach the project or passing by. Another way we tried to establish that connection is by creating a material dialogue between the old and the new building. So the warm brick of the church is relating to the warm terracotta panels on the hotel. We tried to keep the profile of the tower as slender as possible to give it as light silhouette as possible. And the aesthetic of the tower is a sort of modern interpretation of Art Deco, so it's a friendly nod to those classic Art Deco towers in New York City with their vertical bands of masonry and glass. We've just modernized it a bit by adding some rounded corners and cascading forms at the top and bottom and increasing the amount of glazing. Another important aspect is how the base of the building terraces down to make a more comfortable transition from the 50-story tower to the pedestrian scale. And we've created some active uses on the front facing Kitchener Street with the cafe at the corner, the hotel lobby, and then the entrance to the music hall at the base of the bell tower. But the ultimate goal was to create a strong relationship between the new and the old parts of the project. So just quickly touching on the interior, we extended the warm material language of the exterior into the hotel lobby. The rose window, which is a major focal point of the interior of the concert hall, also becomes a focal point of the hotel lobby. And that makes the heritage aspect of the original building a integral part of the interior experience of the new building as well. And music is also embedded throughout the project with creative workspaces and recording studios and intimate performance spaces, including a rooftop restaurant and lounge. And just while I'm touching on the music theme, these are all to kind of supplement the main music program of the concert hall. And there was some concerns about acoustics with performances in that space. And one of the aspirations of the client is to do acoustic-only performances in addition to amplified as well. But in order to be able to do acoustic performances, you need to be able to shield the exterior sounds from coming into the space, which has the added benefit of helping keep the sound inside of the performance space as well. The weakest link in the acoustic design right now is the single pane glass windows that would need to be upgraded or augmented with an additional layer of glazing. And I've worked on projects where we've used glass as much as an inch thick to be able to accommodate those acoustic requirements. And the upper levels of the hotel create a unique vantage point for viewing the falls, thanks to the site's location and its alignment with the Niagara Gorge. So you really do get a nice perspective on the Horseshoe Falls. But in short, the approach to the interior was just to make the architecture, music, and heritage kind of all work together as a single cohesive experience. And I'll pass it back to Aaron.
Thanks, Matt. So on the parking garage side, just a few things that I want to stress. The applicant would construct the 5-story parking structure, as has been mentioned. This is in combination with some surface parking. So on the left-hand side of the screen over towards 2nd Avenue would continue to be some surface parking. And just one of the concerns I heard tonight about the 2nd Avenue access point, we also heard that from city staff, that's certainly something through site plan agreement process we will have to look at, and potentially there won't be an access point to 2nd Avenue. And I also wanted to point out just on the site plan here that the building is set off. There's a buffer off of the property lines. And through site plan agreement, the city would be looking at landscaping, adding trees between parking area, surface parking area, and property lines to ensure that there's appropriate buffer between the parking structure, the parking lot, and adjacent neighbors. And just confirming as well that the minimum parking requirements are met for the proposed development. I am going to call Matt up just for one quick second, just to talk about from this vantage point, the architecture of the parking garage.
Yes, so real quick, the aspiration for the design of the parking garage was to address the parking requirements for the project, but we also wanted to make it an asset for the neighborhood. And to do that, we tried to activate the base of the building by including bars and restaurants at grade facing both Victoria and Kitchener, and also with the inclusion of the public park and plaza to the east of the parking garage, which opens up the site and makes a more welcoming environment for tourists and visitors arriving at the site and at the neighborhood. We wanted to establish a strong architectural connection with the hotel so that it has a cohesive identity as a project. So we brought across the same warm material palette and rounded corners to relate to the hotel. And we wanted to introduce the undulating sculptural screen facade for the upper levels of the parking garage, just to give it some depth and texture and interaction with light and shadow throughout the day, so it creates some visual interest for those upper levels. Landscaping was a big consideration with generous trees and planting around the edges, and then, but ultimately our goal was to create a useful piece of infrastructure, but also enhance the public realm.
Okay, just a few more slides. So we talked about the kind of some of the attributes and the importance for us of maintaining this building. And there's also a heritage impact assessment that's done in addition to the evaluation that will be revisited through site plan and through building permits. It highlights some of the positive impacts, and it talks about potential alternative design considerations and things to keep in mind for the proposed development to ensure that there are no negative impacts on the building. So this would be something that has been completed and will continue to evolve as the project evolves. I will not spend any time, as Ms. Cece has already covered the official plan amendment, details of the zoning amendment for both properties. I have the slides with some specifics in case we need to come back to them, but there's nothing in these slides you haven't already heard from Ms. Cece, okay? In terms of comment and responses, there's actually just a few things I want to touch on, and this is actually more about how we've addressed some of the comments from staff and from agencies. The first thing on parking supply, we heard that the parking supply was insufficient with our first submission. We went back to the drawing board, sat down with transportation staff, and revised the parking structure. So it does have an additional level with additional parking spaces that now meet the zoning requirement, as well as maintain all of the existing city parking supply. In combination with that, staying on transportation, location of accessible parking and valet parking was brought up, and you did hear it tonight about valet parking it was initially shown on Kitchener Street, sort of like curbside drop-off. That's been relocated to be fully on private, actually on the parking lot property, and thoughtfully designed so that they're still close to the entrance, but freeing up Kitchener Street for public parking, for vehicular traffic. And what we've shown on Kitchener Street, what you saw on the slides and some kind of the landscaping plan is conceptual. And as was mentioned, through a TIS and through a sensitivity analysis that will be done at the site plan stage, that's subject to change and subject to detailed review by your staff. Lastly, on wind, just touching here that, again, we're in agreement with the holding symbol for the wind study, and we've been in discussion with our wind consultants about some of the design measures that we'll be looking at through site plan, which are listed in your report and listed on the slide there. I won't spend any time on this slide other than to say the studies that have been done, many of which have been touched on tonight, are all available for public viewing on the website. And in conclusion, our opinion is that the proposal is in a good location within a tourist district, in a tourist commercial area of the city, in a neighborhood planned for tourism uses with existing commercial uses and existing tourism uses nearby and directly adjacent to the property. The proposal is a great reuse of an existing building. The church building in particular, the music venue, is an extremely good fit that allows the building to be conserved and reused in line with its original intent. It's also an example, as I said, of a project that's in alignment with the Music City strategy, reusing underutilized buildings and bringing new music spaces to the city. The study work that's been completed, including an urban design brief, the shadow study, wind study, show that the proposal can achieve and will achieve compatibility with its surrounding context. And overall, the proposal aligns with provincial, regional, and city planning policies, including the official plan. And I will move to just one more slide and welcome Mr. Vaca back up.
So to address Councillor Newesteg's questions, we do have some numbers. So development charges, we're looking at $10 to $11 million in development charges, $525,000 in building permit fees. Annual city property taxes are estimated at $2.3 million for the whole project. Estimated construction cost, $200 million. Construction jobs to be generated, 300 to up to 500 jobs at peak. Number of full-time and part-time jobs that will be generated once the hotel is open and the music venue is open is approximately 200 employees. We did a short calculation of MAT taxes anticipated based on your new bylaw and what the rate is going to be. And we're looking at $1 million to $1.5 million a year in MAT taxes generated from the hotel rooms. And we're estimating an increase in the annual parking revenue to the city of $90,000 annually. That's our estimate. So that addresses the financial impact. I just had a short video I wanted to show, if you could take us to the attachment for the video. Your worship, members of council, that's our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councillor Dabrowski, and then Lococo.
Yeah, through you. Great presentation. It's interesting to see the skyline from that far away from the Falls View area. It's impressive. Question through you. Has this, we alluded to the church building with the hotel built around it. Has the church gone through a structural assessment in the past 2 years, 5 years? Is it structurally sound? Was there a study done?
I'm going to have the project architect address that question. Matthew?
Yeah, there hasn't been a structural analysis completed yet, but there would be no new additional structural loads like bearing on, so there might be some underpinning that has to happen like immediately adjacent. Okay. But any structural stuff will come later on once we get into the construction drawings and the construction design.
And in terms of, through you, experience, has your client worked on a project of this magnitude before? What's the tallest building that they've built in previous years? Is there a comparison or a comparable that we can put against it as a litmus test?
Do you want to answer? I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Our client hasn't developed buildings like this. As Mr. Vaca said, our client was many, many years in the hospitality industry running venues. Something like this is going to take many, many partners to get off the ground, and experienced construction companies and experienced developers to see an entire project like this to fruition. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful building, looks impressive, and hope to see it come to fruition one day, but thank you for being here.
Thank you. Councilor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to all of the speakers, thank you. I had a couple questions. In some of the drawings and some of the discussions, there was the patio outside of the amphitheater. Sometimes it was in the drawings, sometimes it was out of the drawings. Is it in the drawings? Is it part of the project now that there is a patio there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the good question, the renderings you saw showed kind of an elevated patio with a roof cover over top of it. From a heritage perspective, that needs to be examined a bit more because of the importance of the view of the church building from that side. And the idea would still be that there is some sort of patio connected to the interior space, but the detailed design of a patio would be looked at through future, through a heritage lens.
Okay, that was my concern because that was a discussion. Can you see that amphitheater if you have a patio there? So I'm glad to hear that you're going to be looking at that. Another question about a heritage feature, the rose petal window. In the renditions, you could see the rose petal window. Now it's an external window, so right now there's light coming through it into the amphitheater. Now it's going to be part of the lobby of the actual hotel. Will there be any light designed to hit it?
Through the mayor, yeah, the design of the lobby, one of the reasons why it's a 3-story open space in the front portion of the building there is to make sure that we still get that early morning light that's kind of currently hitting it. So it won't be at like all times of the day, but there will be a few moments where you get direct light coming through it. And at all times of day, you would get indirect light coming through it. So it'll still be kind of a backlit rose window.
Okay, thank you. My last question. Mr. Vaca mentioned about a historical neighborhood, and there's all of the heritage information in there. The Cultural Heritage Evaluation Report and the Cultural Impact Assessment states that the church meets 5 out of the 9 criteria for designation. This is one of the best heritage properties that I've seen since I've been on council. I'm just wondering, why has the applicant not chosen to designate this beautiful heritage building?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The councillor is correct that there's several heritage attributes that are worthy of designation. And you can see that the project as a whole is fundamentally about protecting the heritage building and really using that as a resource. The owner is open to a discussion down the road about that. At this point in time, the focus is on getting a development application approved, moving forward to site plan, moving forward into detailed design, hopefully get it constructed and have a conversation around all along the way around long-term conservation efforts and the kind of the methods to conserve the building long-term, including designation.
Okay, thank you. My final, just on top of that, if they're open to discussions down the road for designation, how does the provincial changes for the listed and designated registered list, how does that work? My understanding is that if something is on the list right now and it's not designated by January 1st of 2027, it falls off of the list for 5 years. So if we can have maybe our staff comment on it, what's going to happen? So for 5 years, will the applicant look at it 5 years from now? Is there something that we can do in between to possibly bridge that and make it sooner if that's what the applicant would like to do?
Ms. Dolch, if you have any insight?
Thank you, Your Worship. That's our understanding as well. As of January 1, 2027, they will fall off the list and they can't be added on for another 5 years.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor to the speakers, if that's what's going to happen, do you see a plan to get it designated with that provincial legislation being what it is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, council will have seen an email from me a number of weeks ago on this issue. So we disagree that automatically you can't do it for 5 years. You can voluntarily agree. City of St. Catharines has agreements and consent forms that developers use. So to say that it won't happen for 5 years is not true. If our client wishes for it to happen, it can happen by him simply signing an agreement with the city and waiving his rights. And it's commonplace to do that. Going back to the reasons why he doesn't want to do it right now, two reasons that jump out that were in my email to you a number of weeks ago. One is insurance, okay? Try getting affordable insurance coverage for a property that's designated under the Heritage Act. Secondly, if you're looking at getting investors in this type of project, and he's talking to some pretty serious investors, as soon as they hear heritage designation, they back off right away. So I can foresee Michele and his partners down the road, once the building is completed, possibly designated certain aspects of the site, putting up a nice plaque. I'm sure that wouldn't be an issue at that point. But at this point, it's a real bad idea just for insurance, in terms of getting investors on board. And quite frankly, it can be done anytime. I disagree that you have to wait 5 years. There is a process where you can voluntarily agree to designate.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we can put that on a list to follow up at another time to see if we can designate it, because it's a beautiful building and you're only going to improve it. One of the things about insurance, I know that you provided some information about insurance, and I found some from the Insurance Bureau of Canada saying it's not necessarily that it's designated. If it's designated that the insurance goes up, what it is that some of the features within the older buildings, the plumbing, the wiring, that's what makes the insurance go up, not just the designation. So we're both right on both sides, but yes, it is a concern. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Any other questions of council? Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yeah, it's quite the quite the feat, I guess. I'm just Googling music hotels all over the world, and there are quite a few of them. And this would, if this comes into fruition, this would be one of the biggest and nicest music hotels. Is Michele here? I just want to know his vision. I want to know where he got this from. Can it come up, Michele? I just want to know your background. How did you come up with this idea? I was trying to figure out which one.
I was going to talk. How you doing? Well, I got the idea. It was simple when I bought it. I was thinking about doing something similar. I have a bar in Toronto, and we were going to do something similar. And then when I saw the Music City strategy, I started thinking, why not make this a real destination type of idea? And that's how it's very simple, what I came up with.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a perfect fit.
I think it is too.
With Destination Niagara, we're expecting a lot of
when I did
casinos and different hotels, and
yeah,
something like this is something so unique and fit, and I'm sure every band in the world would love to play. Is there a band?
So a lot of the bands that I know and dealt with, they're the ones that actually said, it looks just like Ryman Hall, which is the old Grand Ole Opry in Nashville. And so when you Google that, it's a miniature Ryman Hall. So
is there a certain band or certain musician that would be the first band you would have playing?
I won't say right now, but there'll be a lineup. Let's say.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Baldinelli.
I just obviously the parking is required for the construction, which it's a beautiful looking vision for sure. Increased annual parking revenue of $90,000 a year. I think that how do we negotiate the parking? I know they're building the unit, but then they're going to have businesses in front of it with the park. We had concerns from the businesses across the street. How do we increase that?
Mr. CAO?
Again, it's early days. It depends on the nature of the contractual arrangement. I may just do a license fee. As their solicitor has said, it's early days in this. I don't want to get into a complex negotiations until the other items are there. This council knows most of our negotiated deals rely on a contributed value concept to it, not just the fair market value of what we're giving, but also what does that property mean to the overall contribution to the project. So I'm sure there'll be some interesting discussions in the future if they get through their other items. You know, so my job is to maximize the rate of return to the taxpayer. Rocky's job is to maximize the rate of return to his client, and we'll have some interesting discussions going forward.
Well, I support maximizing to the taxpayer.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What is the will of council? Councillor Dabrowski. There are three recommendations. Okay, yeah, the three recommendations, okay. Second by Councillor Baldinelli. There's no further discussion. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? One opposed. All right, thank you for that. Same one, okay. All right, Mr. Clerk, please introduce the next item on the agenda.
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit an addition to the existing retail store consisting of 3 new ground floor commercial units and 2 dwelling units above, 2 dwelling units above at 5190 and 5204 Stanley Avenue. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on June 12, 2026, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment or bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the OPA or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll now call on Mackenzie CC Senior Planner, Current Development, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff, and area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application for 5190 and 5204 Stanley Avenue. Subject lands, which are comprised of 5190 and 5204 Stanley Avenue, are approximately 0.2 hectares in size and are located on the east side of Stanley Avenue between Valley Way and McRae Street. 5204 Stanley Avenue currently contains a convenience store and gasoline bar. A gasoline bar in some form has existed on the property for several decades. 5190 Stanley Avenue has been vacant for some time, but had previously contained a detached dwelling. Surrounding land uses include to the north detached dwellings as well as Valley Way. To the south is McRae Street and detached dwellings. East is a triplex dwelling and other detached dwellings, and to the west is Stanley Avenue and a commercial plaza. Subject lands are designated residential in accordance with the city's official plan, and the applicant is proposing to redesignate the lands to the minor commercial land use designation. 5190 Stanley Avenue is zoned residential 1D density zone, and 5204 Stanley Avenue is zoned a site-specific automobile service station and gasoline bar zone, which was introduced in 2008. A zoning bylaw amendment is proposed to rezone both properties to a site-specific general commercial zone. And what this would do is add a gasoline bar as a permitted use, reduce the front yard depth to the existing gasoline bar, reduce the interior side yard width for the proposed addition, and reduce the rear yard depth for the proposed addition as well. The addition is proposed to the north of the existing convenience store and will consist of 3 new ground floor commercial units and 2 dwelling units above, along with 10 new parking spaces. And this slide shows a conceptual elevation of the proposed addition, which is shown on the left side of the image. A public open house was held on May 13th of this year, and 2 members of the public were in attendance, and we have not received any written comments to date. And just a brief overview of some of the comments and concerns that were raised was with respect to stormwater management. And we note that the addition will be subject to site plan control, at which time we will be reviewing the design in detail as it relates to the existing development on 5204 Stanley. With respect to construction noise, the operation of construction equipment will be regulated by the city's noise bylaw and enforced by municipal enforcement services staff. With respect to fuel delivery, truck movements, we're not proposing to change any of the existing movements that were approved through the previous site plan application, so those are to remain as existing. And with respect to replacement of the existing asphalt paved gasoline bar surface, so there was a comment as to whether this would go to concrete, and we just note that in 2008 when it went through site plan control, this would have been brought up to the municipal standard at the time, and as they're not proposing to change the development on that parcel, it will be remaining as is. In summary, staff recommend approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment as it satisfies matters of provincial interest as outlined in Section 2 of the Planning Act. It conforms to provincial, regional, and city policies with respect to land use compatibility, public health and safety, archaeology, infrastructure, and affordable housing. It represents a logical expansion of an existing commercial use and corridor. The existing transportation, sanitary, storm sewer, and water infrastructure have sufficient capacity to accommodate the proposed development, and the supporting studies and materials submitted with the application demonstrate that the proposed scale and form of development are appropriate for this location. Staff also note that the zoning and site-specific amendments are appropriate for the area and will facilitate an efficient, coordinated use of land. And the staff are of the opinion that the proposed development will address the concerns raised by members of the public. So in conclusion, staff recommend that council approves the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application in accordance with the regulations and modifications outlined in staff's staff report. That council authorizes the inclusion of a holding provision to require the entry of the letter to the Ontario Public Register of Archaeological Reports with respect to the completed Stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessment. And again, to authorize the amending bylaw to include a sunset clause for a period of 4 years with a 2-year extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceci. Any questions of council? Okay, seeing none, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody registered? We do not. Is there anyone here who wishes to address us other than the applicant? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. So you can just state your name, who you represent.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Greg Terrace, and I'm Senior Planner with Urban Environmental Management here in Niagara Falls, and I represent the owner of the property. I do have a presentation. Ms. Ceci covered all the main points, and it's been a long day so far, so I'm not even going to go through it. Unless somebody has a question, I'm happy to answer any questions. If not,
sounds good, Mr. Terrace.
With council.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Terrace? Okay, seeing none, I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
The public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli, that we approve the 3 recommendations. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Great job. Okay. All right, Mr. Clerk, please introduce the next item on the agenda.
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit the construction of a private parking lot containing 347 parking spaces at the Ferry Street Hydro Corridor west of Allendale Avenue. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on June 12, 2026, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the OPA or bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the OPA and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the OPA and the bylaw or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll now call on Chris Room, our Planner 2, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council staff and area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application AM 2026-006 for the property at the Ferry Street Hydro Corridor west of Allendale Avenue. The applicant is Hydro One Networks, who will be leasing the lands to Hospitality Fallsview Holdings, Inc. to facilitate the off-site required parking, which will service the future Oaks Hotel development, previously approved by council as a part of application AM 2024-003. Subject lands are located on the south side of Ferry Street and is bound by Allendale Avenue to the east, Pierce Street to the south, and Gladstone Avenue to the west. The lot currently contains 2 Hydro One electrical towers on the property, which will remain on site. The immediate surrounding land uses consist of Hydro Corridor lands to the north, commercial uses to the east, Hydro Corridor lands and detached dwellings to the south, and detached dwellings and commercial uses to the west. Subject lands are currently designated tourist commercial and residential in part. Parking lots are permitted in the tourist commercial designation, however, they are not permitted in the residential designation, thus triggering the requirement for the official plan amendment. The application requests to redesignate the entirety of the lands to tourist commercial in order to permit the proposed parking lot. Additionally, the lands are zoned as tourist commercial, general commercial, and residential 2, where parking lots are permitted in the TC and GC zone, but not in the R2 zone. The applicant is requesting to rezone the entirety of the lands to a site-specific TC zone to permit the lot with site-specific provisions. Staff are also recommending the inclusion of a holding provision until a long-term lease is secured and a revised stormwater management plan has been submitted. Our original recommendation is for a holding provision until a lease of at least 20 years has been secured. However, after some late consultation with the applicant, we will be revising our recommendation to provide for a long-term lease rather than strictly 20 years. This will provide for some flexibility should the applicant not be able to secure a 20-year lease, which is still the preference of staff. Should the secured lease expire, staff have included a provision in the amending bylaw specifying that the applicant shall provide necessary required parking spaces in another location that is appropriately zoned and acceptable to staff. So this slide depicts the proposed site layout, which illustrates the parking lot bound by Ferry, Allendale Pier, and Gladstone, and shows the entrance just off of Allendale Avenue to the north, or I guess that's the east side of the property there. The lot will operate as a private valet lot for hotel guests of the Oaks Hotel and will not be accessible for public parking. The following site-specific provisions are being requested. So a parking space width of 2.6 meters and a length of 5.9 meters, a maneuvering aisle width of 6 meters, and a landscape buffer of 4 meters. It should be noted that the landscape buffer provision has been added by staff as the TC zone does not provide for this buffer requirement. We have added this to ensure appropriate buffering from the neighboring uses. Public open house was hosted by the agent for the applicant on May 14th, 2026, and notice for the open house was circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands, and a sign was posted on April 30th. 7 members of the public attended, and concerns were raised regarding the maintenance of the property, drainage, light trespass, and tree coverage, to which staff have provided the following responses. Hospitality Fallsview Holdings will be responsible for maintaining the lot. Regarding drainage, although the applicant originally proposed a gravel lot, we are requiring that the applicant pave the lot to meet our urban design guidelines, which in turn requires the applicant to submit an updated stormwater management plan and install catch basins. Consequently, a holding provision has been placed on the property, meaning that the new zoning will not take effect until city staff have approved the revised drainage plan for the paved lot. Regarding light trespass, the applicant has submitted a lighting plan that demonstrates that there will be no light trespass beyond the property lines. And regarding tree coverage, the site contains existing and proposed perimeter trees, but overhead wires restrict the new trees which can be planted on the site. To address this, staff have requested additional soft landscaping such as sod, plantings, and small trees, which have been incorporated around the hydro towers and throughout the site as well. This enhanced landscaping will be secured through the site plan control application process. The proposed development conforms with provincial, regional, and city policies as it enables intensification within the built-up area, facilitating off-site parking for the approved Oaks Hotel development. The proposed parking lot makes efficient use of land which otherwise has limited ability to redevelop for other purposes permitted in the official plan and zoning bylaw, simultaneously ensuring the continued use of the hydro corridor. As such, planning staff recommends that council approve the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to redesignate part of the subject lands from residential to tourist commercial and rezone the lands to a site-specific tourist commercial zone to permit the construction of the private surface parking lot containing 347 parking spaces. And the council authorized the amending bylaw to include a holding provision to require Hospitality Fallsview Holdings, Inc. to enter into a long-term lease with Hydro One Networks for the subject lands to the satisfaction of city staff, and for the applicant to submit a revised stormwater management plan to the satisfaction of city staff. And the council authorized the amending bylaw to include a sunset clause to require the execution of a site plan agreement within 3 years of the amending bylaw coming into effect, with the possibility of a 2-year extension at the discretion of the general manager of planning, building, and development. And that concludes the presentation for this application.
Well done?
Well, good, yeah.
Any questions? I saw we were changing the screen. I didn't know what we were.
Oh, sorry. No.
Yeah, so we've got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding at the open house, it was presented as a gravel lot, and I understand the report now says that it was gravel, but the suggestion is to go to a paved. I'm just wondering how effective was the open house if that wasn't the plan? If it was gravel at the open house, but now we've changed it, was it an official open house? Like, it's completely changed. It has a lot of different issues environmentally.
Yeah, Mr. Room, did you?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, the application is for the use of the property and the use obviously as a parking lot. What it exactly looks like can be altered a little bit as we unfold the application process. So obviously making the lot paved does add a little bit of implications for the heat island effect, and we are aware of that, which is why we have asked for increased vegetation around the site and plantings throughout the site as well. The original gravel lot didn't include those plantings, so as we informed them we would require the lot to be paved, we also require them to provide additional landscaping as well.
Okay, thank you. And because it's now paved, it brings up a bunch of other questions. Our official plan talks about environmental responsibility with permeable surfaces. Is there any way that we could use permeable pavers instead of going to a gravel lot?
Sure. Through the mayor, it's certainly something that we could look at. I think the requirement really is more of a hard surface rather than gravel. The idea is we just don't want it to be gravel because of the dust effect. But we could certainly look at more permeable pavers through the site plan control process.
Okay, I would appreciate that, because when people did attend the open house, they thought we were going in an environmental direction of having a permeable surface, and now we're not. So if we can go that route, that would be great. I wanted to talk to you about, you just said that the private valet lot, but on the presentation from the applicant and at the open house, it was specified it was a private valet lot, that only the valet people would go there. But on page 6 on the applicant's presentation, it says valet would assist guests in parking. Does that mean guests are coming to the parking lot and they're assisting them there? I just want that clarified, because that is something different.
Sure. Yeah, through the mayor, my interpretation the entire time I've been under the pretense that it's been fully valet. As to what the applicant put on their presentation, I think I'd probably defer to them just to clarify, but that's the assumption I'm
Thank
under.
you. And was the Environmental Action Committee aware of this application for them to make any recommendations about the permeable surfaces?
Who would know that? Would that be Mr. Room? Are you aware?
I'm not aware, yeah.
Who's on the Environmental Action Committee here?
Through to the mayor. To my knowledge, it was not listed on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is around parking. In the report, it does say that there are going to be projected capacity constraints of elevated volume to capacity ratios and extended queuing. Do we have a traffic plan so that's not going to happen if we have all of those cars coming out into?
Yes, through the mayor. So through the traffic impact study that they submitted, a lot of those capacity constraints were allocated to what they called, I have an actual word for it here just to make sure I get it right, just background regional growth. So it's not directly, the capacity isn't directly being increased by the development. And their way to alleviate that is to increase green light times at certain key intersections throughout the valley route.
Okay, and the last question I forgot. With a paved surface now, all of the water is going to be going into our storm water to be processed. Who pays for that? If Hydro owns it, and who's paying for all of that water? Because before the water used to go in the ground.
Through the mayor, I might need some clarification on that. I don't know if you, Mr. Nickel, can assist.
Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, through the mayor. So they do have to submit an updated stormwater management brief. Our stormwater management is not a treated service. It's directly discharged. So any of the runoff that's calculated from that site would either be contributing to an oversizing of a pipe if they need to increase the size of a pipe, but if the system is already able to handle the capacity of flow that would receive the water, then the water would be received and there's no additional cost to the city to treat that or to convey it to its outlet.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question maybe for Ms. Nickel. Would this parking lot qualify as a commercial parking lot and they'll have to get licensed from the city for the commercial parking lot?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, through to the councillor. That's correct, and it is a commercial parking lot as well. So, and that's why the requirements for parking, paved parking, would be is a requirement, and that's like all the commercial lots in the city require, even though they're gravel now, have to be paved.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, do we collect any taxes, anything on the parking lot?
I didn't know that. It's a lease, right?
Well, yeah, it's Hydro One property. So at this point in time, but we would collect a license fee for the parking lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll collect a lot of property taxes when they build the hotel.
Right.
As well. Yes.
One final thing about the lot and the paved surface. We were talking about the pavers that they could put in. This is a conflicting thing. We have parking lot guidelines and we're supposed to be environmentally friendly and do that. Is there something that we can do to look at putting other things in those parking lot guidelines like pavers? Because we're going to run into this every time we have parking and there's large areas. It's just going to, we're paving a parking lot and we're getting away from the environmental responsibility that we have. So not for this, but in general, we have two conflicting things. We have parking lot guidelines and being environmentally friendly, and they're not meeting.
Probably it's something to look at, but the problem has been that people were turning their side yards, their fields,
right.
Their demolished buildings into parking lots, and it looked like a dog's breakfast. The city looked like heck, and it was the way to clean up with lighting and paving and security. But I don't know who would answer that, Mr. Nickel. Did you want? Oh no, look at they're actually fighting over answering the question. I love that excitement.
Through the mayor, I can start with respect to drainage, but Ms. Dolch may want to add some more to it. I think we have to recognize that the city is not relying on groundwater for our drinking water supply. Some municipalities, like Guelph, for example, have a really significant need to recharge their aquifer. Our aquifer is drained effectively by the hydro canal. That's the deepest point that cuts through the city. So everything drains to that point, and there's weeper connections or weeper holes to get into that point. Nonetheless, if we were to have a permeable pavement where water can soak through the surface, it still needs to be collected and then conveyed to a stormwater management system, because it can't just sit perched in the topsoil or perched in the layers between that soil and the clay. It'd be great if we can infiltrate some of it, but not all of it is going to infiltrate. So I do have to caution council on wanting to go too far into the weeds on that. It's very site specific on what sites can accept that groundwater and aquifer recharge. If the applicant or anyone were to build a permeable pavement, they'd have to build a system of pipes underneath that actually collect that water and send it to the storm sewers. We're not actually doing something. The key is to delay how quickly that water gets to the sewer so that it can be, so it's not all coming to our outlets at once. Other things like bioswales, biofilters are actually preferable solutions because they'll treat the water in terms of water quality as it leaves the site rather than just shedding it off from the pavement into our system. And they also can add to some reduction of the heat island effect, so some green spaces and things. So using low impact development standards or concepts would be one way to do that. But there's a lot of different options, but a lot of them, I am afraid, are very site specific and need to be examined. And Ms. Dolch had something she wanted to add.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the councillor. So when we passed the recommendations for commercial parking lot, it did include, it's just a stable surface, asphalt, concrete, permeable pavers.
Okay. If we could encourage that instead of going to asphalt. And one final question from Mr. Nickel. Where does the water go now for that hydro field?
Thank you. Through the mayor, I would imagine most of that water infiltrates into the soil and is absorbed and used up by the grass cover, right? So the grass and the roots would actually absorb a lot of that water. Right. Any surplus water would be shed to adjacent properties. So if there was a torrential rainfall, there'd be an overland flow, and that overland flow route generally would traverse the surface areas of the city to the city roads and end up in the lowest point of our city roads, which is generally the hydro canal.
So that's the difference right now. Most of it's going into the ground with the grass, unless there's a lot of it. So then when you go to a paved surface, we have something completely different, and that's really what I'm looking at. So maybe when we're looking at parking lots, maybe like a certain size of a lot or number, and looking at pavers. I know it says that, but we haven't done that, and here we are paving a lot. So I just wanted to bring it up for something to consider.
Was there any other discussion? Okay. Members of the public are advised that, thank you, Mr. Room. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered?
No, there's not.
Okay. Is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this matter? Okay, seeing not. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, come forward. I'm sorry. If you can state your name and address.
My name is Suzanne Dakin. I live on 7436 Hexmer, but the property I'm speaking of is 5642 Pierce Street, where my daughter and her husband and child live. So they are directly across from the park, especially the southeast corner, where in the past couple of years they've had some real issues with people loitering and building camps, living under the trees that are there. Hydro has been slow to respond to some of the issues that they've had, but as of late they have cleaned it up quite a bit. But it does bring down the neighborhood when we have that happening. So I'm pleased to see that somebody's going to actually take the property and use it maybe more effectively, but do want to just address the concern that they're going to be adding more foliage around, which is lovely, as long as it's maintained. Because it's from one day the police are there to take the people away, and the next day they're right back. And so I would like to see that that's taken care of, and also the lighting issue, like what kind of lighting can be installed that's not making it so that the neighbors are having bright lights in their faces all night long.
Okay, thanks for the question, Suzanne. Our CAO is going to address it.
Yeah, I'll start. Because the parking lot will be licensed, then they'll fall under some of our authorities for property standards and maintenance, though that will take care of some of the maintaining the landscaping. The current bylaws for lighting, and Ms. Dolch can correct me, but the illumination cannot exceed their property line, so it has to be directed to the property. There's always a little bit of residual light, but it's not, it has to meet a certain tolerance. So, and that will actually increase safety and security reasons. When you have a lit property and fenced, and the hotel would likely have security and other cameras there because they are storing cars at that point in time. So, so I think as a licensed parking lot, we have greater authority in that case, frankly, as a city with its bylaws than over the hydro, because they kind of trump us a little bit.
Okay. The parking lot that is behind their house, the lighting there is quite bright. So I don't know if it's a certain wattage or or color or whatever
If-
that maybe could be looked into? for that?
On a separate matter, yeah, you'd have to file, we use a complaint-based system, so a resident would have to file, and then there are tests that we do to go out. Sometimes it just means the light needs to be redirected in a certain way, and that's just, but for us to be involved, it has to be against the bylaw. We'd have to check verification of the bylaw.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Newstag.
Actually, I just want to thank the last resident who spoke because she brought up a very good point. That area right now has been just a site for everything unimaginable. I know they've had to cut down the trees, but the garbage that has been in there, the encampments that have happened, and it sits right in basically our tourist district. So I see this as a positive added feature to our area, and also for the historic Drummondville. I think it's good that we have something there, even though it's a parking lot. It's going to clean it up, and there's going to be eyes on it. The other parking lot you're speaking of was done before, and you can see the difference of what a paved parking lot looks like with proper landscaping as opposed to the one that you have. That's why the lights aren't proper, and it's just a gravel. It's kind of one of those unkept parking lots. So I think this is a good addition. I think it's handled properly, and I'm glad to see something going in there than what we have been. So thank you for bringing your point up.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Baldwin, you had a question?
I thought we had some kind of parking standards for parking lots.
We do.
Well, that means we're going to visit parking lots that don't meet the standards and have them upgrade?
Yeah.
That includes the one behind Pierce Street.
Yeah, is it not? Because I know that Mr. Gallagher has been visiting all the lots in the city and the owners.
I'd like to see that one,
So you know what to do, just submit that to him and he'll follow up on it if he hasn't already, or he'll give you an update on it.
Okay. And have we considered similar signs for all parking lots? I had suggested that
I think our CAO
year and a half ago.
Yeah, didn't we get some permission?
No, for our city parking lot signs?
No, we have our city parking lot signs that all look the same. Or then we have parking lots that every Tom, Dick, and Harry have. And we'd like to standardize those to include your licensing number and the exact similar size, so we know the difference between public and city.
Yes, and there's an issue with people copying the Green P parking for private and making names such as municipal parking lot. So that would be something we would extend into the bylaw. We'd have to bring that bylaw forward and enforce that. But we haven't got there yet. We're still working on getting the stone ones converted to pavement and getting them painted and lit. So that will be the next phase of it.
Mr. Gallagher's brought us 1 million miles in 1 year. It's amazing what we've done. Okay, if there's no further questions, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Yeah, if you want to introduce yourself, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff, and the public. My name is David Falletta, and I'm a registered professional planner with Bellsfields. I do have a presentation. I don't think I need to go through it in detail. I think it's very brief. I'd rather spend a little bit of time just responding to some of the comments that were in the staff report, as well as some of the comments we heard tonight. So in terms of our position, we're fully supportive of the staff recommendation. Want to give a huge shout out to Chris and Kira for their hard work on this file. Seems like a very minor project, but it's very complicated because we know it's within an existing developed area. In terms of some of the comments we heard that are outlined in the staff report, totally agree with staff's position on them. I just want to highlight a couple of things. With respect to the lighting, we're going to work with staff through the site plan process to make sure that we're not creating any impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. And because it's one owner, I think even after we go through that process, if there is an issue, we'll continue to work with staff to make sure that any issues are addressed. With respect to landscaping, I think this site provides more landscaping than most of these parking areas. The entire perimeter will have a minimum of 4 meters. We think we can, in some cases, increase that to 6 meters, depending on what the ultimate layout is. So we're satisfied with that. With respect to fencing, There is going to be a chain link fence, and again, through the site plan process, we'll make sure that fencing really is done in a proper way with landscaping between it, so it doesn't look like an area that's not cumbersome to creativity. And what that does do is that limits what kind of vehicles can and cannot enter. And then from a security perspective, that also helps with the security. It's only going to be a valet lot associated with the new hotel, the Oaks Hotel. So it'll be controlled by that ownership group and by the operators of that facility. So those sort of answer the questions that Mr. Horton outlined in his letter. There was a second letter from Mr. Cupolo, and he identified the heat island effect. There is limitations in terms of how big a vegetation we could put on there because of the overhead wires, but the landscaping will help with that. And then with respect to the stormwater management that was raised, we totally agree with the councillor's position in terms of looking for impermeable pavers or impermeable pavement. So there's actually an asphalt that you can pave with. So we're looking through those options, and through the site plan process, we'll be working with your staff to make sure that we address any of that storm runoff issue that's been raised. The intention through the holding provision, which we agree with, is that we can't increase the amount of storm runoff. And if we do, we'll have to have catch basins on our site to capture it and make sure that it's released so it doesn't increase. So for those big events. So we'll work with your staff and engineering staff to ensure that's resolved. Then there was some comments from Peter Fisher with respect to public benefit. I think there is a significant public benefit. This is a vacant, underutilized site where we're looking for an opportunity to utilize it for a use that will provide parking for a nearby use. The other kind of spin-off to it, which hasn't been outlined, but it's outlined in your staff report, is that parkland dedication cash in lieu will be paid as part of this. So 2% will be a cash payment that will go towards parkland in the neighborhood. So there is a public benefit associated with it. And then finally, what we heard today is with respect to security. I guess in response to Suzanne, I couldn't write your name down as quickly as I wanted to. I'm sorry, but Suzanne's comment with respect to security, we are, sure that with the detailed site plan, the way we design it, we'll make sure that it is a very safe place, and that because there is one owner, any complaints will be resolved really quickly. This is a very long-standing business owner in the community. So with all of that, we're fully supportive of staff recommendation. I'll just add one more thing. Last time I was here was a big sporting event. I don't know if it was hockey playoffs or something. Today, France lost in their soccer game 2-0. I can't believe it, but yeah, it's interesting. So hopefully, I was to Spain. So interesting day, but it is sports analogies, I guess, every time I come here for some reason. But thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Looks like we do have a question. Councillor Coco.
I just wanted to clarify about the valet. You just said about that it was controlled about valet. Will any guests be going in the parking lot? That's a for sure no.
That is an absolute no.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
And part of the reason, through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, part of the reason we asked for the reduced parking stall sizes is because through the valet we can control which vehicles can be located where.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're good. Thank you for that. The public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Mona Patel, Victor Pietrangelo, first and second. All those in favor? Approved.
Thanks, Jim.
You're welcome. Okay, all right, so 9.3, temporary property tax penalty and interest credit program. Mr. CAO, did you wanna, or okay, you so look like this, they're fighting over talking tonight.
Doesn't matter, and I just want to give credit to Amber Ferguson on this. As the report shows, and I'll be very quick, we do have an issue with collections. People are having difficulty making some of our payment plans. Part of the issue is the interest and penalty rate. Staff came up with an innovative idea to have a short-term relief program for that. It's a fair and balanced type of program. It doesn't incent people not to pay. It still incents people to pay, but provides a bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, that if you do pay off your property taxes fully, you can you reduce your total burden of this. Just not to pump anyone's tires here, but and not to prejudice council's decision, but I presented this to the CAO meeting on Friday, and the common refrain from the other CAOs was, we wish we thought of that first. So Niagara Falls will take credit for this if council approves it, but no pressure. And if you have any specific questions on how the program would work, we have the two experts in the room.
Okay, we got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by, who said it over here? Councillor Dabrowski. Discussions, Councillor Lococo?
For the 2025 outstanding taxes, it's 36 million. Is that just the outstanding taxes, or does that have the penalties and interest on top of that?
It include penalties and interest. It's
It
total
includes
outstanding
penalty.
balances.
So what would be the actual amount of taxes without the penalties and interest?
I would look at Ms. Ferguson and get come up.
Hi, through you, Mr. Mayor. That number is actually just our tax receivable. That doesn't include the penalty and interest.
Okay, thank you. Very innovative, very sad that we're at this place. We keep seeing more and more people are having a hard time paying their taxes, paying rent. We're in a very challenging time, so I'm happy that we're looking at something. I don't know how well it's going to do because we're having people are having some issues paying things. So I am glad that the staff are looking at it, and I just hope that we can get to a point that we can help people and get out of the place that they're in. Thank you.
Good. Any other questions? Oh, yes, Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to Mrs. CEO or maybe Ms. Clark. All this $36 million, they're not just all the people who can't afford the rent. There are some people who do not pay taxes, and they let their old property go through receivership and probably resell it. So I just want to get the idea, is what Councilor Coco says, good point she's bringing. I just want to see, is it all because of affordability? What is the reason for that $36 million?
We don't know all the reasons, but when you're paying 15% interest and penalties, usually it's not a smart thing to not pay your property taxes, and it is punitive for that purpose. Normally when we get to a tax sale process, most of our tax sales get canceled because someone steps in, whether that's a bank or a family member or the person finally just wakes up and pays the taxes. But this council passed on staff recommendation to reduce that waiting period for the property tax sale to $2 million. And what's happened is outlined in the report. There's more phone calls happening now. It's like, oh, now I got one less year to deal with it, and they're struggling with the amount of monthly additional payment they're going to have. So so that's it. I don't know all the motivations for it, but it really hasn't come down since 2022. It's been a steady kind of increase.
What Councilor said is true. It is people are having a hard time paying taxes, so that's the trend we are seeing. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there is, Councillor Carrio.
Just a quick one, Your Worship. We should look at this as a bit of a wake-up call. As you look at what happens year after year, like the region when they had the huge tax increases, 4, 5, 6 years, some people's taxes are almost doubled, or they're 1.5 times. You just can't keep going like this. This is going to get worse and worse. It's not going to get better.
Thank you for that. Did we have a motion? Yeah, we already had the motion. Yes. Okay, looking for a vote now. All those in favor? Okay, thank you, Amber. Good job. Thank you. 9.4. Let me just jump ahead here in my thing here. Bylaw to recover a portion of the city costs, 9.4. Okay, so there's two recommendations, one that we received, two that we approve, and I know that Mr. Clerk, who I see on the list here, we've got some people registered, so did you want to walk us through that, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, we do have a few speakers registered to speak to this report. I just want to remind the speakers, not only do you have up to 5 minutes, but also the delegation process when speaking to a matter for the it's listed on the agenda is to keep to the topic of the report in this case. If you're here to talk about integrity commissioner fees, that's a matter already decided upon by this current term of council, so that would not be appropriate to discuss.
Okay, so
I should point out Mr. Racy is first up.
Okay. Mr. Racy, if you want to come up, and the floor is yours. You got up, if you can introduce yourself, your address, and you've got up to 5 minutes.
Yes, so this is Aras Racy, resident of Niagara Falls. As this council knows, I'm coming to all the council meetings in person from the beginning, and I may have missed one council meeting a year. And I've been asked, why do you do that? Because I see things behind the scene that members of the public, behind the camera, they do not see. And I hear the conversation happening outside, and I read all the reports. And as you know, as many times I came here and spoke against the policies that you're passing, there have been times I came and spoke in favor of policies that you're implementing. So I have no hesitation to come and speak on policies one way or another. I felt that I need to speak about this particular item because of the things that I have seen. On principle, yes, I disagree with the policy of recovering any fee. On principle, we should cover it. But what choice do we have when the democratic processes has been abused and weaponized by select few? When it comes to integrity commissioner complaint, it's one tool in the toolbox of accountability that it needs to be used very carefully. My personal observation, based on the things that I have seen, integrity commissioner complaint tool has been weaponized by a select few, as I mentioned. When one individual, chief among them, frequent flyers, 12 complaints, and every single one of them may be found to be false, to the point that integrity commissioner calls them vexatious. Look, I'm not here to defend the politicians in this room. I'm here to defend the taxpayer of the city. The people who are just as spoken about it, struggling to pay their taxes, and then paying outrageous 15% interest on that. Why should we, as the taxpayer, have to pay for the fee on a complaint that are false and vexatious and wrong? You can file your complaint in 2 pages or 20 pages. If you want to file a 20 pages of vexatious complaint, you should be able to, you have to pay for it, not the taxpayers. Like, people will come behind this podium, and I want to talk briefly about the multiple tools of accountability. Integrity commissioner is not end all and be all that has been weaponized. There are many, many different tools. And I thought that I want to share one brief stories of how the things that I'm seeing. When people come here frustrated, cameras capture this. I see what happens outside. And I see all the directors of planning, director of culture, director of finance, and director of engineering. I personally witnessed them. They go after those people outside and tell them, hey, my name is Kira. I'm the director of planning. This is my business card. This is my assistant. Let's set up an appointment. I want to help you out. People will see the complainers. I see the staff trying to be accountable, trying to help people. And I have to say, I had so many times, I myself has disagreement with the policies. I send one quick email to staff and ask them, why are we doing this? And respectfully respecting me and is answering me and put me on, he says, look, listen, I still disagree, but I could understand where you're coming. You know what's wrong? If I'm running for this council, which I'm not doing, if I don't get elected, I want to get back at you. I want to get back on the staff. And every time, just be able just to file a complaint. And I'm getting news coverage out of it. Maybe that's the problem. They're getting news coverage out of it. But my point is that I've used a lot of these tools of accountability, and I appreciate the time of the staff. But we all need to understand, we cannot weaponize a system that meant to keep you accountable. If you're filing complaint time after time, and every single one of them are found to be false, maybe you should not be filing a complaint. Maybe you don't know what you're doing. And I have one comment and questions I want to understand. The reason I'm supporting this policy is that if you file a complaint and you win, thank you. You did our job. You're not paying. We, the taxpayers, are paying for it. If your complaint is found to be false, you're not paying for it. We, the taxpayers, are still paying for it because we don't want to scare off the people. I agree. The third option, if you file a complaint and integrity commissioner says that you're vexatious, we, the taxpayers, still have to pay the half of it. To me, that's unacceptable. But you know what? Sure, that's the cost of doing a democracy. Let's not scare off any valid complaint. I want to ask you to please add the fourth scenario. If you file in a complaint, you found to be false, you found to be fictitious, and you found to be repeated offender, 100% of the cost needs to be recovered by the repeated fictitious offenders. People are struggling to pay their taxes. People are struggling to pay the taxes. I'm going to wrap it up. As I mentioned, you know that. People are struggling. I work with youth, and every single high school in this city has a breakfast program because the kids, they go hungry to school. It is unfair for one member of our community to have filed 12 complaints costing hundreds of thousands of dollars to the taxpayers. I respect my time, and trust me, if you don't implement my policies, I'm not going to file an integrity complaint against you to get back at you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, who do we have next?
Next that registered is Mr. Pine.
Mr. Pine.
Hello?
Hello.
My name is Brad Pine. My home address is 4900 St. Clair Avenue. I would like to mention, just to kind of get the tension away from everything, I do believe I have the nicest dress of all the women today.
Yeah, you definitely do. Yep.
I'm gonna suggest I put forward a proposal that I think could solve all this. It's basically having a municipal ombudsman that could help work this out. So I'm suggesting the municipal ombudsman be produced. You're all aware of this. Sorry, I'm kind of out of it. It's been a long day. I don't find paying fees democratic. I don't find. It doesn't make any sense. My letters are basically where I stand, and hopefully, if you read them, you're aware of them. But I'm thinking a solve is the municipal ombudsman, which would help filter things, so that both sides are being met. That's all I have to say. Any questions for me, or not about my dress?
Okay, nope. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, who else do we have?
Last speaker on this topic is Mr. Burdette.
Mr. Burdette?
My name is Jody Burdette. I reside at 4480 Bridge Street. Before I address the proposed bylaw, I want to raise an important public record concern. The clerk has confirmed that council received additional relevant non-confidential information concerning this item, but those materials have not been made available on the public council agenda. Council therefore has access to information that residents, the media, the members of the public reviewing the agenda cannot see. My first request is therefore very simple. Please release those materials to the public. One of the published documents explains why I believe this proposed bylaw should not be approved, and states that if it is enacted, I intend to consider an application for judicial review and appropriate interim relief to prevent its implementation. I want to be candid. In my opinion, the institutional moral compass of this administration has become compromised. I do not make that statement lightly. I am not suggesting that every individual within the organization lacks conscious or good intentions. I am speaking about the direction reflected in institutional decisions. The substance of this bylaw, together with the decision not to publish relevant, non-confidential information that has already been provided to council, reinforces and validates that concern. Given Bill 9, the Ombudsman's guidance, the lack of public consultation, the absence of complaint statistics, the absence of transparent cost evidence, and the open-ended financial exposure to residents, I do not see how the proposal can be supported without adopting an obtuse reading of the record. I do not use the word obtuse as a personal insult. I use it to describe reasoning that looks directly at major warning signs and treats them as minor details. These are not minor details. They are central to whether the proposal is reasonable, necessary, fair, lawful, and consistent with the public purpose of municipal accountability. This is not a routine cost recover adjustment. It is a proposal that may teach residents that questioning elected officials carries an unknown financial price. It is a pathway to silent obedience. My final request of council is this. Would one representative council please speak to this matter and validate my concerns on the public record?
Sure. Okay, Mr. Burdette, our CAO was going to weigh in. Not that note though, right? Not that one, that's what.
Yeah, thank you. I think there was a lot of, I think there was a lot of thought in this, and we just had a report that stated that, we have the highest level of accounts receivable and there's a real affordability crisis. And we have individuals causing significant cost to the taxpayers, to all those taxpayers. What's proposed here is not a cost recovery, it's a fraction of the cost recovery. And one person may view that as punitive, another person may view that as protecting their limited tax resources. And it's unfair for one individual to put all the other taxpayers' payments, and their affordability in line because they want to achieve some objective that no one can identify. So, I think the report that's before you has gone through that balance. I think this council has seen 5 years or experienced 4 or more years, if we go back even to the prior council, some of the costs associated with these activities. So I think the observation period that this council has observed here and the cost over those 2 terms is pretty significant. And I think there needs to be someone who has the balance, the right of the taxpayer to have reasonable costs to the right to have information or request dealt with. And I think this piece of legislation tries to thread that needle better. I think in all things the pendulum swings. When it's free, no one respects it, and abuse can happen. And I think trying to recover a slightly higher percentage, and when I say slight, I mean slight, and maybe give people a second thought or a second sobering thought to say, instead of wasting someone else's taxpayers' dollars, I'm going to put a little money on the line because I'm going to be responsible for the taxpayers. I'm going to take some mutual responsibility because this organization is responsible to meet all those requirements of FOI requests and putting thousands of pieces of paper on the agenda and dealing with thousands of questions and dealing with AI generated crap that you want responses to. And that comes at a cost that senior citizens are paying on fixed income, costs that people who are going to work and working 2 jobs to pay their property taxes are facing 15% penalties. So I think it is a good balance to balance, what one person thinks is their right versus what 99 other people think is their right to have affordable taxes and reasonable services. So, I give credit to the staff, I give credit to this council for asking for a little bit of balance in the process and having some fairness for the person who doesn't show up, doesn't write 1,000-page letters to this council to deal with. So, I will give full credit to this council. I think they've observed this over too many years, and I think that it's a balanced approach.
If I may ask, was that a question to me?
No, it's a comment to your comment.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's no questions, Mr. Burdette, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there's 2 recommendations, one to receive the report and second that council approve and enact. Did we have a motion already on that, Mr. Clerk? I'm sorry, we have not. Okay. Looking for a motion first, Councillor Baldinelli and Councillor Patel. I'm looking for a seconder. Okay, and you want to speak to it, okay? And then Councillor Lococo and Carrio.
I just have a question for maybe our solicitor can answer, or maybe CEO can answer. Is when somebody files the integrity commissioner complaint, can we provide more information? For example, when they're filing the complaint, code of conduct complaint, should we have a section that says, did you contact city clerk or any other relevant staff before you filed the complaint, yes or no? And also that I do acknowledge that every information I do provide, it's facts, or maybe it's not fraudulent. And I acknowledge that if the complaint is vexatious or frivolous, there will be monetary or there will be punitive measures. So maybe that, so nobody can come back to us and tell us that they did not know and they were innocent and we got them after.
Okay, Ms. Pignarti would like to address this first.
Thank you. I'll address it in two parts through the chair. To my understanding, the complaint format and the form does permit the individual to put forward the situation that gave rise to the complaint. Sometimes they want to just communicate directly to the Integrity Commissioner, so having them maybe confirm whether they've communicated with anyone else may not really allow them to avail themselves of that openness and that avenue that they have, the direct avenue to the Integrity Commissioner to communicate. So that might be a little restrictive to say, have you communicated? But usually the Integrity Commissioner, through their fulsome investigation, does look into who else has knowledge in communications. And the second part of it, having them sign an acknowledgement at the end that everything's truthful, nothing's fraudulent. The way this bylaw operates, it is up to the Integrity Commissioner ultimately to make those findings. So it's not up to the complainant, it's not up to council, it's not up to staff. So the Integrity Commissioner will decide based on the investigation at the end whether it is frivolous or vexatious. So, and we typically don't ask anybody to predefine or second guess their own complaint. Thank you.
The reason for my suggestion was that there are lots of people who are genuinely trying to file a complaint. Everybody doesn't have an agenda behind when they file a complaint. Just to have those people understand what the process is. That's the only reason I'm saying, because if we are doing punitive measure, we should have a little educational piece to it. That's what my...
CEO, go ahead, CEO.
Yeah, usually most people who are looking for a decent resolution is they do start with staff, and staff sometimes give that option. If it's a code of conduct complaint against councillor, sometimes they deal with the clerk. There is information on that, both available provincially and with us. And if they seek counseling, we can give them some counseling. We can't obviously sway them, but that's always there. And we can also provide them with some options or some clarity. Sometimes they misunderstand things, and we need so we can provide them some clarification on that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lococo, then Carrio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question. It talks about that the complainant is liable to pay 50% of incurred invoices of an Integrity Commissioner complaint and any legal representation. So my question is, there's two different types of Integrity Commissioner complaints. One is code of conduct and one is conflict of interest. My understanding, and maybe it was wrong, was that a councillor who had a code of conduct complaint could not get reimbursed for a solicitor, but a conflict of interest, you could be reimbursed. So I'm going to put that question out. Is that correct? Can a councillor be reimbursed for a code of conduct and a conflict of interest?
Okay, Ms. Pignarti will address this.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think we previously went over this when our insurance policy was being renewed. There were different categories of claims that were covered by the city's comprehensive insurance policy. Under the Municipal Act, the city's insurance program, there are various provisions that permit the city to indemnify its employees and council members if claims are brought against them while they were acting in good faith, and that includes conflict of interest claims, complaints specifically, but this particular bylaw deals with Integrity Commissioner complaints on the Code of Conduct, more generally.
Okay, so it does say that a councillor can be reimbursed for code of conduct then?
And under this particular bylaw, that's what we are proposing.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, on that point, Councillor, yes?
Is it only if they're not guilty?
I think so, right? Only if, yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, I wrote these comments quite a few times. This has been deferred. So with the passing of Bill 9 last week, which is now 2 months ago, Bill 9 is supposed to address these things that I'm concerned about. The standardization of code of conduct, there's lots of questions still what will be in this standardized code of conduct. It's going to be one code of conduct across the whole province. So if we put something forward now, we're going to be opposite to what Bill 9 is suggesting. And that standardization is supposed to include the fee, who can submit a claim, and how to recover fees. It also talks about training of integrity commissioners and the selection of integrity commissioners. This bylaw is relying on the opinion of an integrity commissioner who may or may not have the proper training. Bill 9 specifically says about being a lawyer. Some integrity commissioners are not lawyers. I'm not quite sure how they're going to deal with that. Third, the Ontario Ombudsman has ruled multiple times that our fees of $500 weren't appropriate and recommended removing it and having a minimal fee. It creates a barrier and it's undemocratic. This law is premature given that this bylaw is premature given that Bill 9 just passed 2 months ago. My understanding that the regulations will be developed over the summer. So here we are in July. I was told by the end of summer that the regulations will be developed. So I'm not going to support the recommendations, and I'm not going to get into the other reasons because I've said them before, but I really don't think that we should be putting something forward at this point when we already know that Bill 9 is doing a standardization of integrity commissioner and complaints. We should have something in the next month, 2 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carrio.
I think most of my questions were answered, Your Worship. I think we should go ahead with this anyways. And when, the government was going to do a lot of things quickly, but sometimes years go by. So I'd say let's put this in place, and if things change, well, we'll change ours.
Yep. Okay. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we're doing this. There's actually a community right now that are trying to actually get back any kind of complaints that are come up back false. They have to pay for it. They want that money back. And because it's costing so much money. We have one individual that's cost $180,000 for taxpayers. And he's got, I think, 1 or 2 frivolous complaints of that whole thing. So he's going to get charged half of that, of those 2 complaints, which won't even happen, but going forward. If we did that with all the complaints, that would be great. We wouldn't have to charge $1,000 at all to go, you want to submit a complaint? Okay, if it's false, you got to pay the whole thing back. The reason why we're charging so much is because the taxpayers are getting so much money against them. They're on their taxes for one individual, $180,000, which is ridiculous. So I'll make the motion that we pass. It's 50% that they have to pay, and maybe, and it could be up to the rest of council. That 50% goes to Project Share, hospice, or whatever it is. But so it's not even coming right back to us. Maybe we just give it to one of the charities, whatever it is.
Well, we've got a motion already moved right now.
Oh, do we? Okay.
Yeah.
The charity's the city of Niagara Falls.
Well, there you go. Yeah, and the charities are the taxpayers, basically. So I don't know any other way of getting the taxpayers' money back, because people are just doing this just so they can get their forehead in the paper because they're running for an election. So I think it's a good, solid plan. And I think actually other municipalities will follow once they hear what we're doing.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with Councillor Strange. When we increased the fee, I didn't support it because that affects all the residents of Niagara Falls, and I think accountability should be reachable for everyone. But in this case, nobody should be abusing the system. We just talked about people can't afford to pay their taxes. Seniors can't afford to put the food on their table. People can't heat their homes. And here, we can't have somebody abuse that very system that takes money from people who cannot afford to put food on the table and play with that taxpayer money. So that is the reason I supported this bylaw, because nobody should be abusing the system.
Thank you for that.
Worship, just one more comment. Of all these integrity commissioner complaints that we've seen over the last 15 years, I can't remember any that weren't self-serving or vindictive, and that was the reason that they were done. I don't know any where someone just says, "Oh, I think we're going to hold this counselor accountable." They all came from a vindictiveness or from hate-driven or from some person that wants to get his name in the paper. So I have no problem putting my name on this at all. And if something better comes along, I hope the council will look at it too, because like Councillor Strange was saying, North Bay's looking at a system where if you put an integrity complaint in and you lose, you pay it all.
Councillor.
That was going to be my question, what municipalities, I didn't hear Councillor Strange said, but you just said North Bay. Are there other ones? Because I'd like to research.
Well, there's a lot of them looking at it.
Okay, thank you.
They want to try it.
Okay, so we have the motion, seconded, fully debated. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, so with one opposed. Now we move to 9.5. Purchase of modular office building for Municipal Works Service Center. There are 4 recommendations. Looking for a motion. Councillor Dabrowski, seconded by Councillor Patel. If there's no discussion, we'll call the debate. All those in favor, the vote. All those in favor, thank you. That's approved. 9.6, Grassy Brook Road Improvement Cost Sharing. There are 3 recommendations. Okay, motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Baldinelli. Any discussion? Councillor Lococo?
I had questions. When was this work scheduled for, and will it put us in a cash flow problem that we're spending money now that we wouldn't have?
Mr. Nicol, did you want to address this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wasn't quite ready for the dates on that. We had this item in our development charges background study. I believe it was targeted in around the 2028 timeline. The good news with this project is the developer is willing to accept development charge credits. So there's very limited front ending that the city has to contribute, or financials that the city has to contribute. Every time they pull a permit, they pay, and we give them that money back as a repayment of our debt to them for our share that they're building on our behalf. We have a small portion that is not eligible for development charges. I think it's 20% or something. And so that amount would be owing to the contractor upon completion of the work and expiry of the maintenance periods.
Okay. I'm going to approve this, but I just want to say this one comment. Whenever we expand our urban boundaries, this is the cost that we have to expand urban boundaries. There's always a cost. Yes, there's money coming in, but there's always a cost to taxpayers. And just like we were talking about affordability, every time you expand your urban boundaries, there is a cost to that, and we have to think about that when we're planning. I will approve it, but I want to be conscious about what we have to put out there. Let's take care of what we already have.
Thank you for that. We'll call the vote then on the Grassy Brook. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Now 9.7, proposed telecommunication tower. We'll go to Mike Strange. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a local businessman who's been dealing with a communication tower company for the last 3 years. And they've approached him about wanting to put one of their towers up on his property on Stanley Avenue. He has a car wash, and he's got some individual storage lockers, and it's a fenced in, and it's a perfect spot for it. The company has actually been talking to the planning department. The planning department's recommending they put it on the Metro Links property, which there's a tower there, but it's an aging tower. It has a lot of interference going on there, and I think this guy's been doing it for 3 years, and I believe that they should be able to put this on their property. I believe Mr. Mowbray's here, and along with the from the communication companies here. If you'd like to speak, or I could just make the motion that we allow it on his property.
Yeah. Okay, if you've got the will, yeah.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, so we got a motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we do support the building of the tower on his property on Stanley Avenue. And speakers to the motion, Councillor Lococo and Councillor Pietrangelo. Did you have your hand up too? Or? Okay, good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I read this, and I just don't know why we're here. I don't understand why it took 3 years. I don't understand if we're not an approval body and someone comes to the city with this and then it goes to the telecommunications, I don't understand why it took 3 years to say, this is where they want to go, here's the letter, go away. All of the other telecommunication towers that we've dealt with, we were always told we don't have the approval, it's just passing through us and it goes through. People have brought up health and safety issues before, and I've been told it's Health Canada, it's not us. So I'm not sure about that, and I don't understand between Metrolinx, why isn't Metrolinx and Rogers and Skylink all talking together to say, here's what I need, here's what I have to offer, and then come together? The lawyer's letter says they don't have to do that, but how can we make an educated decision if we don't have all the information? There's a lot of weird things going on here. I don't understand it. If Metrolinx, and it's on city property, and one of the things that really bothered me on the report was for this telecommunication tower, they said when they were searching for in the area, the one on the city property did not come up. So why didn't it come up? Did we not go through the proper process? Is it a different process because it is city property? Do we have a conflict of interest because it's city property to say they can't build on another one? Like, I'm really confused about why we're here.
Well, maybe we can get Mr. Dick or Ms. Dolch, whoever wants to address this, and then get you some answers before we call our vote.
Okay, through the mayor to the councillor. Of course. Through the mayor to the councillor, I can maybe shed some light and some details on this. So just for the time period, me and Ms. Dolch met the applicant on their site. I believe it was October 2024, so I don't know if it's been 3 years, but it has been a bit of a process. So with respect to telecommunication towers, it's Industry Canada, as stated in the report, that makes the ultimate decision, but they're looking for some sort of guidance from the municipality. So they're looking at, does the municipality support the proposed location for that tower? And so Fontour has done a public consultation process, and they also look at what our staff's position, and we use this telecommunications policy that council adopted, the most recent version, in 2019. And in 2019, one of the components of that policy is it basically states that towers should be designed to accommodate more than one service in order to minimize the number of towers in an area. So we don't want an undue concentration of towers. So the first thing that we look at, and as well as aligns with Industry Canada, is co-location feasible? And if it's not feasible, then a tower can be supported. In this particular case, looking at, if you see on one of the appendixes, there is an existing Metrolinx tower less than 500 meters away that is located on this city's service center. That tower, I believe, was constructed in 2020 and was designed for co-location, and we have an agreement with Metrolinx promoting co-location. Staff raised that issue, and staff were just looking to ensure, because in doing our due diligence, we contacted Metrolinx, talked to a gentleman who's the manager of their radio systems for all their communications. His opinion that potentially that tower is designed for co-location. Co-location is possible. So staff have always asked the applicant through their consultant, can we just reach out, confirm it, do our due diligence, and if it isn't feasible, then we can support the tower location. And that is kind of what the report is about.
But we have Metrolinx saying, not committing to want to put the co-location, and we have Rogers and Skylink saying that it can't go on there. Like, I don't understand why the differing opinions. There's tech specs that they fit or that they don't fit, and now we have two people arguing about where the tower is supposed to go, and now the city is, I've never seen us not approve a tower in my term on council. I just don't have all of the information. How can we make a decision to say, yes, it can fit there, or no, it can't, and no, you can't put it there because it's supposed to be there?
Did you want to weigh in, Mr. Saya?
Yeah, I think that the answer is quite simple. We asked Metrolinx. They did not receive any call from the proponent of the tower, so they can't make a conclusion because they don't have any information on the drawings or any of that stuff. So we have one party who says that they're willing to do it, but they can't confirm because they haven't been presented with the information, and the other party says it doesn't work, but they're also saying that, you know, they've never confirmed whether it could work or not with Metrolinx. And I think that's when staff said either get together. If normally what would happen is a Metrolinx or another owner of the tower would say, we reviewed it, we cannot do it, or we can do it. And then that makes the basis of the staff recommendation. It's either compliant or not compliant. But at this point in time, staff can't conclude because Metrolinx saying no one's contacted us, and the other party saying it won't work, but they can't prove that they've contacted Metrolinx and provided adequate information to it. So in this case, staff is just saying, you know, he said, she said, and therefore can't work. So I think I agree with you. If they would have got together and we'd either have a definitive letter one way or the other, then it would make this process straightforward. I think if council wants to support it, I would say, you know, just send the report that staff have provided to the appropriate authority. I think the report outlines factual information quite well, and just kind of go from there and let Industry Canada sort it all out.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask Mr. Mulberry a question? Mr. Mulberry, would you be opposed to contacting Metrolinx to outline everything that you need and talk to Metrolinx?
There's already a motion on the floor.
Not the motion on the floor.
Well, I just asked if I
I'd
could
like to
ask him a
speak
question.
if I can. Can I speak?
Yes, that's what I just
So
asked.
I went into business probably 35 years ago. About 4 years, that was my first project. So I've dealt with the city of Niagara Falls. I've dealt with the city of Cambridge. I've dealt with the city of Welland. I've dealt with the city of St. Catharines, different properties I own. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. I don't like that term. 30 years ago, I was approached by Bell Canada. They wanted to put a substation on my property for the north end of the city because it made sense. None of you people were here then. I was. We had no problem. I wasn't involved. It got done. 6 years ago, a tower company came to approach me. I had no involvement with them. After a year, I called them up, and basically they had given up in the process. This has been 3 years now. It was at least a year before anything got done that I called the meeting, started the meeting, and 2 years later we're here. So the planning department wanted us to get a letter from Metrolinx stating that they weren't opposed. That letter exists. I've seen it. They've seen it. They've seen it. Here we are today. North end of Niagara Falls has poor reception. Mountain Road has poor reception. My son lives in Calogero Estates, up top, the original part. You can't make a phone call from his house. This will solve the problem. Metrolinx does not care about this tower, or they would be seeking them out. Rogers has been waiting 2.5 years, and the other company's been waiting 2.5 years. I'm in business. Somebody built a storage facility down the street from me. I can't do anything about it. I can't oppose it. If I came to council arguing it, I'd look stupid. I have a location in Cambridge. I've got a guy down the road. I've got a guy across the street. I can't do anything about it. All I can do is run the business the best I can, and that's what I do. After 35 years, I'm still involved in my business. That's what I have to say. Any questions?
Yes, that was my question. Would you be opposed to talking with Metrolinx to see?
That wouldn't really be up to them. That would be the tower company. But they've already had conversations with Metrolinx, and they're not interested in these people. And these people aren't interested in going to Metrolinx. It's like I own a car dealership. Do I want to talk to Ford because they want to build a tower ship? This is a country where competition exists.
So, Councilor, I'd suggest direct your questions to the motion,
Okay.
because we have one on the floor now that we're going to be
Anybody
voting.
have any questions?
Thank you.
I think we're good, thank you. Okay, so is there any other discussion to the motion?
I want to make the motion clear if that's okay.
Didn't you already do it?
Yeah, well, I made the motion that we concur with the construction of a 35-meter, 115-foot lattice tripole communication tower with a fenced equipment compound on the lands municipally known as 2886 Stanley Avenue.
Okay, and that's what you seconded, yes. Yes, Councilor Lococo?
Does that make, do we have any liability if we approve it, based on our policies, based on what our staff, is there any liability?
Does anyone want to address
I
that?
don't see it. We're not the authority, so it just goes against council's previous
Policies. I'm just trying to understand why our staff would say no, and we have a business person who wants to do something, but there's been
Because
no-
we have a policy and staff don't have authority to go beyond our policy, but council has authority to change policy.
I do understand that, but I mean about the technical aspects, about all of the different telecommunication companies. That's all I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, okay. So we've got a motion moved and seconded. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? On the fence? You're in favor? Okay, unanimous. Unanimously approved. Thank you, gentlemen. We're good. Thank you for that. So now we go to 9.8. Motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Carrio. McLeod Meadows cost sharing recommendations, 3 of them. We'll call the vote. All those in favor, and that's unanimous. Thank you. And 9.9, investment. Pardon me? Yep. Tony moves the 2 recommendations. We're going to move forward on a recycling asphalt pothole repair program machine. Good job. Moved by Councilor Tony, second by Councilor Vince.
As long as he's out there filling the first one.
Oh, yeah, you got to fill the first one, buddy. Do some what? Shovel some what? Oh, ash, okay. Yes, Councilor Lococo.
Quick question. It talked about training was important to have the right person. Are we going to be hiring somebody, or is this something that we can use the resources that we already have?
Tony's doing it.
Chef.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. We'd like to try to see, we'll need to map some of that out. For us right now, it's the timing of receipt of the machine will line up with our winter operations. It's about 5 months for this to be, delivered and prepared, and for us to set it up. I think we'll need to evaluate the crews that are available and how we can do it and how we can blend it into our operation. It's likely that we might need to have additional resources, but we need to look at what that actually is, and we don't have an estimate for that right now. The goal is to maximize efficiency at the end of the day, and we're going to explore all avenues to do that.
I just wanted to know what operating costs would be, and we don't know at this point. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Baldinelli.
I believe when we spoke to the manufacturer in Edmonton, which was a great trip, they had 2 senior, 40 or 50 years experience that would definitely be able to train. I don't know if they came with a cost, but I know it was part of a deal that you would make with them, that they would be available. Just do it right the first time.
Yep. I'm excited. I'm really excited about this. It's innovative.
Another question is, in the wintertime when these other contractors were not available, would there be an option to help citizens if they needed to purchase something as well?
Something else to look at once we get a road straightened out first, and then we'll get expansion. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Now,
10-1 to 10-5.
okay, motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Newestad to approve support 10-1 through 10-5 of our communications and comments to the city clerk. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And just quickly, we approve proclamation request wrongful conviction day, October 2nd. Proclamation request National Disability Employment Awareness Month for October of this year. Proclamation request Rail Safety Week, September 21st. The proclamation request Child Care Worker and Early Childhood Educator Appreciation Day, October 21st. And flag raising request Nigeria Afro Festival, November 20th through 22nd. So now we go to 11, communications comments to the city clerk. Councilor Lococo, you want to lift something?
Yes, please, 11.5.
Okay, let's go right to 11.5, which is correspondence from a resident.
Yes, it's regarding the AI data center. I did bring up my concerns a few meetings ago. I don't want to put the resolution forward as is, but I was wondering if our staff could come back with some a report about some of the issues, some of the benefits. Do we have space for it? Just to educate us.
Okay, and do you want to make that motion then?
Sure, yes, please.
Okay, so a motion to ask staff to come back with information on data centers,
Correct.
ups and downs?
Yes,
Pluses
and if we have any space in the city for
Yep.
it, anything.
Okay, sounds good. Seconded, need a seconder to do this. Okay, Councillor Baldinelli. We'll call all those in favor? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? You guys gotta pick a side. Okay, in favor?
Sorry, what is the motion just for staff?
Staff report on data centers. Okay, all those in favor? Oh my God. Can you do this again? Highly in favor?
How long have we been here?
Opposed? And which side are you on, Councillor Newstead?
Wasting time.
She's not sure. I just wanted to make sure something.
I'll just give you a brief. So AI data centers, there's a lot of, we need, AI is in our community. We use it all the time in different aspects, but in order for them to actually work, they need AI data centers. So they purchase great big pieces of property, which sounds good because you got a new business, but really there's nobody inside the buildings. It's all computers. They use a lot of hydro, they use a lot of water, and then your prices of your increases of hydro goes up, your water issues, nobody wants them, so there's a lot of talk about it. Yeah. And I just want some more information. I've done some research on it, but from a city perspective, I'd like to see.
That's true too.
I've done some research on it, but from a city perspective, I'd like to see,
Well,
what
right
our
now, there's not an appetite tonight. They're not
Okay, that's
voting in
fine.
favor of it.
That's
So
fine.
I think, and staff, they got a lot to do right now. But appreciate.
AI it.
So can I move the balance?
Yes. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newstead to approve the balance, which is simply to receive for information, 11.1 through 11.6. All those in favor? That's unanimous.
And your worship, there's a couple of residents here. I don't know if they're here first.
Yeah, folks, are you here for a specific item on the agenda? Oh,
Yeah, you wanna wait for one, give them 1 minute.
what's that?
We're gonna do a motion at the end of the meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Just tell them wait 1 minute.
Okay, yeah, so hang tight. We did have the presentation earlier in the night, or the morning, whenever we started this morning at 9 o'clock. I don't even know how long. So we'll give us a moment. Okay, so ratification of in-camera, Mr. Clerk?
Should start later, like 7 at night.
Start at 7 a.m.
Yeah, so way back at 9 a.m., we did pass a resolution to go in camera. We already did ratify the one item. Everything else was direction to staff.
Okay, thank you. A motion, so there's nothing ratified, right? Okay, and notices of motion, we've already dealt with them. So now we're into new business. Councillor Carrio.
Worship, after thinking about what happened in the drainage meeting. Sorry. After thinking about what happened in the drainage meeting, and we didn't really have a.
Ratified the year lease for the Yarmouth?
We did that already.
We did it
Yeah.
already.
We did that?
earlier?
Yeah, we are.
We ratified it.
Did-
I know it was brought forward that we did it.
I didn't know if we ratified it.
Wasn't sure if we ratified it.
Okay.
I thought we did.
Well, he'll double check that while Councillor Carrio talks about it.
I never get up and bother you when you're doing.
I know. I'd be upset too.
You know
I'd be
what? You've
upset
done
as
it
well.
1,000 times and I sat there just quiet as
It was very rude. Maybe an integrity commission
rude.
complained against what they just did.
Yeah. Where's Burdette when you need him? Anyway.
All right, the floor is yours, Councillor Carrio.
Yeah, I lost my train. Anyway, after the discussion on the drainage, we couldn't seem to come to a solution about what was fair. But I think that we could maybe help the people by coming up with some way to help them finance.
Right.
And maybe Mr. Burgess could explain what might work for the city to give them some help in financing the drainage.
Yeah, Mr. Burgess?
I'll give Councillor Curio credit. I think the concept of we would make a 5-year payment arrangement for assessments under the Drainage Act with a fixed kind of interest rate
Low.
and lower. So we were. I was just looking at it would be kind of Bank of Canada rate +2, which would be about a 5% interest rate, which is a good interest rate right now. It would encourage people, if they want to pay everything up front, they can do that, save the 5%, or if they want to finance it at 5%, go forward with it, and council could adjust that interest rate each year for it. We will come back with a defined program, but if council passes that, we would work to do that, and then we would have it in place prior to issuing the bills for the $1 million of drainage. So we would come back with a simple program for ratification at next council meeting.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Councillor Carroll, second by Councillor Strange. Any discussion to this? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, thank you. So that's approved unanimously. And Councillor Lococo, you had your hand up. Does anyone else have new business?
I had two quick things.
You do?
I've been getting a lot of phone calls and emails about the boulevard cutting. I'm not sure if other councillors are. I've been speaking with Mr. Nickel, and Mr. Nickel came up with some ideas about what we should be looking at and why we're doing it and some of the pros. So I asked him if he would speak today to let residents know why we're doing it and where we are right now to address their concerns. Mr. Nickel said he would speak.
Okay, Mr. Nickel, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to maybe bring into context the Boulevard Maintenance Bylaw. It was something that was passed as bylaw in 2024, December, and staff gave letters to affected residents in 2025. There were about 80 properties that were impacted. As of this summer, we're at about 90%, no issues. We're still working through some of the transition issues with this new bylaw, where some people are, perhaps they weren't involved last year in getting those boulevards cut, and this year it's still being a bit of a hardship. We have accomplished a lot with the saved time and effort that the city used to spend in mowing these boulevards. I'd estimate about 700 additional hours of cut time for our crews in an entire year. And so, my office has not been receiving as many calls as in previous years about grass in parks, grass in city facilities, grass on hydro corridors. Those will always be a challenge, weather dependent, but we're able to keep our crews on a more higher value type of work. So for any of those outstanding locations, we're willing to work with people. I'm not really very, I can't in good conscience and good faith be willing to give exemptions for things that aren't impractical, or aren't practical. So if there's a very steep slope, we would never have taken that boulevard and given it back, where someone would say this is actually a very dangerous situation for us to cut because I might fall into a deep hole, or I'm trying to mow around something that's very challenging to mow around, that's unreasonable. We had actually kept those. We didn't actually send those back to the residents. So there are a handful, it's 10% or so of the 80 or so that we're still working through. And I'm happy to work through some transitioning for the rest of this year, recognizing that some people might be, looking at getting different types of equipment, getting contractors, getting neighbors or friends or family members to help out. And so we are actively working as of this week to try to look at some alternatives to get us through to another season, and then to revisit this approach so that we can try to reach full compliance in the future.
Okay, thank you.
We have students.
Councillor Baldinelli just asked if we had students.
We have student worker.
Yeah. Through the mayor, yeah, we have students in our operations crew. They are integrated into our maintenance crews. They're working on a little more higher value work than mowing residential boulevards right now.
For seniors.
Okay, well, we'll just, you still have the floor, Councillor.
Okay, I have one more item. June 27th, there was an article in the Niagara Falls Review regarding the region. They're undertaking a fast-tracked consultant-led review of its services to identify efficiencies, reduce costs, guide the budget and planning decisions. When I read that, I thought, I wonder if should we be looking at something like that? I know that I've brought up zero-based budgeting before, which is a little bit different, but this is a consultant-based led to check out all of our different programs. We're seeing people can't afford their taxes. So if we look at everything in a whole, maybe we can receive a benefit like the region is of doing that practice. I just wanted to put it out there and see what people thought about it.
We'll ask our CAO.
Yeah, my prior life had led 5 of those for other municipalities, both at MNP and Deloitte. So a service-based review is prescribed. The province used to pay for those. That's why it became a trend. You know, we can go hire a consultant and the region has 2 on record, because I remember losing the one to KPMG when I was at MNP, but they have 2 on record. And I would just caution the councillor, before spending $250,000 or $300,000, take a look at all the ones that have been done and what actions were taken by the council after those ones, because in most cases how they do them, and as they say, here's a mandatory program, here's a here's a program that is discretionary, and here's a program that's voluntary, and what they say is you got to cut these. So prime example is, there is no requirement to have swimming pools by the city. So if I was a consultant, I'd come in here and say, hey, council, you have 4 outdoor swimming pools that have limited operational use. There is no requirement for it. Your cost is X, Y, Z, and therefore it would score quite high to say, don't have swimming. And nothing will happen, and I pay the consultant a couple $100,000 to do that. So internally, staff can do the same exercise and go from there. I think the region, the region can undertake it. If council wants to direct an increase in the consulting budget for that next year, I take a look at it. I think we're at the CAO roundtable that we were having. They're inwardly focused to see what they can do to reduce, but it'll come at a reduction of services. And if this council is interested in reducing services at the next budget, I would tell council to direct staff to look at recommendations to reduce services and not pay a consultant to tell us that.
Thank you. That was going to be my next question about how much do these consultants cost, and you did bring that up. And then you just brought up that staff can lead this. I brought this up on many different terminologies, but I'd like us to do something, and it is going to reduce levels of service. And that's what we have to do. We're looking at huge increases, and I really believe that we need to look at all of our programs at once. It's really hard when you look at things in piecemeal. If you look at everything all at once, you can say, I value this one a little bit more, well, let's spend here less. You look at everything, and that's really what I want to do, is a review of everything. So I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, and if I were to make a suggestion to the next council at the budget time, I think it's better to start at the top down than the bottom up. Because we can bring the best reports and we can bring the best analysis in the framework. If there is no if the council doesn't want to stomach the cuts, it's all for naught. If council directs staff to say, I want to see cuts in recreation, I want to see cuts in road maintenance, I want to see cuts in this and charitable donations, if they give us the target of cuts, we'll go back and tell you, here's the best way to do it, and here's your best bang for your buck. But for us to do citywide thing and get to council, and I've done it here, and council directed me to identify $1 million of savings. I said, I'll do it, but you guys won't do it, but I'll do the report. Did the report, didn't do it. So we can do it. It sounds great on paper. I think you reverse the flow at the next council, and if you're serious about savings, you tell staff, and you have that argument politically with your stakeholders, because that's who you have to answer to, and say, yes, we're going to cut recreational services, we're going to cut social services, which are not our responsibility, we're going to cut these services. Cut library, cut whatever you want to cut, and tell us these are the areas we're comfortable with cutting, and then let us go and bring back a report to say this is how we cut it. And that would be a far more effective and more efficient way to do the process.
Just one final comment on that. I know for me personally, I would not want to come up and say, just cut this, cut this, cut this. I want to know what the choices are and weigh them. I wouldn't be able just to say, well, cut recreation X number % or $1. I'd need more information, but I understand where you're going.
Kathy just breathed a sigh of relief, so she's happy, yeah. She doesn't know why he targeted her tonight, but that's kind of Moody's in. New business, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the weekend, we were at the 100-year anniversary of the Legion 479 on Spring Street, and it was great. You know, it was in there. You got a museum of all the artifacts from both World Wars, and meeting all the members and the vice president, the treasurer, and I was talking to a few of them, and the one vice president was talking about how difficult it was because the new policies with the bingos, how tough it is to make money, to get by and paying bills. They were having goldfish races to make money. I'm not lying, goldfish races. And so they were telling me, they said that, you know, the rest of the legions around the region were allowed to do a lot of the stuff that we're not allowed to do in Niagara Falls for some reason. So I think there's been some miscommunications, whether it's through the OLG or through whatever we're doing here at the city, because there's other organizations, other nonprofits and charities that a couple have been suspended from bingos. One, they don't even want to go to bingo anymore because it's not worth it. They'd rather do just their own events because it's not. We used to have people lined up to try to get a bingo, and now people don't want it because of the restrictions, what you have to do. We do have an AGM coming up in August at the Gale Center, and I was hoping that we could contact the charities that come and have this discussion at that AGM, because a lot of they don't know where to turn. They just want to know how to do this. You know, you got to get a permit for this, a ticket for that for $50, whatever it is, and they're raising $150. You got to pay a 50-50 draw for raising $150. It's not worth it for them. So whatever, if it's miscommunication, whatever it is, I just want to get the word out, make sure. So I don't know, Bill, if you would be at that meeting or not, or is it Vivian, whatever it is. But if we could reach out to all the charities and let them know that we're going to discuss some of this at that AGM, if that's okay.
I think it's a good idea that we're proactive.
Because you were there
on this.
too, Mr. Mayor.
Well, you're right. We've had a number of groups say they're struggling, they're volunteers, and they're struggling to do the paperwork or whatever they're being required to do 50-50s or raffles. And same thing, I don't know the answer to the question. And if it's that we're too strict or OLG's too strict, but either way, if that's the case, we'll go to OLG. I'll talk to them.
Yeah, exactly. We even heard the one group who just wanted to give $500 to a kid who had leukemia, but they couldn't because they need a receipt or something from them. I'm like, well, this kid's not doing very well. So whatever he wants to spend the money on, who cares at that point?
So why don't we ask our clerk to maybe comment on what he suggests next steps are, and then we can make a motion.
Yeah, because
and direct staff to meet with the groups and.
Well, we have an AGM already that all the bingo groups.
When is that?
That's in August, August 16th, I believe it is. So if we can they're already there anyways.
Yeah.
So if we can just message the groups or whatever it is, Bill, and
why don't we get our clerk to maybe comment?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I do want to point out that we currently have over 100 groups registered to do bingos.
Okay.
Well,
So just
this
again,
the groups-
again, miscommunication.
We've got more groups coming in. Just spoke with the CEO the other day. Another group wanting to come in and be added to the wait list. So it's certainly a very good revenue generator for a lot of the charitable groups out there in the community. Just a reminder that. The OLG does have requirements and relies on the city to be accountable for the public's money. So that's why there is a lot of reporting that's involved, because it can't just be money that's just handed out and then not tracked. But certainly we can, not only put out a notice to all the groups for the upcoming AGM, but also maybe even have a representative from the OLG there to break it down into layman's terms as to what some
That
of
would
those
be great,
requirements
because
are.
you were right there, Mr. Mayor, when the guy said, yeah, there's other legions in the region that are doing other things and they're allowed to do it, but these particular ones in Niagara Falls wasn't. So there's something going on, and just want to straighten it out and make sure that these clubs can survive.
Well, that's the other
It's
part
tough
of
for
it. They're suggesting that it's Niagara Falls, it's not other cities. So they're saying, how can it be OLG then? So that's what we need to get to the bottom of, because we want to make it easy for our charitable groups to be able to raise money. And that's the problem. They said the other thing the Legion said was, we raise money, but we have to give it away. We can't put it into the Legion that's falling apart.
Yeah, and they need
said, "That's
$8,000 a month to operate.
Right.
Big building like that, you know what I mean? And so many groups are going through it. Volunteer firefighters, the SCVFA.
Yeah.
So it's really tough. You know, a lot of the members are getting older. Now the youngers don't want to volunteer. They want to volunteer, but they want to get paid for it. So you know, it just, and like Malcolm, he's got to be 85. He's a treasurer. I said, well, how long? He goes, well, I'm the only treasurer because no one else wants to be the treasurer. I've been there for 30 years. And so he just wants to make sure that his legacy and everything, you know, he needs money to operate. And I think so many other groups out there are going through the same problem. And it's just recently that's happening. So I don't know what's happening. So let's at the AGM, if we can get this clear and
maybe we can get a report back.
That would be great.
Those.
Yeah,
Could
that
we
would be
do
great.
Bill? Get a report back to council.
Thanks, Bill.
Find out.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Is there any other new? Yes, Councillor.
I'd like to speak to that because I understand we belong to the Fallsview Hose Brigade, Mike and I, and you know we help 30 families every Christmas, provide them with Christmas baskets. How is that going to happen this year? If we spend the money, it'll be refused by the city of Niagara Falls, not the OLG city, and then we have to pay for it when we don't have any money to do that with. You know, we work the bingos. It's a volunteering process, and that's the way when the OLG took over the bingos, we never had a problem before that. We got suspended because we provided money to somebody who requested money, and we didn't pre-ask the city of Niagara Falls. Now we have to get our requests and then go to the city of Niagara Falls and then go back to a meeting to say, okay, we got approved by the city now to give it to somebody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Doesn't make
seem
any
too
sense.
efficient, no.
Even though the money was given to us to give away and the city monitors our bank accounts. I'm not understanding how this happened. We're a charity organization. We help the people in Fallsview Hose Brigade, specifically around the south end. And now we have to go and ask permission on how to funds because we need a receipt. We can provide the receipt, but we're going to give the money to the people that need it, and then we'll give the receipt. Not suspending us for a month or 6 weeks because nobody's around now to reinstate us only hurts the people that we give to. Nobody else gets affected. You know, it's sad that we can't have that 14, 15, it's only $1,600 a month or whatever it is, not very much. But now we have to tell everybody, sorry, we can't help you out. Even for our golf tournament, recreation committee, we can't even put it a foursome in. We have to have it okayed first by the city to get a foursome or even sponsor the hole. So now that's coming up in August. We said we were going to put a foursome in, and we can't. That's what happens.
Well, I'm sure our clerk and Shelley are both listening closely, and we'll get to the bottom of it. We'll report back. That's good. Is there any new business, Councillor Peter? Second and third. Motion to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading, second by Councillor. Hold on. Oh, wait, clerk's not.
Yeah, so you mentioned that you just wanted to go back and do the ratification of in-camera. So I can appreciate we want to clean that up a little bit. Originally, I was just going to include it in one of the earlier motions. But just to be a little more clear, the ratification for in-camera is that council directs staff to extend the current lease of the Armory Building, 5049 Victoria Avenue, for 1 year from its expiration date.
You want to make the motion? Yeah, sure. Motion by Councillor Peter Angelo, second by Councillor, this is on the Armory, Councillor Lococo, that we do the 1 year extension. We ratify the 1 year extension approved in camera. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved.
First, second, and third.
Can we do this now? Bylaws? No,
Yep.
He's not ready.
Well, we can. I just want to point out that bylaw 2026-073, staff are suggesting we pull that since it was dealing with the CIP programs. And because of the amendment to the motion made earlier, we'll have that bylaw come back at the next meeting.
Okay.
So first, second, and third.
Motion by Councillor Peter Angelo to give bylaws first, second, and third reading, second by Councillor Newestag. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
I'm opposed to 2026-060, the Integrity Commissioner, and then 2026-072, the vow ceremony bylaw.
Okay.
From last meeting.
Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved unanimously. Motion for adjournment. Councillor Newestag?
We do have hydro, we do have people.
I'm gonna say that, yeah. So motion by Councillor Newestag, second by Councillor Carrio. All those in favor? We're adjourned. Council, if I could just point out to you, Councillor Patel and Baldinelli, we have a holdco meeting right now in council, and we've got some people that came here for the drainage thing. Did you want to really quickly? Someone explain what, yeah, but they're still here. Some of them came after. I say, Mr. Susan's here. I don't think they know about your motion, but I don't know if they know about what happened before. I just thought, what do you make? Okay.